been a long day, man. I just got out the shower. Oh my gosh. My hair's still wet, so I didn't want it to drip, so this is how I'm coming. Hey, but we got a request to watch, cause I did. First off, how y'all doing? That's first and foremost. How are you guys doing? That's what I want to know. How you guys doing? How's your day been? Today is a beautiful day. It's not a single cloud in the sky. It's been sunny all day. People's been riding motorcycles. I have not. Not yet, at least. But performance would be good. Can you react to Stray Kids speaking English language chaotically honestly, any Kaya Storm video? Good getting. Oh, you're getting a dog tomorrow? Hey, that's what's up. What kind of dog? Is it a big dog or a small dog? You gotta let me know what kind of dog it is. I love dogs. I am a dog kind of guy. I love the puppers. It's 8 a.m. in Australia right now? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh man. Hey, hopefully you got water. Come on. Good old Aquafina. But 8 a.m. Wow. I wish I could find like a good mesh between times of everybody, because I have subscribers in Germany, Australia, New Zealand, UK, United States, Canada, Mexico, like everywhere. Like I look at my analytics, it's everywhere. I have there's only 30% in the United States. The rest is everywhere else. It's also Sunday. Welcome to the what? That's crazy. Sunday? What? You got wait. How many hours? Okay. Well, I mean, Japan would be a whole. I think Japan is what, 16 or 18 hours ahead, technically, from United States. Oh, you don't sleep anyway? I only sleep maybe 3 or 4 hours. I have really bad sleep, and I've always had that growing up. As a kid, I could never sleep that well. You said a small dog. It's a what is that? How do you say that? Maltipoo? That's it, right? That's it, right? Family dog ting. Yes. I need to look that up. Hold on. Let me look this up really quick. How do you even say that? Oh, look at it. Oh, that's dope. Hey, shout out to you. What color is it? You gotta let me know what color it is. Come on. Look at this little guy. Look at it. Oh, wait. Oh, here's a bigger picture. Yeah. All these ads. The dog was giving me a bombastic side eye. Oh, these don't grow at all. These don't grow at all. This is funny. But they get a little scruffy though. These guys are a little cute. Little cutie patooties. Brown. Okay, so is it brown like this one, like a golden brown, like biscuits? Hey, you gotta call him Biscuit. Girl or boy? If you don't call him Biscuit, it's bad luck. I know, right? It's like a teddy bear. This one's like an old man. Be 1 year old. It is an old man. I like these guys. These guys are cool. These are like you can put them in your pocket, yo. Yeah, I've always had small dogs growing up, but I want a big dog when I get settled in. Girl, okay, blondish, okay, that's pretty good. So probably be kind of like, is it like a dirty blonde or is it blonde blonde? Because there's different types of blonde. But these are cute. Look at this one. This one literally, is this a toy? It looked like a toy, bruh. This one looks like a toy. Oh my gosh. Name is Minnie. Yeah. I think it's always a good combination to have a big dog and a small dog. The small dog is gonna alert everybody. It's gonna alert the big dog, and then the big dog gets down to business. All right. My favorite dogs are Doberman Pinschers, Rottweilers, and Pit Bulls. Oh, I like what is that? Connie Corso. I like Connie Corsos. I like dogs that are intimidating. That's the type of dogs I like. I like intimidating dogs, but I do like little cutesy pootsy type dogs too, just to keep the big dogs in check. But I like big dogs more. I've had I had a miniature cocker spaniel growing up, and then I had not a miniature cocker, but a cocker spaniel after that one. Sadly, he got hit by a car. That was pretty sad. But not even like a month later, then we had gotten a Chihuahua. Now this Chihuahua isn't like a normal Chihuahua. It's not a mixed breed Chihuahua or anything, but their previous owner didn't want them. They already had like 4 kids and then a dog and like 2 cats, and for whatever reason they got another dog that they couldn't take care of, so we got him for free. But it took a while for him to adjust. But the thing is, this Chihuahua is a big Chihuahua, and not a fat Chihuahua, but he's like 5 times bigger than a normal Chihuahua, and he's extremely, extremely, extremely healthy. I'm like, this dude's gonna last forever, like 30 years. You know the average time span of a Chihuahua? It's freaking 22 years. It's like 19 to 22 years. Like an average living Chihuahua is 19 to 22 years. It's ridiculous. Like, these things don't die. So I could only expect that my Chihuahua is going to last for like 30 years. Like, I've seen Chihuahuas, no teeth, blind, tongue hanging out, got 1 foot, and still alive. I'm like, bro, there's no way any other dog could survive like this. What is that? How do you say actus? Is that an animal? It almost sounded like cactus. Hold on. How do you spell that? Oops. Oh. Oh yeah. My homie got one of these. He got like, it's like this one. Yeah, these things are cool. I heard they're like really loyal dogs. They get down to business for sure. I heard what are they? Don't they hunt? Didn't they have them to hunt like bears or something? I know there's like a bear hunting dog, and I think it might be a mastiff, but I think these might be in one of the categories. There's also that other sheep. It's like a sheepdog, but it's like, it looks husky like this, but definitely bigger. I don't remember what it's called, but they're like extremely loyal, down to earth dogs as well. But yeah, Tibetan Mastiff. I mean, Tibetan Mastiffs are definitely one of them, but there's another dog. They have them as like farm dogs, like they protect the cattle and whatnot. But anywho's, So, because I had posted a video, what was it, yesterday? I think it was yesterday, about like BTS investigation, whatnot, right? I had gotten suggested this video by I think it's Misunderstood or something, one of the subscribers, and they had me check this one out. Said, check this out, because it was technically going over one of the girls that were being under investigation as far as like what's going on. So this one's K-pop specific, and it's about 2 hours long, so this one's gonna be pretty good. So I'm excited. I am excited. And then while we listen in and chime in on what's good, I should be sponsored by DoorDash by now, because I'm about to order DoorDash again. I'm in between like sushi. I had tacos last night, but I think I want sushi. I think I want sushi today. I'm feeling sushi.
In 2016.
You said you've been watching your whole SKZ series since the first post? Wait, like which first post are we talking about? Like the first post of the playlist, or the first K-pop post I ever done?
In South Korea.
But hey, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the love. It really means a lot seeing like reoccurring people coming back and, you know, showing all the appreciation. It's very, very much appreciated, and I keep it to my heart. Sushi is so fire, but I feel like acai sushi is different. I haven't tried that. I'm actually oh, easy. Okay. You're goated as an OG then. I haven't tried. I don't think, is acai like raw sushi? I don't know. I'm pretty new to sushi. Like, it's an acquired taste. I tried it like 7 or 8 times before I actually started liking sushi. So I actually tried. I forcefully tried myself to be like, all right, I'm gonna try again. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to try different sushis until I think the best one to start into sushi is doing like a salmon one, like a salmon rice one, whatever that one's called. Even as commercial as it is, probably even a Philadelphia one with the cream cheese joint, if you know people are into that. But like something super basic, California roll, that type of stuff, and then I started spreading my wings a little bit more. It's like Australian. Okay. For sure. Hey, let's get this thing cracking.
A woman walks into the police station to report that her ex-boyfriend had taken explicit photos of her without her consent. She wants to file a formal police report. The ex-boyfriend then gets called into the police station, where he says he's more than willing to do anything that he possibly can to show that he is innocent of what he is being accused of. But the problem is, it's broken. The police are like, what do you mean it's broken? His phone was conveniently broken. But the police, they're thinking, we can't just tuck away the case and call it a good day. We're going to have the man send his phone in to a data forensics company, the same one that recovered all the data from the Tehe ferry victims' phones, and have an IT specialist look at it to see if they can recover any data. So an IT specialist takes it in, and for his privacy, we will refer to him as Park. Park gets assigned this man's phone, and he's trying to work on recovering any and all the data from the device, and he's really good at his job. He recovers almost everything. Over 200,000 text messages, group chats.
200,000 text messages?
Yeah, 200,000 individual text messages.
Wow, okay.
Videos, photos, I mean, anything that could be recovered, he's recovered it. But suddenly, the police call the IT guy and tells him, we don't need your services anymore. I mean, you can just stop what you're doing and give the phone back to the man who brought it to you. They explain very briefly, the girlfriend has since dropped the criminal case. She's retracted her statements and said that she lashed out at her ex out of anger and that there were no photos. So
See, even in that situation, you'd have to get confirmation from the person that was making the claim anyways, not just the police, because the police don't file the report, the civilian does.
investigation is over.
Okay.
Wait, so did the police look at the text messages?
No, they didn't look at anything. They're like, just turn it in. We don't even want to look at it. We don't even want to bother ourselves with this. But for the tech employee, Park, it felt like the investigation was just getting started. While he had been retrieving all the lost data from the man's phone, he couldn't help but peek. Could you really call it peeking? He has to verify that the data is being recovered, and how can you do that without even glancing at said data?
Right.
And what he saw were images of women unconscious, naked, videos of unconscious women being essayed, women being drugged and abused. In group chats, there were prices under these women, the cost of how much it would be to essay them yourself.
Bro,
Menus,
what?
literal catalogs of women for sale, messages that depicted people discussing the quote sale of these women. They would read like, number one doesn't talk that much and kind of loves money. She also has aspects where she doesn't have much charisma in drinking scenes, but her visuals are great. Number three, good visuals. She's bright. She's fun while drinking. But the negative aspect is she gets a little messy when she's drunk. But still, a lot of charisma. The receiving end texts back. Then let's go with number 5 along with number 3. Girls were just being sold to the highest bidder. Messages showed people sharing videos of unconscious women dragged and essayed. The receiving parties of these messages, they reacted to the videos as if they were watching a funny TikTok, something entertaining, not a literal crime.
Someone had to pay them off to have the police to be like, oh, we don't care about the case anymore. There's no way right-minded people that happen to be police officers to just stop everything for something as heinous as this. Crazy.
They would text things like, I fed her sleeping pills and assaulted her in the back, then in the front, then in the back again, and then I finished. People were responding, ha 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 ha. Redacted, insert person's name, ate him.
So just to clarify for everybody that's coming in, this is K-pop stars opening a nightclub to drug and sell women to overseas investors. I think I've heard something like this before on a different story, but I think this is possibly like a separate one, but within like the same category. This is crazy, man.
Other people commented, the mouth on her is great. Another chat log showed a picture of a sleeping woman, and the friends responded, who is it? Her body is so freaking good. Another chat included a video of an unconscious woman being essayed with the text, who wants to watch explicit videos tonight? The friends responded, what's this? Is she unconscious? The sender responds, and if she is, send a video with an alive girl. It's because she's unconscious I can take these high quality videos with flash. Someone else in the group chat responds, you her, hee hee. In another text they write, she doesn't even remember who she did it with, implying that the drugs they fed the victim altered her memory. But someone else responds into the chat, no, she's just an R word. As Park is reading some of these messages and glimpsing at some of these pictures, he is realizing that there are literal crimes.
You said you'd like to say you're not you're shocked, but I'm not. Oh, so you'd like to say that you're shocked, but you're not. Yeah.
Crimes being committed in these group chats. Women are being drugged and essayed.
Let's just say I understand way more than what you're typing. Let's just say that.
Needs to alert the authorities about it. This feels like a shady crime syndicate out there running some sort of brothel out of their basement. He opens the group chat in full to see what other crimes they had committed, and he was shocked to see that he recognized every single contact name in there. The phone belonged to a famous Korean idol by the name of Chung Chun-young, or JJY.
Hey, so I don't know who this is. Hey, let me know if you guys know who this guy is, because this is within the K-pop industry.
He was the lead of a band called JJY Band.
Oh,
Another idol from FT Island named Choi Jung-hoon, Lee Jung-hyun, lead vocalist and guitarist of CN Blue, and the biggest name of all was Lee Seung-lee from the global group Big Bang. And these messages, they revealed a complex.
who's surprised about who just came up? Because I only know more so of like one, and that's because I did like a couple videos on Big Bang. I don't know the other ones, but these are like, I mean, high tier K-pop OGs, if I could say that. That's crazy.
Trafficking ring operated by some of the biggest names in the Korean entertainment industry. The chat logs were between some of the most well-known, beloved celebrities in the industry, the wholesome kind of idols, like the ones that girls would look at and show their boyfriends and say, he would never do this. In another group chat, the idols joke about how 5 of them gang essayed a drugged woman the night before a fan sign event. There was another shocking video of a woman being dragged out of a club owned by Lee Seung-lee by her hair by a man who is about to do God knows what to her. And she's trying to desperately get the club employees' attention by
like
smacking down their
acting
laptop
mad
screens
normal.
as she's getting dragged out by her hair. Employees don't even look.
They're just acting mad normal, like dude is just taking out some garbage, yo.
They act like nothing is happening. The video was spread through the group chat. And so was another one. Well, it's a text message. And this is the reason why the employee of the data forensic company could never go to the police with these messages. A text read, I saw the messages between the Hyung and the police chief. They found out who snitched. Even high-up police commissioners were exposed to be VIP clients of this trafficking ring.
Man,
Park had just uncovered a trafficking ring run by celebrities, police officials, and there was nobody that could help him. There was
see, hey, look, this is a rabbit hole. I ain't gonna bleed out all the info, but the government ain't all that nice. And the people up top, that's why, like, a lot of famous people, if they see something or something happens or whatever and they don't say anything, that's not because they don't want to say anything. It's because the people that they would trust to say something to are doing those things that are vile and corrupt. So it's just like, if they're corrupt, how can you tell, anybody, and they won't either lash back out at you, defile you and your career and everything else? So it's like a double-edged sword. It's like you want to do something, but you can't because of, the status that you hold and they hold. It's crazy, man.
was nobody that could save the victim.
No, I haven't been on long. I actually just started. It's 7 minutes in. So you good. I delayed a little bit. I was waiting until you got in.
Because everyone at the top was dirty. But Park would secretly
For
make
sure.
a copy of every single text message. And 3 years later, it
All right, you got to tell me what you're cooking, though. And can I have some? Because I'm about to order some sushi.
would be released onto the internet, exposing one of the most shocking Korean cases to date, the Burning Sun case.
Hey, just so you guys know, Mind Spasm, they requested this one, so shout out to Mind Spasm for it. Come on. Park is the real OG.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation, whose mission is to transform society's response to sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, and they really aim to support survivors through their healing and reclaiming of their lives through things like education, advocacy, and policy change. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. I mean, they really put their all into these cases. They focus on shedding light on stories from all over the world. And we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates for these causes. And as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, Burning Sun is a case that we're revisiting from long, long ago because it's resurfacing.
Okay, so I thought I heard this one before, but in a different frame. You know what I mean? It's like similar, but it's in a different frame. So I heard of like a nightclub, I think it was in Korea, that was open to where they were doing something as similar as this, but not to, you know, the same status of fame, I guess you could say.
In the news, there was a recent
ribs.
Okay. That we'll get in.
You said ribs, carrots, mac and cheese, and brownies with walnuts. Okay, shoot. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I'm all open for a plate. Come on now.
Too. And additionally, because I feel like our quality of research has drastically improved, so truly this is going to be a deep dive onto the horrors of this case because it's a lot. We had multiple translators, researchers help assist with this one. There was one RM meeting where we had like 7 people in 3 different time zones just on a call for hours trying to get through everything again. We're like going through it 3 times, 4 times just to make sure everything is good. But as always, if there's anything we've missed or anything that was lost in translation or wasn't properly clarified, please let us know in the comments. And with that being said, let's get started. This case took place in Korea around 2018, but it's back in the news cycle for a lot of K-netizens because of a new picture that was posted to Instagram. Well, 2 pictures. We'll call them Picture A and Picture B. If you're listening to the audio version of this podcast, I'm going to describe both pictures to you. Picture A shows a beautiful private swimming pool from a resort in Bali. It seems like one of those villas that you can rent, and someone took a picture of.
Let me guess. I have a guess because if you guys know, oh my gosh, what's her name? She does a daytime talk show. She's a white lady, short hair. She has Justin Bieber on like almost all the time. Ellen. If this is like a thing like Ellen, where they'll show like, because what she did was that she had furniture that she was selling on Amazon, but the furniture would be astronomical numbers like $10,000, $4,800, $17,000, and they were names of people, but they had furniture as in place of those people. As if she was selling furniture, but at a high bidder, but she was actually selling children. I wonder if it's like the same thing, like they have these villas and they name these villas or they whatever in code, so then they could purchase these villas and they're actually people.
The private pool in the back. The water in the pool is turquoise blue. There's beautiful palm trees, banana leaf trees surrounding the pool. There's this beige cushioned lounge chair next to the pool that you can lay down in and sit in the sun. It's beautiful. It looks expensive, which makes it a very typical picture to post on Instagram. Picture B is almost an exact copy of Picture A. But it's not a repost. It's not like someone stole Picture A and pretended, I'm in Bali too. It's a completely new photo. It shows more of the villa than the pool from Picture A, but you can tell it's the same exact place. 2 pictures in the same villa in Bali. So what's the big problem here? It's a resort in Bali. Of course, there's going to be lots of people from all over the world staying there and taking pictures. Picture A was posted by Girl A, since they want to remain anonymous in the news. Picture B was posted by Girl B. The problem here was they ran in the same circles where it was discovered that they were both dating the same man. Former K-pop star, former inmate, and owner of the nightclub Burning Sun, Lee Seung Lee.
Okay, yeah, no, I remember. Yeah. I remember that guy, but okay. That defeats the purpose of what I mentioned earlier with Ellen, but Ellen's still weird. But But now I remember this guy.
I'm going to be brief with the scandal that unfolds because there's not too much to it, but Lee Seung-lee was cheating on multiple women and taking them on back-to-back trips with the same exact itinerary. So he would ask girl A, who thinks she's in a monogamous relationship with him, to fly out to Bali to see him. He would rent a villa, take her to very specific restaurants and dates, and after 5 days, she would fly back to Korea, and that same day that she leaves Bali, girl B, who also believes that she's in a monogamous relationship with him, would fly into Bali to see him.
Boy, he had them on rotation. I guarantee he did the same formula, and then that's probably how he got, other women caught up. Because he would fly them out, treat them, but take them to, obviously restaurants that everybody knows the process. Does the same thing over and over again. Wow, that's crazy.
She would stay in the exact same villa girl A had just left from. I mean, it's likely that girl A's perfume scent is still in the villa at this point, and he would take girl B on this same exact dates that he had just taken girl A. Everything is identical. He had planned the exact same trip for both girls, took them to the same restaurants, the same beaches, the same hotels, the same cafes. He didn't even wait 48 hours before both trips. It was back to back. Girl A flies into Bali. Girl A flies out of Bali. Girl B flies into Bali. Girl B flies out of Bali.
Yep, you gotta stop trusting people. I don't care how much money, fame, whatever. Hey man, people are weirdos.
And all of this was quote unquote exposed when both girls discovered that they had posted the exact same picture of the villa and they started texting each other about their Bali trips. The story was sold to Dispatch, and some netizens commented on the scandal. I hope the girls don't think that it's just girl A through B. Seung-lee probably has women A through Z.
I thought he was in jail.
That's what a lot of people were also saying. What's going on? Why are we writing these random cheating articles about a literal criminal? What's
so is he
happening?
in jail or no?
He's free.
He's free?
He's
Was
out
he
of
in
jail. He was in jail
Oh, he's already out.
He was only in there for 1.5 years.
And now he's back to dating
Yes.
people
Yes.
already.
Back to, being involved with women. A lot of the comments had the same reaction as you. I mean, they were just shocked. They were shocked that he was in the news. They were shocked that he was out of prison. They were shocked that girls would even go out with him, that they would travel all the way to Bali to be with him in the first place when his club, Burning Sun, was exposed for basically having a trafficking ring operating during club hours.
Yeah, how is he only a year and a half? That's insane. For the level of crime he committed.
A lot of...
So what I've noticed overseas compared to the United States is that they don't take sexual assault, anything as serious as we do over here in the States. Like, over here, you're going to get the civilians against you. You're going to get everybody against you, and then they're going to try to hit you with the whole book. And also, it would vary what state you do it in. But what I've noticed so far is that it's just it's barely even a slap on the wrist in comparison to the magnitude of what they do these crimes at. These are high level type crimes, like trafficking people, bro. But they'll give more to a person that's doing drugs rather than sex traffic. That's a whole person, bro.
If people actually speculate that this is Seung-lee trying to get back into the industry. It sounds counterproductive because why would a cheating scandal be good for him? But to have these mini scandals that sound like celebrity scandals are probably better than having Burning Sun as the last scandal. And God forbid he's trying to make a comeback. I'm not even sure how that's possible. But just in case that's his end goal, let us all refresh our memories of the case of the Burning Sun, what was later dubbed the VIP company. A young woman named Min Jung woke up in a bed, and her eyes still felt really out of focus. That's how she describes this whole feeling, is her eyes feel out of focus. She tries turning her head to see where she is, and she doesn't recognize the room that she's in. She doesn't even remember how she got into this room to begin with. In fact, she doesn't remember much or really anything at all for the past few hours. She keeps blinking and trying to reach for any memory of even the last hour. There's literally nothing in there. And then a man walks into the room. She remembers him. But before she can act, he's on the bed, holding her down, strangling her. She's kicking, biting him, trying to push him off of her, but he's way too strong. He's simultaneously strangling her with one hand and using the other hand to cover her mouth. He's using his body weight to push down on her body. She felt like she was going to die. Every time she tried to get up, he pushed her harder down into the bed. Her neck is bent against the headboard at a dangerous, painful angle. And she would later say, I felt like I was going to die. She could not get this man off of her. He would proceed to rip off her clothes and essay her. Each time he pushed her, she could feel her neck bending more and more against the headboard. She said she felt like her neck was going to snap. After this brutal assault, she grabs the mini trash can by the bed and she throws up everything that she has in her system. The throw up was this dark brown color. It was blood. She said at this point she really felt like she was going to die. Because earlier the focus had been trying to get him off of her. But now that he's off of her, she doesn't really know what his plans are. Minjung likely ran through all of the options in her mind. She clearly could not fight him off physically. So she said she got on her knees on the carpeted floor and begged for her life. She was trying to appeal to any sort of humanity or even empathy, if he had any really. She cried that she just wanted to go home. She would never go to the police about this. Oh my God, she just wanted to see her mom. That's all. She just wanted to see her mom. She finally looks up at the man, this kidnapper, this rapist, and he just starts laughing. He's giggling at her begging for her life. And he responds, if you take a selfie with me, I'll let you go home.
What?
What?
Like the evidence?
He takes out his phone, turns on the front camera, grabs Minjung, and basically forces her to sit on him. Okay, now smile. Minjung doesn't really know what to make of this. Is he playing a game right now? Like, why would he want to take a picture with her? Was he really going to let her go? She said that she squeezed out a small smile, and the man kept his promise. He threw her clothes at her face and pushed her out of the room. She booked it. She didn't even wait to put on her clothes. She just ran down the hallway of this hotel building, out the main door, into the middle of winter in South Korea, middle of the night, pitch black. It's snowing. She's half barefoot, but she doesn't feel any of that. She's running towards the main road with her shoes and her pants in her hand, and this other hand is stretched out trying to flag down the closest taxi. She wants to get out of here and as far away from that man as possible, because who knows, what if he comes back? What if he changes his mind? Thankfully, a taxi stops and she gets in. Frantically, she gives her address, and when she sees the hotel disappear from sight, the fight or flight that had kicked in, it probably finally calmed down because she looks down and realizes.
So nowhere takes it seriously enough. It's appalling. And when they go to jail here, the inmates are against them too. Yeah, I mean, usually in jail, the inmates would be against the people that do the crime. But, man, that is...
Realizes she's still naked from the waist down. And there was a taxi driver looking at her in the rearview mirror. I mean, of course, we don't know why this man was looking at her. It could be that she's naked from the waist down and he's like, why is she naked? We don't know if he had any sinister intentions. I don't think so. But she put her clothes over her lap, trying to draw the least amount of attention on herself from the taxi driver. She tries to take inventory of everything she has. She notices she doesn't have her phone, credit card, or her winter jacket. I mean, it's bad, but what's worse is that she's missing hours in her memory. She has no idea how she got to that hotel with the man that she was there with. After getting home, Minjung gathers herself as best as she can and goes to the police station. She reports the physical and sexual abuse and shows them all of the cuts and bruises on her body. She said she wanted a drug test. She knew that she had been... I mean, this had never happened before.
See, the worst thing you could possibly do in this situation is take a shower and wash your clothes or put on new clothes. You literally go as you are. As wild and probably disgusting as it sounds, you go as you are because you're gonna wash off the evidence if you go and take a shower, take a bath, or whatever.
Her memory had always been fine, but now she conveniently has a gap in her memory and ends up at a hotel with a man that viciously essayed her. No, this isn't right. She demands a drug test, and she knows that this is not only going to prove that he essayed her, but he drugged her in order to do it. This was going to convict him. It was going to get her justice, put that sick man behind bars so that he could never do it again. Assaulting women, making them beg for their lives before throwing them out onto the street. I mean, it was despicable. She's going to make sure that he gets put away for a long time. The drug test comes back. There are no drugs in her system.
What?
That doesn't make any sense. And I'm sure she could tell that the police were looking at her like she had lost her mind. She said the police started treating her like she was a liar, like she was a criminal, as if she's just making up lies to get back at a man that she slept with. And she's wondering, why would I do that? I mean, women don't get anything good out of being a victim of a crime, especially in a place like South Korea where female victims are constantly shamed. Why would she make up this kind of lie? Because the man is Chavanos Ratakul. Let's call him Chav. He is a wealthy Nepo baby of influential Thai politicians, and he is considered a young businessman.
What is a Nepo baby? There's I've been noticing that there's weird little, I mean, it's weird to me because I don't know, but phrases of that kind of, I guess, set the divide amongst people. Like the word Nepo baby, I'm guessing because he's of a high status or something, born into a family of wealth or money or something. That's what I'm guessing.
But he's honestly just a Nepo baby. The police were asking Min Jung with these very patronizing looks on their faces, as if they had just caught a kid in a lie.
Wait, so the police knew it was him?
Yeah.
What?
She was like, I know this man. Let me give you the name of this man. I remember this man. They're like, are you sure it was really... I mean, we heard from witnesses that saw you guys at a club together and said that you guys were very close. And he is from a wealthy family. Are you sure that you weren't just interested in him? And maybe you went back to the hotel with him, did something that you're not very proud of. Min Jung felt like the police aren't even doing a thorough investigation. They just saw negative test, rich man being accused of rape. Must be some sort of gold-digging scheme to get money out of the guy. Min Jung is like, yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Do you have CCTV footage of the hotel reception? Because in the hotel lobby, I can assure you, I did not walk in there willingly. Technically, even if she did willingly walk into the hotel with this man, I don't think that means she wasn't assaulted. I just want to put that disclaimer out there. But she's trying to prove something, anything to the police so that they take her seriously. Which, they really should have done in the first place. But regardless, they pull the CCTV footage and Min Jung is floored. It doesn't make any sense. She sees herself walking into the hotel with the man willingly. He's not dragging her. She doesn't even appear to be She's walking normally, stable. She's walking at a leisurely pace. If anything, she's almost leading the man. She's walking in front of the guy. She's having an animated conversation with him. She's seen on CCTV camera of the hotel lobby smiling at the man. How is this possible? Chav.
Yeah. At that point, it's not much of a good look, just based on the situation. So you're born rich, pretty much. Rich mommy, daddy, Nepo baby. Nepo baby is someone who is the child of a wealthy, famous people. They usually are successful by affiliation. Understood. Well, Nepo baby.
Is Thai, but since he's the son of influential politicians, he's a celebrity back at home. The allegations followed him all the way from South Korea to Thailand. He did some news interviews where he completely denied it all. I mean, as expected. But he even reported feeling sad. Yeah, he said, I feel very unlucky to have been swept into a case like this. I'm innocent, and I feel that this is all very unfair. And as a way of proving his innocence, the news channels played the CCTV footage of the two of them walking into the hotel. He said, when I was going into the hotel, she followed me. She was 100% conscious. The CCTV shows it all. I didn't use any force or put her over my shoulder or carry her in.
บอกว่ามันไม่ได้มีคดี ว่าเราไม่ได้บริสุทธิ์นะแล้วก็เขาก็เตือนว่าคุณเนี่ยต้องระวังเรื่องนี้เขาก็หวังดี
Min Jung felt like she was going crazy. She was being framed as this liar, accuser, manipulator, gold digger. I mean, they used a lot of eloquent words in the media news outlets, but they basically said she found out that he was rich, seduced him, took a picture with him because she was having fun, and now she's turned around and cried rape because she wants his money.
So the photo was released.
Yeah.
And that became like something that, oh, wow.
Chav is like, look, we had a good time. She's smiling. Does that look like someone who's fearing for her life?
Wow.
Min Jung knew that she would never in a million years
Yeah, that one's a hard one to fight. That one is a hard one to fight.
lie about something like this. And you know what? There was something odd about the CCTV footage. Sure, at first it seems like she's happy to be there, but she has zero memory of it. And second of all, it's -8 degrees outside in South Korea. Where is her jacket? She remembers wearing a puffer jacket that night, but she's not wearing it in the hotel footage.
So what is she wearing?
Like thin, light sweater.
Okay, like what you're wearing.
Yes.
Like a sweater. Okay.
It's just very strange. She's an adult. No one just leaves their jacket out of even if you feel hot, you carry your jacket.
Yeah.
Where is her jacket? It just isn't something that she would do. So she keeps trying to piece together the events of that night, and it feels like there are just holes in her memory, as if someone had taken a scalpel and carved out a section of her memory, clean precision. She does remember, though, hours, long before the hotel, she was getting dressed up to go with her friends to the Burning Sun Club. None of them were really club goers like that, but they just wanted to see what the hype was about, and it really did live up to its reputation. They walk in and the club is packed. Everybody's letting loose, enjoying themselves. It wasn't one of those like stuffy, stuck up environments where everybody is eyeing each other up and down. The music is good. I mean, it's loud, but it's very good. Everybody's dancing. It's a nice break from the work and the school. She remembered it was fun. She remembered her friends had all purchased a table. They sat down and she offers, hey, I'm going to go to the bar and get us all some drinks. At the bar, she felt this gentle tap on her shoulder. Turns around, and it's a man. Now, to give you further context, the Burning Sun is kind of known to be a Wattpad club. Yeah,
What?
kind of, right? In the sense that
What is that? A what type club?
work and the school. She remembered it was fun. She remembered her friends had all purchased a table. They sat down, and she offers, hey, I'm going to go to the bar and get us all some drinks. At the bar, she felt this gentle tap on her shoulder. Turns around, and it's a man. Now, to give you further context, the Burning Sun is kind of known to be a Wattpad club.
Wattpad
Yeah,
club?
kind of, right?
What
In
is
this
that? Hey, I know what y'all know what that means. What's a Wattpad club? I don't know what that is. What is that?
sense that there were some anecdotal reports that women would go to the Burning Sun, run into wealthy, young, attractive foreign businessmen, and start dating them. Which is just like an innocent, cute Wattpad dream. It kind of implied that most men at the Burning Sun are well-connected, high-powered, high-net-worth individuals that are also kind of attractive.
So if the Burning Sun is like this top tier club, why is she going to get drinks? If you bought a table, you should have somebody that services your table. You don't just go get drinks. That's kind of weird. Anyways.
So it's likely Min Jung was like, oh my god, this is kind of funny. It's like my own.
Wattpad is a fan fiction app. Wattpad is where people write and read fan fiction. Like just a place to do that? Okay. All right. I'm learning every day.
Little Wattpad
Appreciate
moment,
y'all.
right? The man is tall, handsome, but more importantly, he was a gentleman. He kept a respectful distance, kept his eyes on her face, not her body, didn't even try to touch her waist, touch her arm while he laughs. None of that. No physical contact. He's kind, talkative, respectful. In this loud, busy club with people actually dancing on each other, this tall, handsome guy is asking her about her pets and hobbies.
That's kind of weird.
He's very nice. She even
Kind of weird place to have that conversation. Not gonna lie. It'd be loud. It'd be like, so what's your dog's name?
joined him in his VIP room later to talk about all these mundane things, and it was kind of cute and wholesome. Min-jung's having fun, but at the end of the day, she is still a girl at a club, and that is something that you never really forget. So when he offers her champagne and whiskey, she's like, oh, I don't really drink champagne, but I'll take some whiskey. She takes 3 shots of whiskey that night. I'm not a big drinker, so to me, I have no idea how much that is, but apparently it's not much at all.
For someone that doesn't drink at all, 3 shots, well, you're good. Like, you're cooked.
Especially if you know your limits, which Min-jung did. She knew that 3 shots of whiskey would not even make her tipsy. Maybe.
You said in this context is different. It's a different meaning. You might meet someone successful there, which is important in Korea. Well, I know that status is a huge thing out there. Only been 25 minutes. Felt like an hour already of this vid. I know, right? It's because I interject in parts. I want to make it as a conversational piece more than just sitting there and looking at the screen.
Be on an empty stomach, but she ate dinner before she came. I mean, it was nothing. And she didn't even take the shots back to back. She's not slamming it down. She's careful. She spaces them out, drinking water in between. She even told the guy straight up, hey, I'm not really fond of being drunk, so I'm just going to take it easy tonight. He was so nice about it. He kept pouring her glasses of water and sliding it in front of her. Here, drink the water since you don't want to get drunk. It helped.
He put some in the water. That's what it was. He didn't put anything in the whiskey. He put some in the water.
She thanked him, and they continued on with their conversation until she felt this out-of-body, almost a floating sensation. Mid-conversation, her eyes go fuzzy. She was trying to be polite and focus on what this man is saying, but it's like her eyes were out-of-focus camera lenses. She tries wiping her eyes discreetly, blinking, but even her brain starts to feel fuzzy. It feels like she had been drinking heavily all night long, but that doesn't make any sense because she had been so careful not to get drunk. She had even been taking just glasses of water in between her shots of whiskey. She tries to rub her eyes again, but she said that her hands were not coming up to her face now. She tries to move, even just one finger. Nothing's moving. It was kind of like sleep paralysis where you can't even move, though you try really, really hard. And even with something like sleep paralysis, there's this strong level of panic associated with that feeling of not having control over your body. But imagine that experience at a club with a bunch of strangers. I'm sure it's a different level of confusion.
Hey, man, where are her friends at, bro? Is she still at the table with her friends? What's going on? There should be like one rule. Everybody, like, if we come in together, we're leaving together. Some type of rule. Yeah.
Stress, anxiety, panic. Her body was no longer responding to her brain. The man that she had been talking to, still going on and on about how he had a flight scheduled tomorrow to go back to Thailand, and he's just fading into this big blur, and she heard his voice through it all, and it felt like she was listening from a completely different dimension. It sounded very distorted. She heard him say, so you have to make me happy today. And that's it. She doesn't remember anything else after that. Just waking up in that bed to be assaulted. She knew she wasn't going crazy, even though everyone, including the police, are trying to convince her that she's going crazy. She's thinking, I must have been.
Stephanie always uses the right words to tell her stories, and she adds so much detail, makes it worth it watching the whole 2 hours. Got my snacks on deck watching this. Hey, look, I'm still ordering my snacks. It's taking me a little bit of time because I'm trying to pay attention to the story, not miss a piece, and then picking my sushi at the same time. But yeah, I always advise everybody to get their snacks because this is a goodie. This is a good one.
And she had a sneaking suspicion.
And yeah, what is it? Stephanie So, I think her name is. But yeah, she's amazing with the detail. I mean, like she said before, there's like a whole team behind her. I'm sure because the way her eyes look up at an angle, looking at her, it's like a right angle. I think she has like one of those message boards that kind of scroll along as while she's telling the story, so it would sound a lot more fluent, and probably everything within her like verbiage bracket, so then like sounds natural as well. But as she's telling a story, but but with intent.
Something was in the water at Burning Sun. And water...
Yes, friends are important. Me and a friend Mickey'd before. Oh no. I was the other people through, and when I was outside, the air hit me. I almost passed out. That is crazy. I hope nothing crazy happened after that. Like, I hope that you're actually good. Some people are able to survive after that, but that's it, man. People are evil. You always got to have an emergency plan.
Is a big business at Burning Sun. The employees of Burning Sun are incentivized to bring VIPs water, to procure good water and protect the VIPs' water and deliver good water to the VIP tables and rooms. If the employees were capable of doing that, some of them would make close to $8,000 in a single night from tips from VIPs.
Wow.
All from the big shot foreign VIP clients that are really, really happy about water.
Right. Because the last story I remember hearing was water was a code word for like along the lines of like drugging, like putting drugs in the water or something of that nature. But saying that they wanted water was like saying that they got somebody.
The employees of the club would work together as a team to make sure VIP customers got their water. They would even have group chats in real time while they're working about how things were going, how the VIPs were looking for water, how they are enjoying their water, who needs more water.
That's what it was.
They would text things like, the VIP in the room is looking for good water tonight. Okay, I'm looking for good water. Hurry, he's pestering me for water. He's very thirsty. He said it doesn't even need to be good water anymore. Just someone get him some water.
Dang.
His fellow coworker responds, I'll get him a side dish then. A little confusing. In another chat, an employee texts the other employees, someone is approaching the water I secured for a VIP. Bouncer, hurry up and go protect my water. He gets a response from the bouncer. On it. The bouncer pushes through the crowd towards the bar, scanning the area. He spots the water that the employee is talking about. A man is with the water. So he approaches this man, tells him to get lost, and he's standing there awkwardly with the water. But it's not what you imagine. It's not a cup of water. It's not a bottle of water. It's a woman. She's very pretty. She would make the VIPs very happy. Employees at the Burning Sun had their own vocabulary when they were working. When they say water, they were never talking about real water. They were talking about women. Female clubgoers. That's what they call them. Not humans, not people, not women. Water.
So in Korean, like 물.
물. Yeah. It's like a phrase that you would use. If you go outside and you see a ton of pretty people that day, you might say something along the lines of, wow, why is the water so fresh today? That's a way of saying, wow, everyone is so attractive today. Because the slang is, the water is fresh means the fish in the water is fresh and tasty. Water can refer to all genders when it's used in this phrase. Like when people say the water is...
I think that's a cool phrase, saying water, but not in the context of what they're doing it as. Like, I think that'd be a pretty more of a tasteful way of saying things like that, but not in the context of Burning Sun situation. That's crazy.
It's fresh. It's not just referring to women. It could mean, oh, the guys are attractive, like everybody's attractive.
Okay.
I sometimes am lurking in my Instagram comments and I see that a lot of you guys have businesses, and I always try to support where I can, which, side note about it, you guys are very talented. And most business owners that I personally know use Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business, from the launching your online shop stage to the first real life store, first real life pop-up stage, even all the way to, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you guys are selling scented soaps or offering...
Hey, but seriously, there has to be remedial action, especially for women out there, because y'all guys got targets on your back, man. Like, there's not good people out here. Oh, this is also my first stream. I caught early, forgot. Hey, well, appreciate you for stopping by in the first stream, my brother. In my day, that's how we talked about men. A tall glass of water. That is a fact. A tall glass of water. Yeah. I mean, I heard that before, but not like everybody in general, like water. You know what I mean? But that's funny though. Yeah, everybody gotta have an emergency contact they know they could adhere to. And I know, like, you know, some nice different or whatever, feeling the vibes, everybody connecting, blah blah blah. Things do happen, but it would even me when it came down to it, it was like, if I was going out with a girl or whatever, and I was still out dating, I would tell my best friend, or I would share the address where I was going that night, and like the locations that I was going, even though if I knew I was well equipped of handling myself, I'm just like, if you don't hear from me by this time, I'm probably dead, bro. Straight up. That's what I would say. I'd be like, here's the location, here's where I'm gonna be, and that was technically it. And then I'd probably even share sometimes like what the person looked like, cause I trust nobody. Not a single soul. Not I. This is why you pick the bear. Stay with your group. Don't go alone. Don't leave with other people. You leave with who you came with. Yep, that's definitely a right way to go about it for sure. If anything, keep it simple.
But at the Burning Sun, water refers to women. Good water refers to very pretty women. And averagely okay women are just side dishes. They are not the main course. The goal for the employees at the Burning Sun is to survey the women coming into the club, pick the prettiest ones that would please the VIPs, get them drunk them before the VIPs get there so they can deliver them to the VIP. The goal would be, she is beautiful, she is beyond the point of consent, the VIP is happy. Because now the VIP doesn't have to waste his time getting her drunk so that he can essay her. He can just go ahead and do whatever he wants to her illegally. VIP is happy, the employees get a big tip. That is the ultimate goal of the employees at Burning Sun.
Wow.
And nothing makes them happier than watching the little essay of a young woman. They would text videos into their group chat of VIPs R-wording unconscious women. They would text things like, look at the VIP room right now, they're doing it. They would text back, wow, it's true. From Burning Sun to Hong Kong. To go to Hong Kong means reaching the height during intimate activities. So if a weird Korean guy asks if you want to go to Hong Kong tonight, he's not asking you to catch a flight with him for a spontaneous trip. He's asking you for something. And employees of the Burning Sun knew VIPs were more likely to tip them and come back if they were going to Hong Kong. But very few girls ever got drunk at a club to the point of not being aware of their surroundings or passing out. Or at least you don't do that without having friends that you can trust to not let you out of their sight. I feel like most girls know how dangerous that is. So it's up to the employees to get girls into that state quickly and discreetly. Their solution was date.
So we have a Life of 360 group, and it helped so many times when going out. Yes, bear. Yeah, I didn't get what the bear meant. I was just like, you picked the bear? I was like, for sure.
Employees, sometimes even bartenders, would date their own female customers.
Oh, yeah,
which,
right.
A few things about this are so terrifying. How easy it is to spike someone's drink, terrifying.
Yeah.
But also, I imagine, if I went to a club, I might be cautious of strange men around me, but I don't think I would ever be really cautious that the bartender would spike my drink or that the employees would.
Yeah, especially Burning Sun, one of the most like famous club, most high-end club. Like,
yeah,
what?
The employees would date their own female customers to serve them on a silver platter for higher paying male VIP customers who came to essay the female customers.
And see, what's really messed up about that is like they could call 911 and I guarantee you they'd be like, oh, there was nothing. So you gotta just have that one crazy friend that's really willing to take it to the end of the world to come find you, because I got the text. I need to find them. I don't care what you talking about. You need one of them.
They women, essayed them, took pictures and videos of the assaults, created a product catalog of the victims to see if other VIPs wanted to pay to essay these victims as well. That was the real business model of Burning Sun. They were, in theory, running a complicated trafficking ring, and they got away with it for a very long time. Not because they're flying under the radar and never getting called out on it. It's because they were being so blatant about it.
Yeah.
There's a saying, I believe
Hiding
in
things
German,
in
and
plain
it's
sight.
translated into English as, the devil was covering it with its own tail.
Yeah, which is hiding everything in plain sight. That's what a lot of commercials do. That's a lot of celebrities do. That's what a lot of politicians do. They make it a joke, as a ha-ha joke, but they're telling the truth at the same time.
And it's in reference to something being so out in
But
the
making it seem like it's a lie because they're joking about it. And that's how you could make your conscience feel better for doing something as heinous as that.
open. It's basically right under your nose. But you miss it because the devil has just barely hid it out of plain view. Like hiding in plain sight. The Burning Sun's reputation was the tail. And if anyone heard any strange, questionable stories coming out of the Burning Sun, first, they would question if the storytellers were even sober enough to remember the events correctly. And if the answer was yes, they would all just kind of shrug and say something along the lines of, that's just what happens at the Burning Sun. The club was owned by a well-known Korean celebrity and a bunch of investors. And the sentiment for a lot of Koreans at the time was, what else do you expect to happen at a place like the Burning Sun? It doesn't have a wholesome reputation. The club was co-founded by Lee Seung-lee, who is known as the...
You said someone started asking women on TikTok, would you rather be alone in the forest? Oh, yeah. With a bear or a man. You don't know. Almost every woman agrees they'd rather a bear. Yeah, I heard about that. I understand why people say that, but at the same time, when you know what how long a bear's claw is and what a bear is my favorite animal. A bear is my favorite animal, but they're the most versatile and dangerous mammals on this planet. Period. Like, especially polar bears. Polar bears are huge. Polar bears are probably they are the most savage. They're bigger than lions. They're like almost 3 times bigger than lions. Their claws are like almost as long as my index finger. It's like 3 inches. I think it's 2.5 or 3 inches long claws. The paw itself is like ridiculous. They stand up on their hind feet at like 10 to 11 feet. What? They can weigh up to like a ton. They run at speeds of like 30 to 40 miles an hour. They could swim forever. What are you gonna do with a bear? A bear's gonna smack the mess out of you and it's over. I heard of a story way back when that a military group tried to execute all the bears out of the forest or whatever, and this bear destroyed, like, it was roughly around like 15 to 20 military guys with weapons that were trying to kill this bear, and the scene looked like as if everybody huddled around a grenade and blew up. That was the description of like what it looked like from all those men that died from that one bear. It looked like a group, all of them huddled around a grenade and blew up. That means the bear didn't eat them. The bear just ripped them to shreds. But I do understand what people say, oh, I'd rather be in the bear's not going to bother you or something, but both are dangerous, so that's all I'm saying. There's a question on TikTok that would rather you left with, but yeah. Man, you looking fleek today. Appreciate you. I just decided to throw on a little jacket. Just a little bit. And it's a bright sunny day, so I had to match the flow. What forest are you? I'm not saying a polar bear is in the forest, but any other bear is still dangerous. Like, nobody's gonna go one-on-one with a bear. Even what I think the brown bear is or the black bear is the smallest bear, and even them, they're like up to like 300 or 400 pounds or something, like small. At least if a bear is going to take you out, they won't drag it out swift and quick. Technically, that, like, I guarantee you, just one smack of the face, like your whole toaster's gone. It's not really about survival. A bear will probably kill me. A man could do much worse, so I'd rather take my chances with the bear. Yeah, I feel you. Hey, just give it some honey. It'll be good. You know what I'm saying? I watched Winnie the Pooh before. He loves his honey.
Great Gatsby of South Korea. And not because he's a fan of literature and that's his favorite book, but because he throws insane, lavish parties. I'm talking a whole line of bottle girls coming out in line, holding $1,000 bottles of champagne in each hand, with insane sparklers shooting out of them. And it's not just one or two bottle girls, it's like a whole parade of them. Stacked champagne glasses ready to be filled, pretty women everywhere. Uniformed girls in white and gold sparkly dresses popping $10,000 bottles, $50,000 bottles. It was crazy. This is the same guy, Seung-lee, where for his own birthday, he had booked out a full luxury resort in the Philippines so that nobody else could stay there, flew 150 of his closest celebrity, nepo baby, politician children friends from all over East Asia, not just South Korea, but China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, everywhere, to the resort, flew them out in the Philippines to party for 4 days and 3 nights straight. These are not people that sit in economy. He's booking first class tickets for all of them.
That's crazy.
He spent $20,000 on just fireworks for his birthday countdown, which is like really a crazy thing to do. And the whole weekend ended up being around $444,000.
That's crazy because his image is like the opposite of this in the band, Big Bang.
This is a guy willing to drop hundreds of thousands, if not like $500,000 on his birthday party. And he started as this humble, insecure boy. We're going to get into all of it. You know, this became the appeal of Burning Sun. The general population of Korea had started to hear about Seung-lee's parties, started to hear about the new Great Gatsby of South Korea, and they wanted to go to one of Gatsby's insane parties. But back before Seung-lee opened Burning Sun, there's no way. How do you get on a celebrity's guest list?
You said it's like a real life Crazy Rich Asians, the book or movie. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's. I feel like they could make a Netflix movie out of this situation. Like, this is pretty wild. You know what Netflix show I actually hate? It's called You. Oh my gosh, I hate that show. I hate it so much. I think I watched up to like half of the second season, but it was like probably a quarter into the show or halfway into the show. I was just like, why are they making this guy seem like he's the good guy? And he was the criminal. They were trying to make you fall in love with the criminal. Dude is weird. Hey, if you guys have, I wouldn't suggest watching it, but if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. That dude's, oh my gosh, I hated that. I didn't like that show. Because they made it seem like you wanted to be on his side, and that's weird. Psychologically weird.
But now with Burning Sun, the club, they can experience it firsthand. So yeah, chaos is expected. People would say, did you hear about that underage girl? What? The underage girl that stole her mom's credit card and spent it all at Burning Sun. Apparently, the mom found out, rushed to Burning Sun. The bouncers called the cops on the mom.
Okay.
Mom gets handcuffed, dragged away. But the crazy thing is, there's speculations that it wasn't just a girl with a fake ID who wanted to party, that maybe Burning Sun was trying to target underage girls to come to the club.
Wow.
What is it with when people get rich and then they want to do weird stuff? With the underage thing, the P. Diddy thing, the Drake thing, there's a lot of. I'm gonna be like, when I make it and I get money, right? I become real wealthy and rich. I'm gonna just be off in a farm far away, have me 20 acres by myself. I don't want to be around no other rich people because most of them so far are weird. I know a lot of cool people, but you never know. People get really weird with money.
I don't know how true that is. That's just what happens at the Burning Sun. These are the reactions people would give. There was another report of a couple that went to the Burning Sun, and the girlfriend had, she felt comfortable. She was going to this wild, crazy club, but she was going with her boyfriend.
Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, he lived in Washington. Crazy. Ted Bundy, saying somebody has Ted Bundy vibes is wild. You're like, you're real charismatic. I think you might murder me.
Friend. So if anybody approached her, she would just say, oh, I have a boyfriend, and he's right there. Or if she was scared, she could just ask the boyfriend, hey, can you just take me home? I don't really feel safe. That night at the Burning Sun, her own boyfriend her with date drugs at the club, then assaulted her at a hotel and filmed it without her consent.
That's true, or?
True. She filed a police report against him.
How crazy.
Wow.
The boyfriend claimed, my girlfriend consented to it all. We're dating. Of course she consented. She wanted it.
That's not how it works.
She said when you're on GHB, the date drug, it feels like you're in a trance. You just do whatever you're told to do, and you kind of hear things, but then you have no recollection of anything once you truly wake up and snap out of it. You feel like a zombie, that you can take orders, but you don't remember any of that. But it's just what happens at the Burning Sun, right? How can they control what kind of boyfriends come in with what kind of intentions? Then another story came out. A witness, Miss K, stated that she was with this guy that she had met at Burning Sun, and he's like, hey, do you want to come up to my hotel room upstairs? Because the Burning Sun is attached to a hotel. She accepted. She said that she was just going to go up there to have a drink with him. But as soon as he opens the door to the hotel room, she sees something very, very alarming. A woman is laying unconscious on the couch, and a man is shoving his face in her chest and climbing on top of her. He gets off immediately, like he had just been caught doing something. He's friends with the guy that she walked in with. So I guess they're sharing this room or something. And he just starts laughing, and he's like, oh yeah, this is my girlfriend, and she's super drunk right now. But that's not what it felt like. The girl didn't just look super drunk, and something about the whole vibe, it didn't seem like his girlfriend either. She called the police, but they responded super nonchalantly about it, saying, well, technically no crime really happened, did it? So once again, some people, including the police, were just saying, it's just what happens at the Burning Sun. Another story was of a girl named Sarah. Well, let's call her Sarah. Sarah said that she didn't really know too much about the Burning Sun, other than the fact that her friends would go to the club and come back with these crazy stories of how they felt so extroverted and crazy, and it was a blast and how fun it was.
I forgot about this. The plot twist to this is so insane.
And she's thinking, wow, this is insane. My friends are normally insane introverts that hate leaving the house, and this club is bringing them out of their shells. Naturally, she's curious. She gets connected to a friend of a friend named Anna, who said that she had been a big party goer, and they formed this friendship. Anna offers to take Sarah to the Burning Sun since she had been there before. And Sarah has no clue that Anna didn't just go to the Burning Sun a few times. Anna worked at the Burning Sun as a runner. Once they get to the club, Anna gives Sarah a pill and encourages her to take it. It was ketamine, which is known to sedate, incapacitate, and cause short-term memory loss in people. It can also be used as a date drug, which an employee of a business befriending a young woman, lying about her affiliation with said business, and supplying the young girl with at said business, that sounds like it's been ripped out of some sort of trafficking handbook. But again, people were like, we don't really know the relationship between Sarah and Anna. And let's say an employee did that. She could have just been a weird employee.
So keep in mind, there's also the N9 room. What is that situation? So there's a very different appetite in Korea. Not all of them, but the population is not that huge. What is the N9 room? Gonna have to explain that one. But yeah, Korea is not huge. And I'm pretty sure, as far as what I've understood, people being connected and the hierarchy type situation, and what is it? Who runs everything there? There's like one. Is it Samsung? Yeah, Samsung. Samsung like runs everything. They make everything from eraser savings to technology. You know what I mean?
That does drugs, it's not representative of the club. And it's just what happens at the Burning Sun. There were other rumors that Burning Sun employees had undercover doctors to be around just in case a VIP or someone in the club overdosed on drugs, so that these doctors would be available to try and resuscitate so that no one would get busted for drugs. This is a very speculative rumor, so take it with a grain of salt. But later, with everything that comes out, it's not completely unbelievable. All in all these people that were coming out with their stories of the Burning Sun, they're getting brushed off. So, of course, if the police, if their closest friends and family don't really take them seriously, why would they go to a bigger audience?
Right.
And tell the world, hey, something weird is happening at the Burning Sun. It almost became normalized for alarming stories to come out, and people would just laugh it off and say, Burning Sun is crazy. So let's talk about the business model of the club.
The brush off of that.
The Burning Sun Club was attached to an upscale hotel. It's called Hotel Le Meridia. I'm trying to pronounce it in the French way. And both club and hotel are going to be linked in a really dark way later. Burning Sun's business model was that once those club doors open and patrons start flowing in, two separate business operations are going to be running at the same time. The legal operation and the underground VIP operation. The legal operation runs like most popular high-end nightclubs. Weekends, there are lines wrapped around the building. Every young adult wants to party at this exclusive nightclub. It became a lifestyle brand. Even if you weren't necessarily having fun at the Burning Sun, just by taking a picture and tagging it on your Instagram story meant that you were someone. Not everyone could get.
Said with the 9th room, they said that it was likely you would know someone involved. 1 of 10. The 9th room is another Rotten Mango episode. Can't describe it. Extra sick. Ooh. Might have to check it out.
Get in, and that's why everyone wanted to get in. Of course, like other clubs, guys had to pay a cover fee to get in. But if you were a tall, attractive young woman, you would get in for free. Side note, I'm not a club goer, so this doesn't really impact me either way. And I'm not saying that women shouldn't get into clubs for free. I think women should be allowed into a lot of places for free, like the boardrooms. But we are a capitalistic society, and at the risk of sounding dramatic, if you are not the one paying, you are the product. A bunch of guys wanted to go to the club because they knew
because clubs aren't meant for clubs, parties are literally nothing without women. So women are technically going to get in for free because the guys are going to follow. Therefore, that's why the guys pay, because that's why they're going, is because of the women. There's not going to be a club full of men. Can't wait to hang out with a whole bunch of men. Women are cool. So guess what? Guys want to be where the cool stuff is, i.e. the club. So that's why a lot of women get in free. But upscale ones, I've seen it even in Vegas. I'm actually going to Vegas soon, where there was a group of friends. All of the chicks were bad besides literally like one of them, like 1 or 2 of them, something like that. It's really fuzzy in my mind, but all of the chicks were able to go, like the slim fit kind of chicks were able to go besides the more husky ones. Yo, it was bad. I was like, y'all really dipped out on her and left her in the line? It was foul. It was pretty bad. It was really bad. But yeah, crazy. Hey, I'm not much of a club goer, but I like to get in free
had
though.
high
I like to get it free.
standards for women. So only.
You said, can we listen to, what is it, Hindy's Hall? What is that? Heinz Hall? What is that? Heinz Hall? Yeah, but I definitely explore ladies' night. Yeah, ladies' night. Ladies' night is technically every night.
Only the prettiest girls got in for free. A bunch of girls wanted to go to the club because they knew that in order for guys to enter, not only did they have to pay a cover fee, but Burning Sun also attracted a certain kind of man. And usually, if you saw a guy at a VIP table at the Burning Sun, that meant that he did very well for himself. And then, of course, there were just the people that were curious about what the hell was going on inside. So they're like, let me just go once. So within the first few weeks of opening, Burning Sun made around $1.4 million.
Wow.
After 6 months of being in business.
That's the most respectable thing you can do is to not go in, even though that they picked one. Because I know there's some ways where pretty girls could skip the line, and then they could be like, they could just go up to the bouncer and be like, can I skip the line? But you gotta, like, and depending on what club and what area you're in, there's only so much you could do. But for ones that you know that are bad, they could go ahead and skip the line, ask the bouncer, hey, can I skip the line and bring my girls? They'd be like, yep. And yeah, it's a wild culture for club life. That's why I don't really indulge too much, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And that's why, I don't know, I think people want to feel valued in a way, and they try the most toxic way possible to do so. So, whatever.
Their earnings doubled. And that's just the legal side of their business. I would imagine they're bringing in a lot more money with their underground business. Cover fees are a small source of the legal income. The main moneymaker for the club's legal business was alcohol packages, VIP tables. Burning Sun made the money spending experience fun and lavish. If you purchased an alcohol set for your table, beautiful women in short dresses would come with sparklers in bottles parading around you to let the whole club know that you just made a horrible financial decision.
Right.
They had 5 main sets. The Heaven set, which included 5 bottles of champagne for $10,000. Continental set A, $50,000 for 80 bottles of Dom. 80. I don't even know.
Wait, so the Heaven set is the cheapest one?
Heaven set is the cheapest one.
Oh.
Yeah.
For
And
10,000.
remember, they said that this isn't the real money maker. Isn't these packages here? It's not the club. It's the literal trafficking that's the money maker. So hearing these prices, and obviously they're being sold, or else they wouldn't be up there. That's insane. That is insane. How much is it for a kidney? I think you get like 20 or 30,000 for it's crazy.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Continental set B included 30 bottles of Jay-Z champagne, and it's $50,000. Continental set C, 40 bottles of a different high-end champagne, $50,000. And lastly, the most expensive set was called the Mansour set. Apparently, it was named after the vice president of the UAE, who is known in Korea as a world-class rich person. That's what they call him, literally, a world-class rich person. His net worth is $30 billion. So yeah, I would say so. He is a world-class rich person. He's part of the royal family.
Oh,
yes.
I see. Yeah.
The set comprised of 22 bottles, and it was priced at $100,000. It's
for literally just a few hours and a few minutes of experience. That's... I mean, hey, if you got it like that, you could do whatever you want. So, I mean, I'm not tripping that they spend their money on like bottle service and stuff like that. You feel the way you feel, and you do what you do if you got it like that. So, can't trip.
That Seungri made up the Mansour set for fun, thinking nobody's gonna spend $100,000.
You said people seem to like pretty privilege. Yeah, pretty privilege is a definite thing. Pretty privilege. But if I must say, I was quite the beauty in my day, but it's not all roses. It comes to baggage and crazies. Yeah, that is very true. It's a double-edged sword both ways. So if you don't have the pretty privilege, you obviously have to work a bit harder for the things that you want. But within that, I mean, although you have to work hard, you might find more genuine people because you don't have that pretty privilege. But if you do have pretty privilege, you'll have more so fake people and people that are trying to get with you because of your assets. and finding genuine people is a lot harder. So, yeah, there's a double-edged sword to both. I think there's a good ugly medium.
But people did. There was one Taiwanese businesswoman that would come in and blow $200,000 in one night.
Sheesh.
A businesswoman?
Well, some sources report she's a businesswoman. I would say most sources report her to be the housewife of a businessman. Yes.
Okay.
She would later become an investor in the club and Seung Lee's bottomless purse.
Wow.
Side
Wow.
note about her, I don't know if she saw the future of the business, that's why she invested and spent so much time at the club, or if she just had a love for Big Bang. I kind of get the feeling that she's just obsessed with Big Bang.
I
She
see.
would bring her luxury designer bags to be signed by Big Bang members. It just seemed like she was a super rich fan.
She was just super fangirling. She had probably no clue what was really going on then. She was just fangirling, and that was it. That's all that mattered.
So we went over the legal alcohol menu for club goers, but in order to experience the full menu of the Burning Sun, you have to be a consistent VIP. This is going to open you up to a whole new world. When a VIP walks in through the door, first of all, they get a separate entrance. And if you spend around $10,000 a night, you get 2 guards to accompany you, and they are also kind of like your butlers. The employees in the club know when a VIP walks in, and they all cater to that person all night long, making sure that everything that they could possibly want under the sun, they've got it. VIPs want to do drugs, even though it's highly, highly illegal in South Korea, no problem. There's a VIP bathroom at the Burning Sun where allegedly could be taken orally, but also through the vein if that's what the VIP clients
I
wanted.
said, get the vein, please, the big one. I've never been given a leg up for that because people want your legs up for it. Yeah, that is an absolute fact. They're just like, if I gave you something, I want something in return. But that's why you gotta understand the two differences of what kindness and what being nice is. Being nice is trying to get something in return or validation. Being kind is something from the heart that doesn't seek validation or something to be given in exchange.
Full service. Side note, a lot of these employees would spend their time working as merchandisers. This is a very important position at the Burning Sun. So most merchandisers at like most establishments, they need to keep inventory of the alcohol, make sure the bartenders are giving top shelf alcohol for someone that orders it and keeping the house vodka to the house vodka orders. But there's another side of merchandisers working at the Burning Sun. And we're mainly going to be talking about them moving forward when I talk about merchandisers. They are there to provide all other products, quote, products, for the VIPs. The regular merchandisers take care of the alcohol, the food, the napkins, the crystal glasses for the whiskey. The VIP merchandisers are almost like personal shoppers, personal concierges, butlers for the night. And they usually try to plan ahead for the VIP's needs over the weekend. On Thursday, every merchandiser from the Burning Sun sends out text messages. The regular merchandisers will send out the weekend specials to the regular clients about imported champagne that they just received that's on special, or a new claw-footed bathtub filled with ice and champagne, or a new party theme with cover fee being slashed in half, or a new DJ that's going to be featuring this weekend. The VIP merchandisers will send out similar text. This week's specials are almost like a restaurant's weekly specials, catch of the day at supermarkets. But instead of promoting cover fees being discounted or alcohol sets being on special, they were sending pictures and videos of women. All unconscious women. They were naked and had just been essayed by other employees or VIPs. The merchandisers believed that these women, these victims, could be victimized again. So it's just a matter of which one the VIPs wanted. Under each picture or video of a girl was a price. To drug and essay the girl. They're selling essay. They're not even selling, they're selling.
So they're gonna what?
Lure the girls back in.
Wow.
So they get their numbers usually the weekend before when they're and lure them back in. And just like how the alcohol specials changed every week, the girls changed every week. The merchandisers would text the VIP, you can have this one, or how about this one? Or you can like this. a kind of playing like this. So they're referencing videos like, you can also do it like this. Or texts that read, I can make you a reservation guest. If you come, I can get you this girl. If there was more than one VIP client that wanted the same girl that weekend, they would open a bid. The clients would auction on the woman who had no idea that any of this was even happening. Many of the club investors and VIP
to not know that you're for sale and you just having fun, you just at a carnival and people are just scouting you in a club and people are just scouting you. That is crazy.
Clients were wealthy businessmen from other countries. So there were a lot of rich Chinese, Japanese, and Thai businessmen who would travel for work to Seoul, and they would stop by the Burning Sun to let off steam. The merchandisers were really good at knowing exactly what kind of girls each of them wanted. They always stated that the Chinese VIPs really liked Gangnam Onnis. So Gangnam is like the Beverly Hills of Seoul, and Onni means older sister. It's a really nice way of saying they like faces with a lot of work done. So when they knew that a group of Chinese VIPs were coming in, they would send them the weekly specials filled with Gangnam Onnis. Wow. It's like none of the VIPs wanted workers. That's the part a lot of netizens were infuriated by, because regardless of how anybody feels about sex work, if it is between two consenting adults, there is a level of understanding there. There is a transaction that's being made, and in the best case scenario, it's a win-win. Both parties get exactly what they want. And I say that in defense of the workers, right? Because usually they get the shorter end of the stick. No, anyway, it would be a bit more acceptable if this club was illegally running some sort of brothel. But that's not what's happening. They're straight up trafficking. I mean, this is like human trafficking. None of the VIPs wanted sex workers. They wanted girl next door, truly did not know that she was getting and being filmed while being assaulted. They wanted victims. That's what they wanted. But let's say they didn't choose a girl through text ahead of time. They showed up without advance notice. The merchandisers would go out and pick out the girls that they felt best suited the VIP's types and bring them into the VIP room.
So they just walk around on the floor?
Yeah. And just any girl that had come to spend money at their establishment, a potential victim. Or the VIP would already have their eyes on a girl or two in the club, and they would just be brought in. They would request, I want that one and that one. The employees would go those girls and bring them in. And just to reiterate this point home, sorry if it feels redundant, but it is a huge part of this case. These women that they're picking to bring to the VIP rooms are not employees of the club, and they are not sex workers. And I don't say that to say employees or sex workers are not as important, but I'm saying if it was an employee or a sex worker, they would be there for work. Like, these women literally came as customers, have no idea that they're being chosen to be victimized. They're like Minjung, just hanging out with friends. The assaults would either happen right in the VIP rooms or upstairs in one of the hotel rooms of the La Meridia. Wow. And the hotel also happens to be an investor in the club. So there is a question of how big and how well thought out this operation was from start to finish. The hotel owns close to 50% of the club.
Okay.
The speculation being perhaps that was the whole point that Burning Sun was created. For this reason. It's not a club that happened to fall into trafficking, but rather a front for trafficking. I think the unsettling thing about this case is both operations were done pretty out in the open. This is a club. It's not like one of those money laundering schemes where a front is a churro shop and behind the scenes is God knows what. We'll never know because the public will never see it, hear about it, know anything about it. But with Burning Sun, they're running these operations in front of all the club goers. I would liken this to the feeling of going to a supermarket, shopping for beef, not knowing that there are security cameras watching you and another group of people behind those cameras shopping for human meat. Like, that's the feeling, I'm sure. Yeah. And because nobody really knew what was going on inside the burning club, aside from victims who were staying quiet out of fear.
I'm pretty sure that they have a lot of reasons why, they can't do much of anything. As far as Stray Kids, I'm pretty sure they want them safeguarded as much as possible. But, I mean, so much could definitely happen in the span of a few minutes. But, I mean, they're under contract, so I wouldn't pass it by that, they're trying to protect them in such a way that they're like, but then you have to understand and think about like what do they know that's probably flying under the radar, or that they probably do as far as like the producers or whoever's holding the contract, that they're wanting to, because they're money bags for them ultimately. So they're protecting their money in a sense with the contract, so then they don't mess up anything. But we'll see what happens if they want to continue that contract, because I have a theory that I've seen a little bit as far as how they address particular situations. I think that Stray Kids may get a second contract, but I don't think a third contract though. That's my thought. Because there's a lot of strain that goes on behind the scenes that you don't see, and because of the format of how K-pop is, you have to be like real squeaky clean, and that's a lot of what they obviously portray as while we're listening to this crazy story, but even more so with Stray Kids. Not saying that they did anything bad, but ultimately like the people that they probably work for aren't all that great, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I feel as if that they might do another contract, but they probably want to. I don't know how they can go in solo as their own group without anybody else or a different company, but I've seen some things that I feel like they would be hesitant to do a third contract rather than just a second one. I don't know. But time will tell.
People were...
He said, you don't think they should even sign for a second contract without a better negotiation? Well, yeah, of course, because the first negotiation normally screws them over, so I'm probably opinion again. Yeah, hey, it happens. But yeah, possibly, I would say so. But like I said, I don't know the future of, because their contract ends in 2005. So I was actually thinking about making a video about that. Like, does anybody think that they're going to continue their contract? And if they do continue the contract, how long? Or if they're going to do a third contract, do you think they're going to break up as a group, respectively? Or if they're going to stay together but go along with like a different, some other people's, or just have a better negotiated contract that allows them to have more creative free reign to do, whatever it is that they do.
Lining up, fighting, paying to get into the burning sun, a place that would turn out to be a literal hell for the victims. And it all gets exposed by a 29-year-old man by the name of Kim Sang-gyu.
Why do you think they should leave, though? Do you know something I don't?
We're going to call him Kim for the rest of the story. November 24th, 2018, Kim went to Burning Sun with a bunch of his friends. It was his friend's birthday. They're all there to have a good time. It also happened to be the first snow, Cheonneun, which is a very special day in Korea. We're supposed to make a wish and spend it with your loved ones. It's a very cute, romantic day. So Kim decides to go outside. He's in the burning sun, and the snow starts falling. So he's like, oh my God, I'm going to go outside just quickly to see the snow. He kind of parts with his friends, and on his way out, he sees a woman half passed out, barely conscious, being dragged out by a man. She looks like she's trying to grab onto passerbys. She doesn't want to leave. It's clear this is not consensual. She clearly wants help. So Kim decides, I'm going to help. He decides to block the man from taking this woman. And this man happened to be a VIP client, and the employees of the Burning Sun did not take well to Kim standing in the VIP's way.
Wow. So they're like blatantly.
Oh, in front of people.
Wow.
Yeah. The employees also did not appreciate that Kim was now standing in their way of making a fat tip. So they drag Kim outside in front of Burning Sun CCTV cameras into the snowy road, and they start beating him. They start pummeling Kim. The club executive was one of the main perpetrators. He trips Kim with his foot, grabs Kim by the hair to hold his head in place, uses his other hand to punch him in the face repeatedly. It was getting to the point where even one of the bouncers was like, hey, let's chill out a little bit on this customer. But this executive is not listening. Another bouncer jumps in to help hold Kim in place, so it's easier for the club executive to hit him. At one point, the club executive even walks away from Kim, who's on the road just sitting there, because now he has 3 broken ribs. It's painful to even try and get up. This is not a light beating. The club executive walks over to his little bouncers, takes off his jacket, only to walk back over and continue beating Kim. Then when he's finally done, he just walks back into the club with the bouncers, leaving Kim on the ground. Kim is confused, scared, but also, rightfully, really pissed. He calls the police, who gets there 12 minutes later, and he's explaining to the police what happened.
So the whole idol group the whole idol group thing is poisonous. I think so too. They have clearly in some ways said they have been getting depressed at times, songs that describe suicide and humanitarian, these parasocial relationships and all comes with it. Unhealthy. Yeah. I mean, as far as I remember from watching 2023 Guide, Han is probably the only one that was mentioned as far as making music resulting in like mental health and stuff like that. And I know that's frowned upon in K-pop in the cultures, but he still does it anyway. So I know that there's a part of them that wants to, do their own thing. And I feel like, they're actual friends. So I feel like that they would come together for a song to do a song, but also want to do things like on their own or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I think as a group developing is good in the beginning, but I don't think in the long term. So I don't see them necessarily being together forever, but ultimately just kind of breaking apart in not a bad way, but they're all their own person,
And he's pointing at the CCTV cameras like, hey, it's all on there. Everything that happened, you're going to see it on there, so go look at it. The police don't really do anything.
Clean, huh?
And Kim is like, what are you doing? I said the person that did this to me is in there. He went that way, so go into the club and find him. They're still not really doing anything. Frustrated, Kim kicks the trash can in front of the VIP entrance, and they still don't do anything. Finally, officers decide to go into the club, leaving Kim outside. They talk with the security. They talk with the club executive that beat up Kim. And once they get back outside of the club, they arrest Kim. They tackle Kim to the ground and arrest Kim. They handcuff him from the back, which I imagine is quite painful as he has 3 broken ribs. Employees are oddly seen helping the police arrest Kim, which is just really suspicious if you think about it.
Criminals helping criminals while criminals doing criminal acts. Crazy.
Because
yeah, exactly.
even if a client did something wrong and they're getting arrested on the premises, why would you help? Like, there's enough cops already.
Yeah.
Kim would state that as he's being dragged into the police station, the officers intentionally tripped him, and since his hands were handcuffed behind his back, he had nothing to break his fall except with his face.
An officer tripped him?
Yeah. He had busted his face, had a severe nosebleed. He claimed the police also kicked him and hit him several times where he had already broken his ribs. He had several broken ribs and they still refused medical care. He was seen at the police station yelling, "Seungri's club, you guys got money, they do hard and they do marijuana in there."
승리 클럽에 너네는 돈 받고 걔네는 마약하고 걔네 거기서 대마하고.
January 28th, 2019, Kim starts going on interviews and making posts about what happened to him inside the Burning Sun. His main accusations were, the women are being at the club. Police are getting paid by the club to look the other way. He said, screams could sometimes be heard coming from the VIP rooms of girls begging for help. These are masked by club security, and then the paid-off police department nearby protects the club from legal liability. The police are...
You know who needs to go up in there? John Wick. John Wick needs to go up in that club and save all the women. That's what needs to happen. Just everybody. Bang Chen said that. Said he's been there and done that. Has friends that have. and that the guys saved him. Felix said Jane kept him alive. Lonely Street song hints that I think he should ban it off. Yeah. I feel like they're a dope group and they're a dope family together as friends. And I'm sure that they're gonna adhere to each other's, wants and needs, what's best for all of them. So I think they're gonna do it strategically, and I think that they've been planning it for some time now. Because I've sensed it in Bang Chan's mannerisms that he's kind of over a lot of things, but he's keeping his demeanor and his poise as a leader to do what's right by the group and for their future. So we will see what happens.
Aren't here to protect the public. They're corrupt. Kim started a Blue House petition, and it received more than 200,000 signatures in just one day. The petition detailed specific and assault cases that allegedly happened within the Burning Sun Club, as well as their sketchy and corrupt relationship with the local city police. It gained so much attention, the president at the time promised to have his team look into it.
Yeah.
But when the Blue House looked into it, the police just turned in random reports that Kim was committing assault in the club.
Oh my
They
gosh.
argued, look, Kim is the one that was essaying people in the club. He was caught, dragged outside by employees, and beaten. Should he have been beaten like that? No, but the employees just really hate scum of the earth essayers, So we came out and we arrested the guy. With this, all the news outlets started reporting Kim as some sort of criminal, which it's a whole long story we're going to get into later. But the Burning Sun even came out with an official statement stating Kim was an offender and they had no choice but to kick him out. To support their statement, they submitted 2 complaints from women who allegedly were assaulted by Kim at the club. Suddenly, the story very quickly becomes a he said, she said situation rather than a very serious allegation of trafficking inside of a club.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you talk about it, tell somebody, the higher ups are gonna do what they do best and be snakes. Then they're gonna make it seem like you're the criminal, they're the victims, and it was false allegations. This, not a third. Brings a lot of confusion, but then takes the heat off of them and say, "Oh, this dude's just crazy, and he's the one that's doing it." Now that's hard to come back, even if it's a lie. That's a hard thing to come by. Is if someone says that, hey, this person did XYZ to me, and later on finding out that it's not true, it's like you almost can't come back. You can't come back from that because of the diminished name that you have under the allegations. And a lot of people much rather choose, sadly enough, the bad news over the good news. But it's a tough world out there.
But netizens did notice something strange. The person who filed a complaint against Kim saying that she was harassed by him at the club was an employee of the club. Not saying...
Yeah, I think Bang Chan is also tired of the fandom because it's a lot to deal with. Yep, just like Johnny Depp. Yeah, exactly. Didn't do a thing, but his wife was crazy, and her craziness bled all over his career. But I think Bang Chan for sure is tired of the fandom because it's a lot. It is a lot, and just being a normal bystander, it's a lot to look at. So I could only imagine like everything that goes about because it's heavily what's the word? It's not the exact word, but it's critical. So anything you do, say, whatever, it's all under a big microscope, and from like weight to the tone of your skin to what you say and how you say it, and like you gotta be like this perfect person and be like the furthest thing from human. And it's the weirdest thing ever. and shame on you if you decide to be mad about somebody saying something a certain way and then you respond in a human way. Like, you get slandered for it. It's crazy.
That they can't be harassed by clients, but like, she was a merchandiser at the club. It was Anna, the runner. People didn't know that yet, but still, it was just weird. Right after he alleges that there's an underground ring happening at the club, an employee of the club says that he is the essayer. Kim said that he was charged unrighteously and inaccurately on 7 charges, including defamation, indecent acts, criminal battery, and more.
Wow.
And our team tries really hard to not make something about something that it's not, right? But there was a feeling by the K netizens and by a lot of people that had gone to the Burning Sun. Okay,
I keep hearing the word or the phrase K netizens. What is that? I don't know what netizens is. You guys got to learn me some things. I'm trying to learn.
man
Netizens.
has spoken out about the club. And sure, it's kind of a he said, she said situation, but a lot of netizens were still on this man's side and supporting him. And it kind of felt safe enough for women to come forward now. Because if it had been a woman whistleblower to this, there had been other small cases of women trying to anonymously come forward that something weird was happening at the Burning Sun. They were slut shamed to hell and back. But now that there was a male at the center of this whistleblowing situation,
Right.
they felt like, okay, maybe we can also.
You've seen even in your chat, they have come at me, but I never let them. Yeah, they get buck wild on some stuff. Like, it's one way and there's no other way. That's about it when it comes to the fandom. Extremely crazed. Netizens is online community. K netizens are Korean online community. Okay. I did not know of such things. I thought it was. I mean, I thought it was like within the realm of that, but more like you know how, like anime group or something like that.
So help bolster his story because we have our own stories about the Burning Sun.
Damn, that says a lot.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, just like the crime itself says a lot about the violence against a certain gender. And then this just reiterates that. So, you know, like I said before that, it was people like Minjung, people who are getting blamed, victim blamed. And now a man comes out and they're like, okay, maybe this is our chance to expose what's really been happening. So because of Kim, a lot of anonymous.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna do a lot more deep dives into like the dark side of K-pop. I'm getting extremely interested in it because there's just so I feel like it's even probably more of a deeper rabbit hole than just American celebrities and our artists here. But it's different overseas for sure. Like, from the aesthetic and the way you look and how you have to do certain things, like, crazy.
Women start coming forward with their stories of the Burning Sun. Many of these stories would confirm Kim's allegations of police corruption because many of these women reported their essays to the police and they did nothing.
For sure.
It was revealed that the
light.
most commonly used to essay women at the club was GHB. It's called 물퐁 in Korea. Well, at least that's what most commonly used.
And also, I think what's cool about me doing it specifically is because I'm super new to this. I've only been watching K-pop stuff for like 2 months now, but I've done it at an extremely high rate in comparison to probably anybody that, you know, was curious, from not knowing what it is to now having a pretty decent foundation as far as what it is, and then doing probably like a deep dive into like the background of everything because what I was explaining in one of the videos I haven't released yet is like the foundation as far as K-pop itself. They have a specific structure and just leading up to how you have to become the thing to be an idol, and then ultimately get appointed a group and then excel within that group is literally everything. There has to be a dark side to it, because there's too much perfection in it. When I see something that's too polished, too white, too clean, too clear, there's an even darker side on the other side. So I do want to go ahead and check that out.
Use slang for it. It is the most commonly used date drug even here in the US. It comes in a clear liquid form or white powder that becomes completely dissolved and invisible in liquid. It is odorless, tasteless, and colorless. There was a journalist who experimented by taking GHB herself under the care of a doctor. She was so loopy. She alternates from being passed out to being awake and like writing things on her hand and talking about her mom. She doesn't remember a single thing. None of it.
Wow.
But that's not the only damage. Long use of GHB can result in poor memory and even brain damage. If you take a lot while consuming alcohol, it could even result in death. The victim usually starts becoming semi-conscious just from one sip. It's like the lights are turned off suddenly. But it can't really be detected that well. It's often compared to a state of dementia. You can walk around by yourself, but you don't remember walking around. And everything feels separated from your own free will. At the Burning Sun, some employees would request to be brought zombies for VIP room 3, for example. They'd be like, okay, we need zombies in room 3. Because GHB makes the victims able to walk and talk, but they're not there. They're not making any decisions themselves, so they know that these victims are either entirely unconscious or their cognitive abilities are all heavily affected by the... So they know
See, like I said before, I'm going to Vegas the 21st to the 28th of this month. Me personally, I'm going to be, drinking before I go. And so is everybody else that's going with me. We ain't playing no games with nobody. Cause although within this story they're talking about men drugging women, women drug men too. Just saying. I think even Cardi B even was she was gloating about it, that she would drug men and like take everything they had. Crazy. Just openly on live.
damn well that there is no consent that is given. And the worst part of GHB is that the is basically untraceable. I mean, yeah, it's not untraceable, but it's not for long.
So that's how the girl tested negative.
Yes. So depending on the person, the can be completely metabolized anywhere between 5 to 24 hours of use.
Yeah, I can see that. I feel like they do definitely force the public to adhere to the K-pop fandom. That's a lot of manipulation that goes on for sure. I don't drink before the plane. Severely dehydrates you due to the altitude. I did not know that, but now I won't. I definitely won't do that. But I'm talking about like drinking before I go into a club, because drinks would be want to $30 anywhere. Crazy. I'd be like, you could buy a whole bottle with this. What do you mean, $30? And half of it's ice. What are you doing?
Meaning, if you go home feeling like something very sinister happened, you feel like, okay, I need to get my thoughts straight before I go to the police station because I can't walk in there and say, I don't know, something happened, I don't know. But by that point, the be completely out of your system.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And you would be labeled as a flower snake in Korea. It's referencing a woman who seduces men, sleeps with them, and then wakes up the next morning deciding to sue them for money. In Korea, the drug is often described with this phrase, I did this action, but I don't remember doing this action. Which I think is a really good indicator of how hard it is in a place like Korea to prove that you've been drugged and assaulted and have the police take you seriously. At this point, everything starts snowballing. It went from a man was being assaulted and maybe a single VIP was assaulting a woman, or at least trying to. Then it snowballs into no, they are running a trafficking ring, and there are many women getting drugged and assaulted by many different VIPs, and the employees are all in on it. And the big question on everyone's mind Which, yeah, I don't know if it was the most appropriate question at the time, but it was. How much of this did K-pop idol Lee Seung-lee know about it? As one of the co-owners of the club, people wanted a public statement from him ASAP. Did he?
I'm curious. Okay, obviously he's doing the thing, but I'm curious if anybody in any of his bandmates knew of the thing while he was doing the thing and never said anything about the thing he's doing. They just as guilty if they know. That's all I gotta say. They are just as guilty if they knew and never said nothing.
He or did he not know that his employees were running a business at his club? Seung-lee's dad did an interview with media first, where he claimed Seung-lee was blindsided by all of this. He stated that his son had businesses everywhere, and he's still an idol after all at the end of the day. These businesses are not his main business.
I mean, yes, like they did know, and they just let it rock. So all the Big Bang knew. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to jump the gun on that one.
As much as he wants to be super involved at the Burning Sun, he just didn't have the time. And now he's super shocked and disappointed, just like all of you, the public. The dad said, and I quote, "There's too many speculative articles about this Burning Sun case. They're only taking the other side story, and it's unfortunate that they're only focusing on that. Just because it's called the Seung-lee Club does not mean that my son was directly involved with the things that had happened."
Oh, see? Okay.
He would later go on to insinuate that the media just wanted to attach Seung-lee so heavily to the crime because it makes for a better story, makes for a better headline. The dad even went on to say that Seung-lee didn't even own the club anymore, and that he wasn't in a position to give instructions or give orders at the club. He had a CEO in place for that. So Seung-lee is not the CEO of Burning Sun, just a co-founder. His dad goes on to say, "I talked to Seung-lee today. He said his fans and everyone will want to hear an explanation. He sounded like he was having a hard time. He can't help but feel misunderstood. My son is not in a position to directly work at Burning Sun. He's rarely in Korea and he's busy with his ramen franchise." Yeah, he has a ramen franchise. "And solo concerts abroad. This time, I'm sure he really felt the burn. It's unfortunate." But last month, he received the 2019 Korea Consumer Evaluation Best Brand Award, but none of that was covered by the media. Instead, it comes out as if he's a criminal. His true intentions will be revealed through the investigation, but it's upsetting that even before the results come out, he's accused of doing hard drugs. He did a urine test because of this issue, and the results showed nothing was wrong. My son feels wronged. Fake news is being spread by the media. He's not a child that could hurt others. My son is having a hard time, especially because the media is making things up. My heart hurts too. Then Seung-lee did an interview of his own where he stated he never bribed any police officers or a police station. He stated even if he wanted to, he didn't have that much power. He was basically just a boy that sang on stage. He said that all he did was lend his name and fame to help the club gain more foreign fans and have more club goers come. And sometimes he would DJ at the club, but that was really his involvement in the club. He said, "I don't
See, when you're on, it's hard to believe when you're on his side, right? If all you knew was, his music and you're a fan of his and blah, 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 that's all you want to believe. Like, you would hate to believe anything negative and as heinous as this. But then to find out that you're wrong because you wanted to believe that they were right or that they were wrong about all the allegations, and all the allegations that came out were true. That hurts. That one hurts.
even know the financials of the club." He goes on to throw his business partner of Yuri Holdings, the company that owns 20% of the club, that is co-founded by Seung-lee. So his dad is saying, Seung-lee, my son, doesn't even own shares of the company of Burning Sun. And like technically Seung-lee doesn't own shares of the Burning Sun, but he owns a company called Yuri Holdings that owns 20% of the club.
Wow.
And Seung-lee is like,
that's a high level business move. So let me just break it down to you. So there's businesses that you can have for your LLC, and the LLC, you can have multiple LLCs, but you can have a holding company that isn't in your name. It would be like a general name, like something enterprise, right? And whatever something enterprise is, that holding company can have financial dominance and control over the subsidiaries of different businesses that you have. So even if you were to sue one of those businesses, you wouldn't get directly sued. The business that is the holding company would take the brunt of that force, so you don't get fined. I know too much, but so you don't get fined. Your business doesn't like take a hit. It just pays it through an insurance, and you're good, like scot-free. That's what the big business guys do up there.
Now, I heard that my business partner was talking about women and asking for women and trying to buy sex. And I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen to me. And I don't really hold that kind of power over a business partner. So there's nothing I can do if that's an adult, you know? Throws him under the bus. Seung-Lee promises to the media and to the public that he's going to do anything to help with the investigation. And he wants the truth out there as much as anybody else. Okay. Of course, their responses make the case blow up more. But on top of that, the business partner that he threw under the bus is actually married to a then very famous actress by the name of Park Han-byul. So he's like, hey, you know that actress? Well, her husband is like looking for workers. So of course the case blows up even more, right? But at least Seung-Lee's fans are super relieved. They felt like, whew, we dodged a bullet. Seung-Lee is still good. He's still the guy that we know and love. Other people doubted that. They thought Seung-Lee knew exactly what was going on. He's the Great Gatsby of Korea. And just like the Great Gatsby, Seung-Lee has a raging inferiority complex.
Really? No. Did not know of such
The
things.
holiday seasons, I usually get a lot less sleep, but I am solely energized through peppermint flavored sweets and sparkly holiday decorations, just running straight off of vibes. But one thing I'm pretty stickler about is my hydration. If I'm hydrated, I feel like I can go on and on for hours. And if there are parts of my daily routine that I can make a lot more effective, I'm going to try and do it. And with Liquid IV, its hydration multiplier has made my life so much easier. I can get 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients for everyday wellness. It's really nice because Liquid IV hydrates 2 times faster than water alone,
big companies
and all
out there
in one stick. So you
that
pour
really
1
run
stick
everything.
of Liquid IV into 16 ounces of water, and
it's funny because they all seem like competitors, but they're
no
not.
artificial sweeteners, and now it's available sugar-free.
76
They've
gas
got 3
station,
delicious
Texaco,
flavors. In the sugar-free option, they have white peach, green grape,
Shell gas
lemon
station,
lime.
all the gas
I've always
stations,
been a very
they're all
citrusy
owned by
person, but
like
their white
the
peach
same
is
people. They
really
just
good.
look
The
like
green
they're
grape is
competing
also
against
very
each other.
tart and crisp,
T-Mobile,
which is why I like
AT&T,
it.
they've always
Lemon
been
lime, of course, is a
they're under the
classic.
same
And I
people.
just like how
Sprint,
easy
they've
it
all
is.
been
The
under the
packaging
same
makes
people.
it super
They're
convenient
not
to take
different
Liquid
companies.
IV
They're
on the
just
go.
named
And I
different
always thought
companies, but
Liquid
they're
IV
held
were
under
for
the
workout
same
people.
people.
You know, people who want to stay hydrated and work out at
And
the
it's
gym,
all to
which
protect
I've
their
done
money.
before
That's
with
it.
Liquid IV, and I love
To
it. But
protect
it's
their
also just for
assets.
people like me running errands,
So
going
there's a
holiday
deep-
shopping,
deep
pouring it
rabbit
into my
hole when it
water in
comes
between
into
stops. Grab your Liquid
the
IV
higher ups
hydration
and what
multiplier,
they
sugar
do
free
and
in
how
bulk
they
nationwide at Costco.
get
Or you
their
can get
money
20%
and
off
this,
when you
that,
go to
and the third.
liquidiv.com and use code
'Cause they
ROTTENMANGO
do
at
like
checkout.
the-
That's 20% off anything you
what would
order
be
when you shop
coined
Better
as an
Hydration today
unlimited money
using promo
glitch
code
in
ROTTENMANGO at
pop culture,
liquidiv.com.
but it's not a glitch at all. It's what
To give you
the government ultimately made. So like you'd have a business, or you'd have your personal credit and you open up a bank account in your business, but you use your personal credit so it could, whatever your credit score be, 700, 800 credit score. Now your business is at a 700, 800 credit score, so you can fund, getting business loans and business funding, you can get a higher limit, like 6 figures, 50,000, like easy. You get easy 50,000 business credit, but you could stack up way more business loans. So then you can use that to fund your businesses. But if your business faults on the loans, your personal credit doesn't take a hit. The business takes a hit. So you could literally wash, rinse, repeat, and do the same thing again like nothing happened.
Context on Seung-Lee, he was part of a 5-person K-pop group called Big Bang. And I feel like for anyone who knows...
Any plans to play games with subs? Most definitely in the future, in the very near future. Because I want to get So I'll be moving soon from where I live in Washington, and I'm gonna have my whole PC build and everything. That's why I also want people to follow me on my Twitch as well, because that's where I'd be doing most of the gaming. So if anything, at the most, I'd want to do a dual stream, so YouTube and Twitch. If not, it'd just be Twitch I'd be streaming on. But I wouldn't be doing that until like the end of September, beginning of October 1st, where I'm gonna start live streaming and doing like gaming and streaming with everybody and making a real fun atmosphere, more like a variety stream, but mostly gaming. So I plan to do that in the near future for sure. I just want to get my build right and everything. I just want to make sure that I'm here on the live streams as far as right now. So then we could have like movie nights, we could have game nights. I want to make it seem like super fun, super community oriented. So yes, most definitely. I know what you mean. For some reason, my brain is full of useless information. I wouldn't say it's useless. Hey, some people go to school for college and they don't even use the 4 years of college that they were in school for, and they still are in debt. So
even a little bit about Korean entertainment or even really Korean culture at this point, Big Bang is just one of those groups that needs no introduction. So I'm going to try and keep it brief for those that are just not in the K-pop world. Big Bang is like the One Direction of K-pop, meaning they will always be remembered at one point as being one of the most iconic boy bands in K-pop history. I'm not saying right now, I'm just saying at one point they were. And I'm not saying that they're better than your faves or even like they paved the way or anything, but they were really, really
give this disclaimer. That's because that's how bad the fandom is. The K-pop fandom is a double-edged sword. Either it could be really good to you or really bad. But just the fact that she had to overly explain that, it's not better than this one, but it was good back then because they're the OGs, but not if they were your own OGs, and like having to over-explain yourself. I'll never do that. There's no way. Like, you can take it for what it is. I don't care, but just the fact that she's having to over-explain shows as much as the crazed people that are out there.
K-pop group called Big Bang. And I feel like for anyone who knows even a little bit about Korean entertainment or even really Korean culture at this point, Big Bang is just one of those groups that needs no introduction. So I'm going to try and keep it brief for those that are just not in the K-pop world. Big Bang is like the One Direction of K-pop, meaning they will always be remembered at one point as being one of the most iconic boy bands in K-pop history.
She could have stopped it right there, but watch. And then she keeps going.
I'm not saying right now, I'm just saying at one point they were. And I'm not saying that they're better than your faves or even like they paved the way or anything, but they were really, really popular.
Yeah, like between 2008 to 2012, like they dominated the world.
Dominated. Yeah, it is unclear how much revenue the group generated, or at least we couldn't find out an exact figure. But we did find out that they brought in $800 million in ticket sales for their concerts during their career. That's probably a very small cut of the overall revenue that
I would never do that. I would never over-explain myself like that. That's crazy. That's not my nature. I couldn't do it. Like, take everything with a grain of salt. That's what I always say. But I mean, you can't make anybody believe anything. People are gonna want to make their own assumptions or believe however they want to structure it in their head, as what you said wasn't what you said, but what they feel. So I ain't even about that. Because fans are so sensitive, it's called an opinion for a reason. Exactly. An opinion is based on what you think it is, and that's cool. Like, it's funny because I have a group of friends, all my best friends. We don't agree on like 70% of the things that we talk about. 70%, I kid you not. Like, most stuff we do not agree on, but we don't let that get in the way of our friendship, and we can agree to disagree. Like, you can believe in something completely different that, contrasts against what I believe in, and I'll be fine. I'll be like, okay, well, let's go play some video games, or let's go get some food, and keep it pushing. Some people are just like, oh, you don't agree on the same thing I do? Well, F you and F your family, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about right now? Like, people are crazy. I like Peace. Peace is great. That's amazing.
They generated, that's not including album sales, streaming revenue, appearance fees, ambassadorships, royalties from music. That's just concert sales is $800 million. So they're an influential group. And Seung-lee always felt like the black sheep of the group. It's pretty evident in hindsight that he had an intense inferiority complex while he was part of Big Bang. And it does seem like there were a few pain points for him. Seung-lee applied to be a trainee for the K-pop group that would be later Big Bang. There was a series of cutthroat competitions till a group of boys was narrowed down. They just wanted 5 members. Everything was ruthlessly judged and criticized by YG, who is picking the trainees. They had 4 members already picked, and it was down to the last spot. Seung-lee and another boy were competing neck and neck for it. Seung-lee barely made it.
This is like the game, not the game, but the show to get on that everybody was talking about. I still got to go check that out too. So I got a lot on the list.
It was so neck and neck. It was like, I guess we'll go with Seung-lee. It wasn't like, oh man, he won by a landslide. That was so good. He really stood out. It was such a close call. And that type of complex, he felt like, I'm not as good as the other members. YG was so certain on the other members. But for me, it was kind of iffy. Now, that kind of complex doesn't necessarily make someone a bad person. Fans actually fell in love with Seung-lee for the sides of him that were shown. They remember during the early days of Big Bang, there were reality shows that they would do that showcased what their lives were like as trainees, and they would all be crammed together inside these very not so great apartments that the company...
See, and this is why people get so connected to the fan, or to the groups and to each person, because they see their progress through the show, their hardship through the show, and then they have like these reality shows, these vlogs, the interviews, the game show. Like they have all these shows that, you know, where their whole life is just on TV technically, and you're watching them grow up. So it's hard not to grow up with them if, you know, you're obviously watching. Whether if you're like, you know, subconsciously watching, you grow towards them because they're another human being, for one. But secondly, because they're growing into like something they've always wanted to be, as a K-pop star or whatever. So yeah, that's where the roots, as far as what I know, why people are so well connected to, you know, the K-pop and how the fandom becomes the fandom.
Company was paying for. They would have to clean up after themselves after training and dancing for like 18 hours a day. And Seung-lee being the youngest of the group. In Korean culture, that means he has to do a lot more chores than the others. He has to do things like wake everyone up, which is harder than you think. The oldest of the group, Top, he refuses to wake up, so it's standard to see Seung-lee go into the kitchen, grab pots and pans to bang together to wake up his hyung. Another member would start vacuuming the wall on top of Top's face to try and wake him up, because he's just, I guess, a heavy sleeper. And it's kind of like a heartwarming moment. It's relatable, it's funny, and considering how young the boys were at this point, it was endearing. But Seung-lee was always being compared to his other bandmates. I would say I remember, and this is just from memory and not research, G-Dragon, Top, Taeyang, like they had so many stans from the people that I knew personally. Seung-lee just didn't really have a lot of stans from what I remember. He did seem to get a good chunk of hate comments. People joked they didn't like the size of his head, that it was really big. Damn. They also said that his legs were too short and that other members were very good looking, but Seung-lee was had a relatable looking face, they said. Wow. He said he especially didn't like the comments about his head because, and I quote, "It's not like I can get a head reduction." But even that moment is a good example of why a lot of people started to stan Seung-lee. He seemed like the underdog, and he was not shy to show that he was vulnerable. And he wasn't like trying to be like, I'm actually really good, guys. He was embracing it. He's like, yeah, I am the ugliest of the group, but what am I going to do about it, right? He said he was always anxious about never having enough money. And he said G-Dragon earns extra money from songwriting and rights to the copyrights of their songs because he writes a lot of their music. Top does acting in movies and dramas. Taeyang does solo albums and concerts. Seung-lee said that he was anxious because all of them were so diverse in their earnings and their income. And he said, I am making, quote, 1% of what G-Dragon is making.
Wow.
And like a lot of people with a potential inferiority complex, he starts overcompensating. It felt like he's desperately trying to make something work. And I just want to make it clear, I'm sure his idol life, like a lot of idols, if not every idol in South Korea, is cutthroat, is hard, potentially miserable and rough. But from what we can tell, the man is not starving. He's not paycheck to paycheck. So when he's saying I'm making 1% of what G-Dragon is making, he's not out here working a restaurant job after his training. Right. Like he's doing
he's
fine.
Talking about like at that point, if Top is doing acting and solo, like they are already popping at that point.
Like he's a millionaire.
He's killing it. Like as a part of Big Bang, like.
But he kind of made it his personality, and a lot of fans felt bad for him.
The love,
But it's I just want to preface, we don't need to feel bad for him.
But his image at that point is just like this soft, good boy, like very like little, very soft energy. People love it.
People loved him. Yes,
it's a nice guy image.
Yes, he said he just wanted to keep up with other members, so he learned English, Chinese, and Japanese. He opened up one of his first businesses, a training.
That's also what's crazy is like, they have to be multilingual. You know what I'm saying?
Camp
cool.
for idols. A lot of big names came out of there. A lot of big names.
Huh. So he did a training camp.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah. I was going to list some names, but I don't even want them to be like associated with Seungri. But like a lot of big names came and they don't even know like Seungri and they're not connected with anything that he did, but just in case.
Wow.
But yeah, lots of big names. Closed down after a few years because one of the teachers had gotten romantically involved with a student. Not a good look. He moves on with other business ventures. And by 2018, he finally made a name for himself outside of Seungri of Big Bang. He was hosting multiple talk shows, going on TV shows, acting in dramas, doing promotional activities for YG Entertainment. That's the agency that created Big Bang. He calls the founder of YG, Mr. YG Entertainment himself. He calls him Appa, which is dad, because of how close they are. He started a Belgian waffle cafe for his mom to run. He co-opened a restaurant called Monkey Museum in China. He had a ramen franchise called Iori Ramen, and it had multiple locations in Korea and even a branch in Kuala Lumpur. He owned 10% shares of a cosmetic medical company called Dr. Golderm. He was serving as a brand ambassador for a new music label launched by Sony Music. He was heavily involved in YGX, which is a sub-label under YG Entertainment. He would also go on to build this image of himself as the Great Gatsby of Korea, which was great marketing for all of his night businesses, like his bars and clubs. So now we have a potential inferiority complex, love for lavish parties, lots of businesses in the nightlife party scene. But still, that doesn't make someone complicit in something as serious as a trafficking scheme. Did he really know what was going on? His fans argued, absolutely not. They felt like he was innocent. This is Seungri that we're talking about. Do people not remember? A lot of people dug up an old clip of Seungri, and it had been on a TV show called I Live Alone. He was talking to another actress. It's a reality show. They're sitting there talking, and the actress recently had a baby. And out of nowhere, she asks Seungri, I can give you some if you want. And he's like, give me what? The soap I use. Breast milk soap. And Seungri looks very shocked. Oh,
what I'd be shocked too. Like, why are you offering breast milk soap? Never thought of a thing of breast milk soap, let alone you want me to get your insides to me. That's weird. That is weird. Like, who wouldn't be weirded out by that? I'd be like, for sure.
What is it made from? It's soap made from a mother's breast milk. Seungri puts his cup down to take a few seconds to gather his thoughts. Breast milk is very healthy, yeah? Because he doesn't want to offend her, but he still doesn't know what to say in that moment. And it's a really innocent, comical moment. The actress keeps explaining the whole process of how the soap is made, and Seungri is coughing because he's shocked by all of this information, and he's just trying to be polite. So he says, okay, yeah, thank you. Yes, of course, I would love some. How many do you want? I have a lot. You can just text me. He's like basically about to throw up some water if he has any in his mouth, and he's text you to ask for the breast milk. It seemed like the actress was genuinely having a fun time shocking Seungri, messing around with him. And Seungri comes off super naive, super innocent, super polite. So fans are like, you're telling me that this guy that's shy when someone offers him breast milk soap is a brilliant mastermind behind a sex trafficking ring? Breast milk boy? Do you know what it means to bomb a chat? Usually friends will start group chats on Kakao Talk, which is like the WhatsApp or WeChat of Korea. And when they're done with the group chat, or if they've said enough inappropriate comments or told enough secrets on that group chat, someone will text, blow up the chat. One by one, the notifications come in. Blank left the chat, blank left the chat. And once every single person leaves the chat, everything in that chat gets automatically deleted by Kakao. So it's not like you can leave the chat but still see what's in the chat. It's gone. The chat history deleted along with any videos and pictures sent into the chat. Oh, wow. When the Burning Sun group would feel like the chat had gotten a little too incriminating, when they had texted too many pictures and videos of unconscious women, when they had talked about too many VIPs essaying unconscious women.
Oh, my food finally got here. Come on. Hey, hold on. About to be a food reveal. Ugh. Yeah. Got that thing on me, boy. Okay. Yeah. I got me some scooshy. Oh yeah, that thing heavy too. That's teriyaki. Yeah. You can see only a little bit. Surprised I didn't drip anything on my keyboard. I got me a drink. I'm sorry, I don't like the little tapioca balls and boba, but I got me the drink though. Yeah. Can react to it. How do you say it? Itzy? After a JYP group, can you react to Mafia in the morning? They're a SKZ sister. No rush, please. I'm gonna be listening with my phone on my pocket. Brother out here eating heavenly food. Yep. But to answer your question, so normally the lives are specifically for like murder mystery kind of live. This wouldn't be for like music or any of the normal uploads. I like to keep those a bit separate. It gives me a little bit of a break because I consume quite a bit in a small amount of time. Like yesterday, I was recording for like all day. It was like 8 or 9 hours. This is a full-time job for you, boy. Let me see how this one's gonna taste. This one's bussin'. What is it? It's like honeydew. I got honeydew. Oh my gosh, they didn't give me chopsticks, bro. I'm chopstickless. Bro. worst way to eat sushi is with a fork. They did not serve me chopsticks, bro. It's a wrap. Day is ruined. Oh, excuse your lapse of judgment. Hey, don't even worry about it, yo. Hey, it's quite all right. It is not your fault. It's quite all right. Don't forget, stray kids speaking the English language chaotically on an upload. Don't forget about it. Hey, trust me, I have everything. I have everything in circulation. Everything is in circulation. Trust and believe. I got everything down locked. But we got our teriyaki. We got our rice. We got our sauce because we the boss. We got our cabbaging. And I'm ready to go. And the scoochie.
They would periodically text out, bomb the chat, blow it up, which helps with making sure that if someone's phone is ever taken in by the police, if someone's phone is ever lost, they might see the current group chats that are probably very incriminating. They won't see years and years of incriminating activity. It's almost like an insurance policy to everybody in that chat that they were going to at least cover their asses. And it was in everyone's best interest to bomb the chat, to delete it, or so they thought. JJY was part of these group chats. And some quick context to JJY, he's what they call a multiplayer in Korea. He's a singer-songwriter TV personality. He's known for having this wild, fun personality, so a lot of talk shows love him. He's also very, very good at singing. He never left the chats. He was part of all the Burning Sun chats. He was part of every single Seungri chat about unconscious women.
You said you love salmon so much you could do a crunch wrap. Hey yo, that's the one that that started me out when I was trying to learn to eat sushi and learn to love it. It took me 7 hard times to finally find sushi that worked for me. And I think it was quite some time ago, but I feel the same in vibes. Do you live in Washington State, family? From Linwood City and Federal Way. Yeah, that's right down the way. I'm in Tacoma. But Linwood's a little bit of a ways. Linwood's is like an hour and 15 minutes up north. But that's what's up. That's dope.
And selling women, bidding women. He never left it because he felt so sad to part with all the amazing pictures and videos of women being victimized. So he always pretended to leave the chat last. But the truth is, he never left any of them. He kept each and every single one. And when his ex-girlfriend reported him for taking videos of her without her consent, and he would turn his phone in to the tech company, he would be the one to bring the whole operation down.
Wow.
What a plot twist. I've tried the raw salmon and tuna. It's alright. I like the variations. I gotta get the combination sauces and this, that, and the third. I'm that type of sushi eater right now. Maybe I'll graduate one day. I need to be on your status.
To part with all the amazing pictures and videos of women being victimized. So he always pretended to leave the chat last. But the truth is, he never left any of them. He kept each and every single one. And when his ex-girlfriend reported him for taking videos of her without her consent, and he would turn his phone in to the tech company, he would be the one to bring the whole operation down.
Wow. So even when he did that, he thought he can just break his phone and he's good.
Yeah. But this is the tech company that recovered the data from Sewol Ferry victims' phones. So like they knew what they were doing and they take their jobs very seriously. But he was like, oh, well, I basically smashed my phone, so it's fine. It was not fine. Even years before this, there was an incident that felt like foreshadowing to everything that was about to happen. JJY was on a show with Chico, another celebrity, and Chico joked about JJY's golden phone. And immediately, because they're on set filming a show, JJY's face changes for a split second. He drops his face mask. Not his literal face mask, but he drops his smile, and he has this very sour look on his face. It's very much the stop talking about this look.
What's a golden phone?
People thought golden phone as in these sex videos now. But Chico would later be involved in the Burning Sun controversy because netizens accused him of knowing what JJY was doing on his phone.
Oh,
He's like, you probably saw the videos then.
Yeah, why would he, if he does?
Just as guilty. Just as guilty. You don't like fish? You hate it? Hey, look. It's not for everybody, and I understand that. You have your reasons. Choked on a fish bone when I was younger scared me. So, yeah. Hey, look, a lot of times your childhood trauma would travel through your adult years, and you'd be like, I'll never do that ever again. So, I understand. It's all good. There's plenty of other food out there. I love seafood, though. I love seafood. Like, crab legs? Sheesh. Come on now.
Why would he put that information in TV, right?
That's what Siko is saying. He's saying, guys, I meant golden phone. Sometimes people use it to refer to someone who has a lot of good connections. So if you were to have Beyonce and Taylor Swift on speed dial, you have a golden phone because you have their numbers. And so he was briefly involved in the Burning Sun scandal. But ultimately, JJY's golden phone would bring down some of the biggest names in K-pop. February 26, 2019, the first round of messages are released to the public, and multiple celebrities would go down after the release. Along with investors, the management team, and employees of Burning Sun, there were a few key people in the group chats. Choi Jung-hoon, wholesome singer from FT Island boy group. Yeah. Lee Jung-hyun, idol from boy band CN Blue. Kwon Hyuk-jun, brother of Girls' Generation Yuri. JJY, singer, TV host, celebrity TV personality. And of course, Seung-lee of Big Bang, owner of the Burning Sun. And it clearly shows that Seung-lee is involved. He is texting employees about investors that are coming, and he writes, give them everything they want. Call the girls over. There's also a guest coming from Taiwan. Employee responds, which girls can we call right now? Oh man, it's the Chinese already? Oh my god. Take care of them so they don't get involved with others. Yes, I will stick by the VIPs. Seung-lee texts, you better do it right and make no mistakes. Another business partner tells the employee, put a boy in there too, someone who can serve redacted. A boy who can't speak English, someone like redacted. Employee responds, okay, will do. I'll do the job well. Seung-lee even texts, and which girl are you going to bring? Get the kids who give it easily.
Get the kids who gives easily?
Yeah, like as in is easy to essay is the presumption here. JJY is randomly in that group chat and he's like, I bet the Chinese like plastic surgery girls. And Seung-lee is just like, all right, just do well. Another partner of the business texts into the group chat. I'm preparing the right now. So when the two come, I will guide them and make sure they end up smoothly with the VIPs in the hotel room. Seung-lee texts.
Thai food is definitely on top. I definitely like my ramens. Pho is bussin'. But I think I like ramen better than pho, to be honest.
Chairman's guests are also coming. I think we need to set up a separate party for them. Let's give them back 100 times what we received from them. Guys, please look for any pretty looking girls who can possibly speak some Japanese. Let's pack the place. For Christmas, rather than us having fun, let's experience a Christmas of finding satisfaction and making others happy. This time, let's give the chairman a great time and make him happy for all the summers he sent us yachts with staff and chefs from Japan to Busan for us to enjoy.
Bro, like, he is the fucking worst because he's literally masterminding this whole sex ring. He is the culprit. He is the mastermind behind this whole operation. Like,
Yeah.
he's the worst.
He's like the ones connecting everyone. Like
Yes.
none of this would have even been possible without him.
Yeah, he's doing this for the money and profit, and he's literally selling women for
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like a lot of media outlets, I don't know if it's legality or they're just trying to keep it professional. But honestly, he's just straight up, in my personal opinion, like a pimp.
Yeah,
Like a,
yeah,
like a
worse than that.
disgusting,
Exactly.
yeah, vile trafficking pimp. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
In another conversation, Seung Lee talks about a girl that he likes and he writes, "Redacted is actually art. I admit it." JJY texts, "I touched the hell out of her boobs. Her boobs big? They're fake." Seung Lee texts, "Redacted is coming." Like a girl is coming. And JJY says, "Stop these foreigners from coming." Seung Lee texts, "You fucking bitch, there are investors." Then another conversation, Seung Lee writes, "The party last night was a hit." Another idol says it was successful. Seung Lee writes, "That girl, I admit it, I'm hooked. Her older sister is good too."
Suddenly say that?
Yeah. JJY text, "Yeah, her sister was a surprise. There were a lot of hidden gems yesterday." Friend text, "But there seems to be hella guys around too." Seung Lee,
This whole thing is wild.
"Steal. Let's all eat domestic girls together in Korea and then get married to foreign girls." Friend text, "Why is blank so pretty?" JJY says, "She's the bitch both Mr. B and I ate. LOL." Seung Lee text, "And I plan on eating her too. Anyone here got her number?" An employee of Burning Sun text, "If you do it with that bitch, it's guaranteed a secret. She's very, I don't know anything." Seung Lee texts, "LOLOL, she has amnesia. She doesn't even remember who she does it with." JJY texts, "Nope, not amnesia, just R word. LOLOL." Seung Lee texts, "Could be she just doesn't remember." JJY is angry. He says, "When she first met me, she was all BSing about, I don't watch TV, so I don't know you. But after she got drunk, she was whining and asking me to sing for her." Seung Lee says, "Want me to tell you something more funny? Or rather absurd? I opened my eyes and I was like, why am I sleeping with Si Nuna? When I was like, I thought I was sleeping with these other two girls. Where did they go? LOLOL." In another chat, Seung Lee is asking a VIP client about what kind of women they like. And the client responds, "I'm not sure. South Asian men like white skin, so someone with fair skin and innocent and pretty features, or the opposite, just sexy. Girls like blank, blank, and blank who are innocent yet sexy, or just a super fancy glamorous girl. Those types of girls. Wouldn't that type of style work? We want over 160 centimeters tall. Thinner. It's not too picky though. Girls from Korea will do." There are other chat logs where it seems like Seung Lee is sending girls on trips with VIP clients. He asks a VIP about an Indonesia trip that he has coming up, and the VIP says that they want ones that are under 10K per person. Seung Lee writes, "I understand. It's 10K per person, right, Mr. CEO?" He proceeds to send pictures of 5 different girls, and he writes, "Number 1 doesn't talk that much and kinds of loves money. She also has aspects where she doesn't have much charisma in drinking scenes, but her visuals are great. Cry emoji." In another conversation, JJY texts the group that he's boarding the plane soon, and he says, "I will Korean bitches as soon as I arrive. I'm going to invite them to my house before going out. German bitches have huge asses." His idol friend...
Hey, thank you, Jess, for blessing the chat, becoming a member. Appreciate you. Big ups.
Friends write, "Get back safely. Fly safe." An employee of the Burning Sun writes, "I bet German pussy smell like sausages."
Oh, yeah. Try the emojis that I have for the VIP members. Since you have it, Jess, it's right in the chat. This is my favorite one. Boop. Yeah. You said one of these guys in the chat is the guy that the girl... Oh, okay. That makes sense.
JJY says, "Not bad. LOL, we had fun." A lot of netizens noted that it's kind of crazy that they're so polite to each other, even saying things like, "Get back safely, have a safe flight, we miss you." Meanwhile, they talk about women. I mean, in the most degrading ways possible. Another super controversial conversation involved the idols talking about who Seung Lee had with yesterday, and they asked, was she delicious? And they said things like, I want her number. And one person wrote, yes, she is comfort woman level. Let me tell you, comfort woman is a very, very sensitive topic for most Koreans. It is, aside from the crimes, the most horrifying comment that was found in the group chats.
Chinese too. It's a huge problem. Yeah.
So to give context, comfort woman was one of the worst atrocities that the Japanese government committed towards Korean and Chinese women. And a lot of the victims. So when Japan colonized Korea, along with various other countries in Asia, so I don't believe that it was just Korean and Chinese, they promised a bunch of women from all these different countries, but we're just talking about Korean women here, that they could work in factories to make just enough to barely survive. They're like, you can barely get by and you can maybe feed your kid. But because these women had no other choice, nothing else, they were basically forced to agree, not knowing that the Japanese government never intended them to work in factories. They were actually forced into trafficking. They were locked up and made to be assaulted by Japanese soldiers every single day. Comfort women have come forward to say that they were essayed at least 30 times a day while they were held captive. I could go into further detail, but it's very, very depressing. They were impregnated, they contracted diseases, they were experimented on, tortured. So the topic of comfort women is highly sensitive, additionally because it's not really something that happened long, long ago to multiple generations before us. Many of the comfort women, the victims, were elderly women in Korea. I believe the last few are still alive. Many of them have since passed, but they have yet to receive an apology from the Japanese government. And a lot of the tensions in current time between the Korean government and the Japanese government, not to get too political, is this is one of those things. Many Korean citizens want apologies for the comfort women before they pass on. And the Japanese government has refused to acknowledge their crimes. And here we have the Korean faces of the entertainment world making fun of comfort women and recreating the tragedy, so to speak. I mean,
that one was tough. That's crazy. Lost the words. Exactly. That was... I never knew that. I mean, because all I know is, like, you know, the Holocaust, the Pearl Harbor, that thing. But, I mean, I knew that there was, like, I didn't know fully, but I never knew that took place as well. That's crazy. That is appalling.
even if we take out the literal crimes committed in the group chats, even just the way they talk about women, while they have a predominantly female audience as idols, is despicable. It's filled with crude, emotionally violent, disgusting comments and jokes. And side note about the messages being released, some people hate the tech employee for not turning in the text sooner. They state that if it were them, they would have turned it in sooner. And that could be 1,000% true, especially as a woman. I'm like, yeah, maybe I would have turned it in sooner. Few things to note. Police corruption is really bad anywhere, and in Korea it's the same. There were already strong indications in the data that the tech employees saw that high up police officials were involved in the trafficking ring, if you will.
Yeah,
so,
and that's what I was going over at the beginning of the story, is like the higher ups, the people that you want to send this stuff to, they want to flip the whole script on you, and then all of a sudden they erase all the data, they make you the criminal, everything gets wiped clean, nothing happens, life goes on, same bull crap over and over again.
So what would you do? Go to a different officer? What if they all answer to the same person? How do you know that person's immediate boss isn't involved as well? And in Korea, when you mess with the police as a normal person, you might be ending your life right then and there. They could easily get you fired from your job. They could get you outcasted. You could lose everything, your family, your livelihood. You would be on the street, and guess what? Burning Sun would probably still be up and running and victimizing people. And
I just said that.
in Korea, defamation laws are honestly dumb. Like, they're not even defamation laws. So in the US, defamation is when someone knowingly states a lie about another person, claiming it to be a fact. So the basis is you are lying about someone else and you're not allowed to do that, which makes sense. In Korea, it's even if you tell the truth about someone, and that someone doesn't like what you said because it hurt their feelings or hurt their reputation, they can sue you for defamation. Which a lot of people in Korea even think it's very goofy because that's not really even the definition of defamation.
Right.
But here we are. This employee could have been sued to the point of having nothing but the clothes on his back because they're not even dealing with one celebrity or one rich business owner. They're dealing with a whole roster of them, all cozy with politicians and police. What chance does this tech employee stand?
Yeah.
And even if they went through all of that, the Burning Sun could still be up and running. So I don't know if I would sit here and say, oh my gosh, well, that person is messed up. I do think it is frustrating that they sat on the information for 3 years while people continue to
3
be victimized,
years?
but I think that they're
All right. I didn't know it was 3 years. 3 years is crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. 3 years is a long time. It'd be more understandable if it was within the year, like, you know, you're devising a plan how to release it, blah blah blah. 3 though? You could have graduated college, bro.
there's so much cultural societal nuance that goes into a decision like that. And I think that we could technically all sit here and be like, I could never do that. But I don't know. I guess
Yeah, but
we don't really
it's
know.
like how powerful are these people? All of these people combined,
see.
and who can he go to? Like,
can see.
really, you don't know. It seems like all the people in charge are in on this.
And technically, he committed a very big crime by keeping the data.
Yeah.
So he broke the law as well. Now, I will say that when he finally did turn in the evidence after the whistleblower Kim, so he saw that and he was like, I think, you know, along with all the other anonymous women that were coming out, he was like, I think this is the time that people would actually listen and not think that these are fake. He was very smart. He hired an attorney who was also very smart. And they decided instead of handing it over to the police, who were foaming at the mouth for this, they handed it over to the Civil Rights Commission office, and that is how a lot of it became public.
There you go. My dad, after the military, he worked for the Civil Rights Commission. So my dad is amazing. He worked for civil rights for quite some time. Didn't even think of doing that, but you should have did that sooner though.
Because the police would have never made this public. Which again, I don't know. Maybe he could have done that 3 years ago. Maybe it wouldn't have worked. All we know is, yeah, it's out now. Many of the involved parties continue to state that these text messages are fake, but a lot of these texts are the foundation of the investigation into Burning Sun by the prosecutor's office, which netizens feel like that wouldn't have been the case if there was a question of the validity of them. And the CEO of the Burning Sun even said, if Seung-lee's Kakao messages from 3 years ago are a crime, aren't all Korean men criminals? Insinuating that all these jokes about sex work and women and all of that is just how men talk.
Wow.
Which is the most absurd thing to say ever, but it also does kind of confirm the validity of the chat logs. But to cover our bases, it is alleged for now that these are the real messages between the involved parties. But naturally, netizens had visceral reactions to the released alleged messages. A lot of fans were devastated that they supported someone like this. There were even chat logs that described how JJY and 4 of his friends took turns on a victim who was drugged. They joked about how she woke up saying she doesn't even remember anything other than having a drink with them. They also talked about how they thought it was so funny they had gang essayed her while taking pictures. And then the next morning, JJY went to a fan sign. So, I mean, it's crazy he had the nerve to look his predominantly female fans in the eyes while smiling at them when he had just done one of the worst things that you could do to a woman the night before. The SMPA, the Seoul Metropolitan...
Hit everybody in his group that knew, they are just as guilty. They are just as guilty.
Police Academy officially take over the case early 2019. Media is all over this case. Netizens want to know who's involved, how much they knew, and they wanted all of them to go down. The shares of the Burning Sun were split like this. 42% owned by the hotel, 8% owned by the hotel's chairman, 20% owned by Taiwanese businesswoman Lin Samo, 20% owned by Yuri Holdings, which was allegedly set up by Seung-lee, implying that he has potentially 20% interest in the club. But Yuri Holdings was also technically run by his friend, Yoo In-seok. Yoo In-seok is also married to a famous actress by the name of Park Han-byul. Remember I was telling you about her? Mm-hmm. And 10% is owned by a businessman, Lee Moon-ho. He was close friends with Seung-lee, and he is said to have been running the day-to-day operations. He is the CEO of the Burning Sun. So all the foreign investors, they left the country and were safe from backlash, including the Taiwanese businesswoman who owned 20% of the Burning Sun. The rest of the Korean celebrities and business owners were left to be investigated. Burning Sun and Seung-lee were also under investigation for tax evasion, which, really doesn't feel that significant compared to the other allegations. But I think that it does shine light on a lot of the things that he was doing. It was suspected that with all of the business from his VIP clients, with the selling of SA, essentially, allegedly, and a lot of the alcohol packages, he would encourage payment in cash. It's alleged that he was evading taxes, money laundering. You remember the restaurant that he had, Monkey Museum? Yeah. They called it a restaurant, but it was like a nightclub. He tried to file it under a restaurant so that he could pay less taxes. His ramen business was making a suspicious amount of money. Turns out he was laundering money from Burning Sun through the ramen franchise.
Of course.
It was a whole lot. It was a mess. I think it also shows he was heavily involved, He knew what he was doing. So while everybody is being investigated, Seung-lee announces his retirement from the entertainment industry. And it's a very off-putting statement. He's basically like, I think it's a good idea to retire at this point. I decided to retire because the issue has caused so much social controversy and I've been criticized and hated by the public for the past month and a half. And now with all the investigative agencies in the country investigating me, I am being labeled as a national traitor. I cannot allow myself to cause harm to everyone around me just to survive.
많은 분들께 실망 끼쳐드렸습니다. 다시 한번 죄송하다 말씀드리고 싶고요.
Netizens hated his apology. It felt very, you guys blew this whole thing into something that it's not. So now I'm just going to retire then. I don't want to face your criticism. Also, it had this aura.
If you really want to be a CEO.
Yeah, that's dumb. That is stupid. These. Let's see. Do you see now why people were mad because the female? Okay, yeah. Wait, this is how they think. Recently, a K-drama actor taped himself with a girl, accidentally posted it publicly instead of his friends. His response: he was just following the trend set up video among men. Oh, and he filmed studio that belonged to an idol. Yeah, I think I heard about that one. Like last week. Oh, whoops.
I cannot allow myself to cause harm to everyone around me just to survive.
많은 분들께 실망 끼쳐드렸습니다. 다시 한번 죄송하다 말씀드리고 싶고요.
Netizens hated his apology. It felt very, you guys blew this whole thing into something that it's not. So now I'm just going to retire then. I don't want to face your criticism. Also, it had this aura of, I don't know what's going on. I'm just as confused as you are. It's like, what's going on? There were even articles titled, The Burning Sun Scandal Case That Everyone Except Seung-lee Knows About. He also stated that this would be a good time for him to enlist in the army and serve his duty as a good Korean citizen. And everyone got riled up for that because in Korea, men have to serve 2 years, mandatory enlistment. They're like, the army is not a place for you to escape your reality. So even with all of this, the consequences just weren't that great. I mean, okay, maybe that's a strange word to use. It wasn't even comparable, I guess would be a better way to phrase it, right? Some of the more notable sentences included JJY, idol, sentenced to 5 years in prison. Choi Jung-hyun, idol, sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. Brother of Girls' Generation Yuri, sentenced to 4 years in prison. Meanwhile, Seung-lee enlisted in the army and he was able to have a military trial.
Wow.
He had 9 charges ranging from work, violent crimes, and then breaking food sanitation laws, occupational embezzlement, things like that. He was found guilty of all 9 charges, sentenced to 3 years in prison. He would have to file to be a offender, and he was fined almost $855,000. He appealed. He was given 1.5 years in prison instead of 3.
Excuse me? 1.5 years. 1.5 years. You can't even finish community college. The system is broken. Like, that is insane, bro. That would be... Dude, do you know what would happen if this was in America? You do all that stuff and you just now get 1.5 years. I guarantee you there would be a bounty on your head. Promise you. Like, the day you step out of that jail would probably be the last step that you got. That's it. That's the last step you got out into the civilian world, and the time is stamped. Not even the days, the time.
Here's a convenient loophole that's going to piss you off. In Korea, if you go to prison for less than 1.5 years, you can serve quietly, meaning it's not going to be on your record when you get out. Wow. Seung-lee was sentenced to exactly 1.5 years. So technically, he missed the cutoff and it would be on his record. Somehow, he manages to get out 2 days early, meaning that it would be expunged from his record. Oh, and he's spotted clubbing and cheating on women in Bali since then.
It's on the record now. Like, we're not gonna forget about that. And
so he has fans. Yeah, there are some people that comment things like, he's still young. I hope that he can overcome the mistakes of the past and lives an amazing life. Isn't the rest of his life too long for him to just crumble like this? He paid the price of his sins through the law already. Let's all give him a chance. I will say most of the comments are pretty logical, and they read, every country needs harsher punishments for assault. He suffers 2 years in prison. His victims suffer a lifetime. 2 years isn't enough if you ask me. Anyways, if this is...
Yeah. At the bare minimum, getting charged that per count, but that's what they calculated through all 9 counts, but...
System doesn't give them what they deserve, society should. Regardless, I think we can all agree that many of the perpetrators got off with much less time than expected. Even corrupt police officers who were exposed of being in on the whole thing, they were just either dismissed from their positions, and those were just the lower ranking ones. The high ranking officials that were involved, they weren't even dismissed. Nothing happened to them. There wasn't even some sort of PR statement of like, we're going to reorganize the police force and make countermeasures set in place against bribery and corruption. Nothing. Yeah. And all of the VIP clients, they essentially got away with it for SA. And somehow even Kim, remember the whistleblower who broke 3 ribs and got punched in the face? He started the Blue House petition. Well, he gets arrested too for allegedly sexually abusing 3 men and harassing people inside the Burning Sun, which half the people argue Kim is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He did good on whistleblowing the Burning Sun, but he was probably involved in some weird stuff too. And a lot of others believe, no, it's just fishy. Like, the allegations against him are just fishy at this point. He was sentenced to a year in prison. But he says that he will be appealing the decision. So it seems like, minus Kim, everyone else got off with a slap on the wrist with all things considered.
Unbelievable. The fact that the guy's roaming around, living his best life.
A lot of K netizens think that it has to do with Korean society of victim blaming and shaming victims who come out for crimes like this. Remember the Itaewon case that we covered? We talked about how some horrible people didn't feel that bad for hundreds of victims who died because they said, well, why would they go out for a party for Halloween anyway? It's not a good place for young, respectable people. A lot of families of victims for Itaewon wanted their names not to be made public because they were scared that their loved ones would be victim blamed. And it was the similar case with Burning Sun. The victims were scared to come forward because they would have been blamed of, then why did you go to a club then?
Yeah.
Well, that's just the risk you take as a woman at a club. And because there weren't really that many victims that spoke forward at the court, speaking directly on the case.
Can't understand women who date men who view them as animals. Well, a lot of them play the sheep role when they're actually the wolves. So wolf in sheep's clothing. There's a lot of men that hate women and vice versa, but that's not what we're talking about. But there's definitely a lot of them that are out there that just, and you would be curious as to why they would want to have a girlfriend if they're going to treat them wrong. People that are predators, regardless of what it is that they do, they always want to victimize people that they believe are weaker than them. So I couldn't understand it. That's not how I was raised. I don't know.
They got off way too easy.
I think the only way to combat that is for societies to speak up more about in support of victims, right?
Yes.
Like that's the only way for other people to realize you're so dumb by saying that.
Yeah.
Like
we need to make it.
yeah,
You're
we have
dumb
to
and gross.
keep talking about it to
Yeah.
lift up the victims. Yeah.
Yeah. And another thing was, it's just really annoying in the justice system that you would think drugging victims to essay them makes the crime that much worse, right? Because now you're doing more things to their body, but it actually helps the perpetrators get away with it in the eyes of the justice system because you know what's justice, right? It's a way for perpetrators to say, she's not credible because I her, but that's not the point. And it's just insulting and infuriating at this point. In other case-related aftermath news, the hotel on top of Burning Sun was shut down in 2021. The building was sold to Hyundai Construction, and they are now going to change it to be an apartment building. The co-founder of YG, Mr. YG himself, stepped down as CEO of YG Entertainment, one of the big three entertainment agencies in South Korea, because of this scandal. It is stated that YG lost close to $100 million worth of investment money because of the Burning Sun case. And recently, Choi, one of the idols, was released from prison as well. And paparazzi found out which church he was attending with his mom. And they stopped him in the church parking lot to ask him for an interview. And in the footage, he literally, you can hear this man whining for his mom. He's like, Mom! Like a kid. When you're 7 and a stranger comes to the door to ask if you have time to talk about the Lord and Savior. And you're like, Mom! That's what he sounds like. His mom walks up and starts clucking away like some crazy mother hen. She states, he wants to live in faith now. What do you want, paparazzi? Why are you making a big deal out of nothing? Do you want to get punished by God?
Nothing.
엄마, 기자분들이 오셨는데 막 인터뷰하시네?
아니 그걸 물어봐요. 가요. 인터뷰는 하나님 끝나나.
And he just on his phone like he just
됐어요. 아니면 믿음만으로 살려고 왜 그래요?
And again, this is to show you the family's character, not the character of people who attend church or are religious. A lot of Christian netizens were commenting like these types of people use religion as a way to shield themselves from their own evil acts. Other netizens were just shocked by both family members' behavior. They wrote, calling your mom like that at that age is legendary, but the mom who pops up and coddles over her son is even more legendary. And I will end you with this note. One chilling fact is, you know how a lot of big K-pop groups have names for their fans? So Blackpink has Blinks, BTS fans are ARMY. Big Bang's fans were called VIPs. They made it to say that their fans are very important people to them. But Seungri's VIPs were not his fans. They were his best. And I just hope with him being back in the news with these scandals, Burning Sun is never forgotten because how do you get away with something like that?
He shouldn't be able to have anyone foaming over him or
Yeah.
he
Or
should never be
treating
able
these-
never be able to make a comeback. He's just a vile criminal. Yeah.
Wow. It's an evil world. Man. Where's his mom when he was hurting women? Yeah. I mean, guaranteed that his mom was just, consulting in him and being like, oh, it's a lie. Look, your mom gonna fight for you to the end of the world. If I know anything about anything and watched enough murder mystery movies, documentaries, court cases, is the mom is going to stand by their son, even sometimes against God, to state that their son is innocent or their daughter is innocent. Wild. That's good. I thought I subscribed. Say she went from this is real K drama. That's what this is. Real K drama. Real life. Famous OnlyFans model who became a killer. That sounds pretty interesting. As cancer catches husband cheating with boyfriend. Stephanie So.
Bada bing, bada boom.
We're talking about a very viral case today. This has been highly requested, and it's honestly quite controversial considering the fact that it's just a lot. I mean, some people actually debate if the supposed charged killer is a killer, maybe they're not. It's a whole ordeal. And at the center of this case is a woman by the name of Courtney Taylor. Her real name is actually Courtney Clenny, and she is most
Courtney Taylor.
Prior to this, she was most well known as an OnlyFans model. She has over 2 million followers on Instagram. She was featured in G-Eazy's music video, Me, Myself, and I, with BB Rexa. Yeah, she was on Playboy.
Was she like a main person? Or?
Yeah, one of the main ones.
Wait.
Really?
She has...
Why do they call it OnlyFans model when it's clearly prostitution? Like, let's just call it what it is. It's legal prostitution. Now, although it's still porn, Playboy girls are models. They don't do, sex tapes. Hey, appreciate you for stopping by. Yeah, I do lives. I've been doing lives for like actually all month. I'm gonna be doing it until the 20th. Everyday lives. But appreciate you stopping by. Oh, you did? You followed some of these cases? Me next.
now with OF, she's made over $3 million.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. I didn't even really start that one. I'm gonna check that one out later though. Ninth, it's just called Ninth Room. I can tell, to be honest. Hey yo. Whoops. Oh, this is new. I'm in pain to have been torturing on my. That is crazy. Why we got so many crazy people?
Shopify Point of Sale makes it easy.
Why do we have so many crazy people? That is the question. Where do they come from? What side of the world they come from? Oh, you're watching the I Dare You one? Okay. Yeah, I've been pumping out videos like nobody business every single day. I got a lot more content coming. My goal is to post every day of the year. That's my goal. Every single day. Oh, whoops. That one's the one I got, right? Rotten Mango? Yep. That's the only one. This is my news source now. I actually don't like watching the news.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Producers
I said I needed to catch your videos for real. Yeah. You gotta catch up on a lot of videos. I got a ton. I have almost... Well, I just passed the threshold. I have 911 videos. I have a bunch of shorts. That's also why. But within the past 2 months, I think I've posted at least. It's definitely over like 100 and. It's definitely over 150 videos I've posted so far. So, hey, you gonna have to catch up because I got more in store. Trust and believe.
From SBS, the CNN of South Korea, one of the largest news networks in all of South Korea. A bunch of producers were huddled together in a conference room. This is not good. They should have listened. They should have never aired the episode to begin with. They're huddled around, hands covering their mouths, their eyes are wide, and they keep rewatching this video that was anonymously sent to them. The video depicted a very young girl, unclothed, and with nothing but a plastic bag over her head. She had red string tied around her, and when the video starts, she says, "I am the doctor's slave. I will light myself on fire in a few days in front of the SBS headquarters. Please do not run the doctor's story on air." The watermarking on the video reads, SBS Doctor's Slave. The producers, they're starting to panic. Play the video again. What exactly did she say? She's gonna do what? In a few days? What's a few days? Hurry, do something. We have to do something. Police were called to monitor the SBS building, but even then, they can't have eyes everywhere. It takes just 2 seconds to light a match. The producers need to find out who this girl is, or else in a few days, someone could die. They have to find her, and they have to stop her. But how? They can't see her face. They don't know her name. They know nothing about her. The video is taken in what looks like any ordinary girl's room in this entire nation. It could be any of the countless students. They rewatch the video and they scan the screen for anything. Something. A freckle at this point would be enough. Anything at all. Stop. Right there. When she reaches up, the pink and white friendship bracelet. It was in another video. The producer quickly pulls out her phone and starts scrolling through the chat room. Each chat room has over 10,000 videos and photos posted to it. How are they going to find her?
Oh, you said you only watch SKZ videos? Don't come after me. But that's what I've been posting. There's a lot of SKZ videos. Hey, but I got a conglomerate. I have a variety.
All of these photos. They're like, here, it's here. They find the same girl. This time, the video is clear, same pink and white friendship bracelet. But this time they see behind her a bookshelf. They zoom in as much as they can, and there, written on the side of a middle school textbook, is the girl's name. And next to those are a collection of sticky notes. And they read, "I love you, doctor. Please, I love doctor a lot. I am a slave. I am doctor's slave. Doctor's chat rooms are the best." This is the case of Paksa, the doctor who ran one of the most prolific illegal international CP torture rings of recent times. And it was all done on the internet, not even on the dark web, but on one of the most commonly downloaded apps by citizens, Telegram.
Wow.
They would say in the world of Telegram,
Telegram gets dark. Telegram, there's a lot of stuff that goes on Telegram. Even WhatsApp. But Telegram for sure.
Doctor is, quote, a god-like figure. Welcome to the doctor's room. Made it possible.
Hey, this is you gotta read the title. This is video pics, and this video pic is creepy, scary murder mystery stuff. So yeah, it's not advised for everybody. This is definitely a different type of stream. This is not you would have been probably more interested a little bit because the last story that we went over was resulting in K-pop, but it was the darker side of K-pop, a lot darker side of K-pop. So yeah, hey, I understand. It's all right. I completely understand.
for Rotten Mango to support NAMI Network, whose mission is to combat human trafficking. NAMI has a very impressive international reach with a heavy presence in Asia. They help provide life-changing opportunities for survivors of trafficking by providing workforce and life skills for the women they serve. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. We would also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, before we get into today's case, I want to give a heavy content warning. This case involves a ton of stories of trafficking, essay, and torture of our most vulnerable population. The crimes are incredibly graphic, so please, if you feel like this case might be too much for you, go take care of yourself. We will see you in the next one. The investigative journalists that worked on the Enthrim case were fundamental to bringing down one of the most insane, complicated web of torture rings in recent times, and they were really in the trenches of hell trying to help these victims. It's likely that the perpetrators would not have ever been caught without them. Many names have been changed out of respect and anonymity for the victim and also for the victim and witnesses' safety. The exception are the names of the perpetrators. It will be...
So you have seen the music video. Have you seen the new music video, SKZ? Yeah, I have it posted on... I did it, when I posted? Yesterday? Hey, you gotta check out my playlist, all my video, like, all my recent videos. I literally have everything. And if it's not on there, it's on my, can't even think of it. Patreon. Yeah, because if it's not on here, it's on my Patreon.
In their complete legal names. Some anonymous testimonies from victims or witnesses have been condensed or combined for clarity, and we had help from our amazing Korean researchers, but as always with any and all cases, especially the international ones, please let us know if there was anything that was unintentionally mistranslated or miscommunicated, or if you have any additional information, let us know down in the comments. This will be part 1 of the Enthrim case of South Korea. Part 2 will be up on Wednesday. This episode will focus mainly on the doctor and the doctor's room. The second episode will cover God and the Enthrims and how they collide, as well as arrest and public reaction. Now, side note, in Korean, the word paksa is doctor, and paksa's room is the doctor's room. We will be calling them by their English translation, which is literally just doctor and doctor's room. It's not like a specific kind of doctor or anything. And I think that's all we have for you today. So with that being said, let's get into it. 2 middle school girls were in a public restroom. They had to hurry. They weren't even in one of the stalls. They're near the urinals, near the sinks. Right when anybody turns the corner into the men's restroom, these...
So do you wish you could get Patreon? Hey, but that's why I started doing VIPs for my YouTube, simply because I knew everybody couldn't get Patreon. So I started doing like earlier releases on some videos. So stay tuned for a lot of the earlier releases, because I normally like to do early releases for like videos that are about a week out or 4 or 5 days out. So then at least for the most part, because I'm not allowed to release a lot of the music, and only some music I'll do now, simply because I know I'll get blocked for it on YouTube, copyright or whatever, but for the most part it's going to be on Patreon. But for any of like special releases, like longer videos or whatever the case, I like to do early releases for the VIPs. So that's definitely going to be more of the narrative for the VIP stuff for my YouTube channel. So I mean, that's more than welcome for you guys as well. Are you bringing the guide to YouTube? Yeah, I'm gonna do the 2024 guide. I'm just waiting on a good one to come out, so I can make that a good in-depth video to do and release it. But what I do is I do an announcement like probably a day or 2 before I release that video, simply because to notify everybody on my channel, so then everybody has a chance to be able to see the guide, because it's gonna be early release for VIP members for 24 hours, and then once I release it publicly, well, I'm gonna have it early release like at least 5 days before actually dropping it, so anybody VIP would be able to watch it over and over again, or however many times they want to watch it. And then once it gets released publicly on my YouTube channel, then it's only going to be up for 24 hours. And then from that point, then I'll release it to Patreon, because usually in the guides, they have their music in them. So my video would get blocked anyways. So to be able to at least make the content efficient for everybody is to at least make it free. And then obviously early access for those that want to do it. And then after that 24 hours period of it going public, then I'd have it on my Patreon. So. What is that? Chindoras? I don't know what that is.
These two girls are going to be in there. Anyone could come in at any single moment and see what they're about to do. They would see the camera set up. They would see the video recording. They're like, come on, let's just get it over with. We're not even supposed to be in here in the first place. They turn on the camera. Hurry, just hit record. It's fine. One of the girls.
All right, cool. Because I was already thinking about how I could accommodate everybody, and that seemed like the best option to do so. And I appreciate it. Thank you for at least understanding. Why is this video hour long? Hey, the last one was 2 hours, so.
Clicks record, and the two girls turn to each other. Their eyebrows are crinkled, and for a brief moment, it looks like they're about to burst into tears. But they stop, and they smile as big as possible. They're trying to show every single teeth. But the top half of their face and the bottom half of their face, it just doesn't match up. It seems like they're smiling, but like they're being forced to. They don't want to be here. They don't want to be smiling, is what they look like. One of the girls asks through clenched teeth, "Do we really have to do this?" Her friend nods, and the two slowly get down on their knees on the bathroom floor. Then they place their hands on the sticky, smelly floors. They are in their middle school uniforms. They angle the camera better so that they can see them up close on the ground, and a tear streams down one of the girls' faces, but neither of them break their big, big fake smiles. And they lean all the way down, pushing their face to the floor. The smell of urine is just coming up and punching them in the face. And then they lick. They lick the urine off the floor. And they have to go again and again. They're licking the dirty, pee-soaked floor of a public men's restroom right underneath the urinals. Then at the end, they smile even wider for the cameras and hold up their pinkies. The doctor's signature. Meanwhile, a 30-year-old man, a Korean man, was getting ready for an interview.
That is absolutely disgusting. You can have the most pungent smells from urine, bro. It is, oh my gosh, I could only imagine.
He made sure that his wife knew not to bother him. The kids were in the other room with instructions that they cannot, under any circumstances, come out of their rooms. They cannot talk to daddy right now. Daddy is busy. He would need total peace and quiet for this very special, momentous occasion. I mean, it's a big, big day for him. He was feeling all the tingly excitement in his fingertips. I mean, this is probably the best opportunity that he's had so far. He cannot blow this. He grabs his phone. Okay. And he's ready. Name, phone number, address. Good. ID. The man takes out his ID and takes a picture with his phone and sends it over. And what do you have to show us? He eagerly smiles and he looks for the video, just hidden away, tucked inside of his phone. It's a video of my daughter. He sends the video and he waits. Why are they not responding? Maybe it's not enough? Maybe they want more? Shit. He starts biting his nails to alleviate the stress and calm down his nerves. Ding! The link has been set. Yes, he is in. He's passed the interview and he has just been accepted into the doctor's room. They say Gotham is a fictional place, that there is no possibility that a city could be run by lawless criminals whose sole purpose is chaos in the pursuit of money and power. Like that.
You said you're eating and hearing that? Hey, I've been through a lot of stuff in my life, so I'm able to stomach a lot of things. You could say I'm what is it? What is it when you see a lot of gruesome things in your life? You get D. It's like what a D, I think. I forget what the word is, but ultimately, things that are normally gross, or hearing or seeing things that are normally gross, don't affect me as much anymore. Kind of grew up with it, so.
Doesn't happen in real life, but Gotham does exist in the digital world of Telegram. And like any other big city, it's got its own ecosystem. It has sellers, buyers, resellers, and they all come together to market themselves on Telegram in a place called Gotham Room. Each business owner would come to advertise their own private Telegram chat rooms for others to join. It's like a membership fee. In order to join their group chats, you have to pay money. It's like a marketing room. Think of it as if you go to a food market, everyone has their own little stalls and they're trying to grab you. They're shoving posters in your hand.
Desensitized. There you go. Good evening, chat. Been with y'all for about 1.5 hours of Stephanie's videos. I've been watching them repeatedly. Love your videos. Hey, Kenya, I love you too. Appreciate you for being here, keeping us company. She has amazing videos. Come on now.
And as you walk by, they're dishing out samples so that you come and you eat in their stall. You eat their food. It's a marketplace. Come to my Telegram account. I have videos of chest torture, cousin, scissors being used, younger brother, and inviting a stranger over. Another ad would read, "The slave is thanking her master in my room. Room number 2. Come and watch."
Hey, I like the formal thing. It's a breath of fresh air. I think it's dope. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come formal, come on.
Others are more tech focused. Data quality is guaranteed at a high level in all of our rooms. Hard and soft are available to suit your taste. Please DM us, only if you can purchase immediately. We don't do payment plans. If this was your first time in Gotham, you could potentially find a tour guide to help you. And
I'm Frederica. I'm 33 years old, and I've been using Kickoff for
I have a cousin named Frederica.
And to teach you the ropes. First of all, barely any of the rooms contain consensual material, mostly underage, and most of the time they're being forced into making these videos, or they have no idea that these videos are even being made and uploaded for maybe even tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people to watch. They're called slaves in the chat rooms. That's what they're called. And it's all about asking for exactly what you want in Gotham. You think that what you like is so niche, is so different, is so special that nobody's going to have a room for it. But trust us, there's a chat room for everything. There's something for everyone here. Female teachers chat room, female military chat room, female police chat room, female nurse chat room, female middle school chat room, female middle school live stream chat room, girls room, and then an ad would pop up. The Lolly Room is run by the username Jeep, no affiliation with the brand, where he distributes only CP for those that are interested. Please join us.
Oh no.
What's a Lolly Room? Probably the most popular chat rooms. They're called Lolly Rooms, but it means Lolita Room. It consists of children crawling around, so toddler age, but the cameras are set up in incredibly objectifying ways. Many chat room creators have their own versions of the Lolly Rooms, and they say that most of the watchers, if you will, the buyers, are teachers from elementary schools.
No way.
That's probably the worst thing. That's like the worst thing that I've probably heard all day. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I am homeschooling my children. I'm gonna hire a couple teachers, and they're going to be homeschooled. I guarantee you. Only, in fact, I'd probably let them go to school during like 8th grade through high school or something like that. But Nah. Because you putting your supervision into the hands of weirdos. Everybody's a weirdo to me. So, everybody a weirdo. Weirdos. To be a teacher and... What? Oh my gosh, bro. That is like that's like some of the most backward stuff I've ever heard in my life. I mean, it's not like I haven't heard something like that, but not in a chat room with... Yo. This is a mess. It's crazy. I'm homeschool, achievement house, cyber chatter school. Teacher recently who was caught with high school students. Yeah, there's a lot of teachers that have been caught with students, more and more and more and more, and I guarantee there's just gonna be a lot and lot more. Guaranteed.
Many of the most popular rooms consisted of videos depicting the same 3 to 4 girls. Typically, it was always girls. But because they don't want to...
If you're thinking about the same thing, I think it's that white lady with the blonde hair, something like that, or like dirty blonde hair, with that 14-year-old boy that she was grooming for, I think, months at that point, where she kept sending nude pictures and, yeah, weird stuff.
To show you the videos before you commit to purchasing. They would just go to Gotham Room and describe the girls to you instead. Her upper body is shaped like this. She's a little bit chubby, but thick thighs and thin waist. No body hair. Likes to cry while performing, if you're into it. Pretty good at studying. Big chest. Others would just read simply, my 5-year-old daughter. Introducing my 4-year-old sister to film. 8-year-old sister live broadcast. 7-year-old neighbor's daughter's toilet. My 6-year-old daughter is so pretty. Some would get straight to the point and they would just write, urine drinking torture. The Gotham Room was like a giant catalog, a menu of all the things that you could possibly want, but for a price. The price of entry into Gotham City is like a seesaw. So to some people, it's the price of selling your soul. To other people, it's like tossing a penny into a fountain. It's nothing to them. First, we need to confirm that you're a man. We're going to need a picture of your private part next to a piece of paper that has your username written on there in black Sharpie marker.
That's wild.
No women allowed. Then we will need videos of someone in your life. It has to be a woman. So preferably a wife. Your own children would probably be the best. Nieces, cousins. Yeah, maybe a neighbor's daughter if you don't have any. Videos or photos of them secretly taken that are explicit in nature. The younger, the better is what we're looking for. That's just the price of entry. It's an insurance policy because once you've posted all of your personal details, you've sent videos that you've secretly taken of your own sister or your own daughter or wife showering, how could you ever get out of Gotham? You would be trapped in Gotham. Gotham would be your new home. This is where you would be forever. How would you ever...
Yeah, that's definitely like selling your soul, bro. That's, oh my gosh, man. Yep, the teachers are definitely getting younger. That's a fact. Because growing up, teachers were just old as dust. They're the type to go to school with Martin Luther King. Go to high school and my exam's real exam and an art teacher fine for talking to girl students and acting sexual too. Yeah. That stuff needs to be nipped in the bud ASAP Rocky. Like the moment any teacher feels the need that they need to talk explicit to a child, get them up out of here. Put them underneath the prison, bruh.
Snitch on Gotham. I mean, when they have all your information, you watch their videos, you went through all these hoops to watch these videos, even going as far as submitting your own content. How could you ever snitch on anyone? It's a tactic that many mafias use, like mob bosses. They'll make you commit a crime because afterwards, it's almost impossible to turn on them. They've got evidence of you doing the same
Yeah, I'll be praying for you, bro. I'll be praying for you, Raven.
exact thing. You're just as bad as the people you're snitching on. Alarmingly, not many watchers are thrown off by this part of the vetting process. All they're focused on is making sure that they don't blow this golden opportunity. They need to get in. Once they're vetted by this point, they've sent pictures of their privates, submitted their IDs, pictures and videos of family members. All that is left is an exchange of money, typically through crypto. And then you're in. They would send you a link. And that link is your Willy Wonka ticket into paradise. Even in Gotham Room, you can see people begging, pleading, coming up with 50 excuses on why this is needed for them. If someone could please send me over a link, please, it will change my life. I swear to you, I will become a much better person with this link. I have cancer, you know? Someone send me the link. I could die at any moment. Do you want me to die without having some bliss in my life?
That's what someone's saying?
Yeah. Getting the link is the hard part. To find Gotham City is easy. It's hiding in plain sight. It takes about 5 clicks to get into Gotham. Google, and then you type in avnsnoop.com, a seedy website with tons of illegal explicit videos. From there, you can find a link into Gotham Room, which is on Telegram. Now, all you need is to pick the room of your choosing, get vetted, and you're in. The most popular room to get into is one of the doctor's rooms. It takes about 6 clicks in total if it goes smoothly. And once you're in, the very first message pops up welcoming you to Gotham, and it reads, "Let's rip." Journalist Kim Won was in. A link appeared on his email for his new assignment. A tip has been submitted into the newspaper that he writes for, 한겨레. That's the newspaper. So someone wrote in a tip and it came to him because he's one of the journalists. Telegram chat rooms are being used for exploitative content. Reporter Kim staring at the email. It's a Sunday. He's at home. He's taking the day off. He had taken his youngest son for a ride on the scooter and he promised his eldest son that he would play baseball with him. But his boss is texting him, "You need to get on this lead right now." So he puts his phone down. He starts making his way back into the office. He already has a brief template in mind for this article. It's going to be a very simple project. Most likely, it's just another article about spy cams. He thinks he's going to go on Telegram, follow this lead, and find spy cam videos uploaded. It's the thing that's dominating the news cycle recently. Spy cams being hidden in public restrooms, motels, hotels, changing rooms of stores, hospital restrooms, hospital bathrooms, hospital rooms, even in guys' bedrooms when they invite girls over who have no idea and do not give consent to being filmed, being intimate. There are spy cams. Then that spy cam footage that's captured is being spread all over the internet. Not even on the dark web, just the regular internet that anyone can access. Pastors are hiding hidden cameras in their daughters' bathrooms to watch their daughters' friends shower. Stepfathers are hiding hidden cameras in stuffed bears, sunflower decorations in their stepdaughters' rooms, live streaming it to an audience. Is it deplorable? Yes. Is it shocking? Yes. Is it a threat to society? Also yes. But is it also old news? Absolutely. That's how journalist reporter Kim is feeling. Readers are over it, okay? They're no longer clicking on articles about spy cams. They're done reading about it. It's no longer intriguing. But he sits down at his desk on a Sunday anyway, in this empty office, and opens up the lead that was submitted. It reads, "There are reports of a junior in high school who distributed CP to his friends on Telegram." Screenshots were attached to the email, as well as the IP address and exact home address of the student spreading the videos on Telegram, as well as a link. Journalist Kim clicks on the Telegram link, and he was admitted entrance into a Telegram chat room with over 9,000 members. This wasn't a chat room full of videos. This is like the Gotham room. It's not even a chat room with the content. It's a marketplace for other chat rooms. He goes on there and he sees the clearly labeled categories for chat rooms to explore. They read regular explicit content, domestically produced videos.
Wow.
This would be illegal because South Korea prohibits production of explicit videos. Hidden cameras, spy cams, gore, lolly rooms, and just another one that bluntly states children's room. This This was not what the email implied. This was not just one high schooler posting CP into a group chat with his high school buddies on Telegram. Not that that's okay, but this is not that. This is a whole ecosystem. This is a marketplace for distributing.
I don't think the video itself, as far as the story, is necessarily supposed to be liked. It's not like, hey, I like this murder of all these people. No, it's more so it's informative. I like the storytelling, and it's almost like a what would you do type situation, along with the mystery that goes along with it, and problem solving, situational awareness. Yeah.
CP and illegal material. And all journalist Kim needed was a link. He didn't even need a VPN. He didn't even need Tor. He didn't need anything. It's just a link.
Yeah, people are super weird.
And he sees there's 9,000 people in there?
Yes. It's like getting a link to Reddit and you click it open. You don't need any other software. You don't need to access the dark web. You just need Telegram, which is the 6th most widely downloaded app in the entire world. Most people who use Telegram don't commit crimes with it. It's just a communication app. When he clicks on a category, he's led to a new chat room with chat room creators that have rooms for that specific category, marketing their rooms on why their specific chat room is the best in this entire category of, for example, gore. Kim would see hundreds of previews of photos and videos, and they were all CP.
Look, I live in Washington, and there's nothing but a whole bunch of pedos in Washington. So, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But even whether you believe it or not, scripture talks about knowing the enemy's tools. If you don't know what you're going against, you're always going to be left out in the wilderness, which is confused or not know what's going on. So to each their own.
Again, this was not at all what he thought he was walking into today. He had expected to open up a door and find himself staring at a small fire, but instead, the entire building is on fire. The entire city is up in flames.
Yeah, I don't necessarily advise, all content necessarily like this for anybody and everybody. It's not for anybody and everybody, but, I like to be clear and concise as far as why it is that I particularly like to view it, because I like to shine light on what people should do in situations such as these, and a lot of it comes to knowing your surrounding, understanding like what you can do as far as remedial actions, emergency situations. I always state that it's more important, but for both sides to know how to defend themselves, take in martial art classes, things of that nature. I always would highly advise to use your Second Amendment if you do live in the United States. Learn how to use a weapon. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Your family is protecting you by not letting you go out after I told them what happened at school. I go to school and I got straight back home, no hesitation. 16 in Philly, I don't really know if we have a lot of or any. Philly got its own thing. I got family out there, especially New Jersey. I got a lot of family on the East Coast, but yeah, I mean, you definitely still want to, keep your head on a swivel, stay out of trouble. I always say, I think of everything like a double-edged sword. So if you know when you go out of your way to a party or whatever, you kind of already know what would consist of a good party or a party in general. I don't know too much about Philly, but over here in Washington, usually if there's a house party, 9 out of 10 times it's gonna get shot up. That's usually how the house party ends. It gets shot up. So guess what I don't do? Go to the party. So I involve myself with a lot less of the activities that people would normally do. So I like to stay out of trouble. It's very fun. A lot more peaceful life. Stay inside, do my thing. You know what I'm saying? Mad caution for those in the chat that are under 18. If this content is to upset you or traumatize you, please don't watch. It's going to get worse. Yeah, that is very true. Like I said, I'm giving you guys a soft out because it doesn't necessarily get any better. But I was raised a little bit different. I both of my parents were in the military, and I learned how to fight at a very young age. And I trained in martial arts for 17 years of my life. Was in the military. Did all like the harshness of life things. I took life to the face at a pretty young age. You've seen worse.
So as quickly as his fingers are letting him, he's typing up this article exposing these chat rooms, and he clicks publish. This cannot wait for tomorrow. This needs to go up today. The world needs to know today. This is big enough.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
To bring the whole country down. This is going to blow up in everybody's face, and there will be no avoiding something this big. It's going to be the biggest scandal of the year. He was so nervous, but he was so ready, okay? He's trying to blow the lid on this thing. He clicks publish, and on just one of the websites called AVN Snoop, which is available, again, on the regular web, the surface web, there are over 230,000 pieces of explicit videos, including spy cam videos.
And this happened in 2019, right?
Yes.
So very, very recent.
Very recent, yeah. There were videos of minors, revenge videos that were posted without consent, photos taken upskirt of female colleagues, and you can clearly tell it's an office setting. Avian Snoop was run by a man, well, a username called Watchmen, named after the DC Comics. Kim had no idea who any of these people were running these chat rooms. They're all uploading these videos anonymously. Even the watchers, the ones commenting for more and grosser and more gory, they're all anonymous. But he wants the world to see it too. Even if they don't know who these people are, they need to know that these people exist and that these people are out there and they're hurting people. That's the first step to hunting down these predators. After reporter Kim publishes his article, he has his email pulled up on one side and the chat rooms pulled up on his phone. And he's waiting for his email to blow up, okay? Usually when he posts these types of articles that are very divisive or shocking or explosive, he's getting leads, tips, personal encounters of people that have been on these websites. They're gonna just start flooding in. Ding, ding, ding. It's already coming. He checks his email. Nothing. He checks his phone. And the chat room is going crazy. Let's dox his ass. Here's a picture of him. Look at him. He looks like a pervert. Kim opens the file.
They got him. They sent him I forget what kind of link it is, but it's like a tracking link. And that tracking link, it technically once you click it, you're already done for. That's why you shouldn't click every link in your email, text, whatever. If you don't recognize it, don't click it. But he got tracked from the jump and he thought he had it, and they got him.
And it's a picture of him. Yeah, let's go find him. Someone go get him. Go. Already done. His name is reporter Kim Won. This is his address. He's an incel and a
That's crazy. They're using those words to describe him.
Yes. And people are laughing, ha 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 ha. What should we do about it? Reporter, I know you're in here reading this. So here we go. We know where you live. We know where your family is. So you better watch out. Ding, ding, ding. Reporter Kim starts freaking out like, what the hell is going on? Did the article blow up? Because the chat rooms are blowing up talking about it. He feels this surge of adrenaline. He's refreshing his email and nothing. Radio silence. Nobody cares about the article. But his phone is just, it's hot to the touch because it's going off so much. It just won't stop. We got his Facebook. Look, he has 2 kids. Here's a picture of the eldest. That's his wife. What's his wife's name? Someone find out her number. I got his address. Kim is likely trembling at this point. I mean, he's staring down at his phone. There are photos being distributed in the chat room of him, of his family, of his apartment building. Kim's article exposing the chat rooms only went viral in the chat rooms. The rest of the world didn't seem to care. Ding! New event has been created in the chat room. Event name, Catch Kim Won. Time, now to indefinitely. Find out date of birth, names of every family member and all their private phone numbers, as well as all their employment records. Prize, your chance to order a slave. What the hell is happening? Kim refreshes his email once more, and there is finally something. An unopened email from an anonymous sender.
Oh, no.
He clicks on it. You're barking up the wrong tree. All these people are nothing. AVN Snoop, they're nothing. You need to look into the doctor. I can help you. Reporter Kim responds back. Who's the doctor? Who is this? Me? I'm the Joker.
Oh boy. This is a rabbit hole on its own. Yeah, you should never click links. The ad jump scares me. Dell right now. Hey, I was fully locked in. I was listening to everything they had to say. I didn't want to miss a beat. When the doxer gets doxed. Yeah, technically.
Not only does she save me so much time, but she saves me so much from a headache. You know those mornings where you just feel so overwhelmed, your elbows deep in your closet, digging through piles and piles of clothes, and you're starting to freak out because you got to leave the house soon, but nothing makes you feel comfortable and confident. That would happen to me approximately 4 times a week. I would get so stressed out, especially because I know you guys are probably thinking about a million other things at the same time. And that is why life feels so much simpler now that I have my Stitch Fix stylist. All I did was send her my measurements, briefly tell her about the vibe that I'm going for, and I let her know my ideal budget. Now, whenever I need to refresh my wardrobe, my stylist sends me 5 pieces that she handpicked just for me, plus she sends outfit recommendations and pro styling tips, and I'll just go through the clothing items she sends me. I keep what I like and I just ship back the rest. Shipping, returns, and exchanges are always free. And the best part is, this is not a subscription service. I make orders whenever I want, however I want, so that it always fits my needs. There's no feeling like the confidence boost that you get when wearing the perfect outfit. And for me, that wouldn't have been possible without my stylist from Stitch Fix. Style that makes you feel as good as you look. Get started today at stitchfix.com/rotten. That's stitchfix.com/rotten. stitchfix.com/rotten.
That's pretty cool.
Eunji is standing in the hallways of her middle school with her friends. She's in a good mood. School's almost over and she's going to head back home soon. Maybe she would even stop by a few stores and get a new phone case. She had a brand new iPhone and AirPods coming in the mail and she's so stoked for this. Ding! Eunji looks down at her phone and it's like her eyes zero in, tunnel vision on her screen, and everything else starts to feel blurry. She feels sick to her stomach. Eunji, what's wrong? You look like you're about to throw up. Eunji turns her phone off so her friends can't read, and she's like, nothing, I'll be right back. Runs to the bathroom, and she's staring at the message that reads, take a photo of yourself in your school stairwell right now. She doesn't respond. Ding! Another message pops up. Town Girls Middle School. What? How does he know what school? Ding! 8th grade. Ding! Class 2. Ding! Full name, Park So-ri. Ding! Your dad's phone number is... Your mom's phone number is... And your address is... She stares at her phone. Ding! Are you ignoring me right now? Okay. I'm sure your dad and his friends would love to see these photos of you. Take the photo of yourself in the stairwell. Don't hide your face. Do as I say or I leak all the photos. In 10, 9, 8, 7... She's staring at her phone, hands shaking. Her friends come to find her. Eunji, are you okay? Your lips are turning blue. She clicks her phone off. I'm fine. I'm sick. I have to go home. In Eunji's hand, her phone keeps buzzing. Lee Namboy has joined the chat. Kuni has joined the chat. FYG has joined the chat. Ho Hung has joined the chat. ERSB has joined the chat.
Yikes.
This was a private conversation between her and somebody else, and they have invited hundreds of men
Big
into
hell
the
no.
chat. They could all see her fully nude, face-in-frame photos. Her phone starts lighting up, message after message after message. I want, it looks delicious. Her face is not my type though. Go take one in the bathroom. I want to see her lick the toilet. Get down on your knees and cry. I say we go to her house right now to do it. I bet she's reading this and looking forward to all of us going. Yeah, let's go R-word her. In front of Panwardang Station in South Korea, there is a 7-Eleven convenience store. This is in front of the subway station. That is where reporter Kim and his colleague are going to meet up with the Joker. The other reporter was worried for reporter Kim's safety. I mean, how do we know that we can trust him? There's an event out in the chat room to hurt you. That could mean any watcher who...
Hey, appreciate you, Kenya. Raise the roof for you. Come on. You joined the VIP squad. I like the, this is my favorite emoji. Boop. Come on. You would call the police? You should, ASAP Rocky. You should have did it. That's crazy.
Who wants to request a slave to do something that they want could have set this whole thing up, could have set up this whole meeting to get you. How do you know that you're not walking into a trap? I mean, how do you know that this person's on our side? What if it's some crazy watcher that doesn't want the slave video thing to end and they think you're threatening their business? I told him that I was wearing a black jacket, but I'm wearing a gray jacket. So that means from afar, I can try to spot him first. And he's going to be too busy looking for me in the black jacket. I can kind of scope him out while he's busy. And I can make sure that there's nobody else lurking around the corner because he said that he's coming alone in a white puffer jacket.
Oh, he probably did.
It was an interesting choice. South Korea is kind of like New York City in the winter. It is a sea of black jackets. So while Joker would be scrambling, scanning every single person wearing a black puffer jacket, because he thinks reporter Kim is wearing a black puffer jacket, Joker would stand out like a sore thumb in his white puffer jacket. And you stand to the side, and if anything goes wrong, you call the police. It was a bit of a reckless plan, but what can the reporters do at this point?
Right.
They have no other options. Reporter Kim leaves his colleague near the street corner and starts making his way towards the subway station. They plan to meet right in front of it. And then, boom, all hell breaks loose. Right outside the subway station, two cars screech and slam into each other, causing a massive car accident. Nearby car alarms are going off, horns are honking, people are screaming, everybody starts running towards the cars. It almost feels like a bad omen. Maybe reporter Kim should have stopped now, but he kept scanning the crowd. Everybody's trying to get to the cars to make sure nobody's injured. They're like ants running for food. They're all running in that same direction. And off to the side, watching the scene, completely unfazed, standing in front of the subway station, in front of the 7-Eleven, in a white puffer jacket, is the Joker. The two journalists sit down with the Joker at a cafe nearby, and the three of them are sitting in a corner table all the way back. Joker is wearing a baseball cap and he won't even look up to meet their eyes. In fact, the reporters are surprised to see that he has quite a bit of a baby face. His cheeks are pretty plump. He looks very young. I swear I never really knew about those chat rooms. The two reporters glance at each other. I found out they're a friend. I was at home one day when I got a call from a friend and she asked me to meet up in person. She sounded distraught and she didn't want to tell me over the phone what was wrong, so I met up with her. She was a mess. She was crying. She could barely talk. I could tell it was really bad. She told me about some guy, the doctor. She said that he forced her to make explicit videos for Telegram. She told the doctor, no, at first, I don't want to do that. I can't do anything like that. And the doctor started threatening her. She said he just started texting her full government name, her address, her parents' phone numbers, even her social security number. She has no idea how he even got any of these things. She still told him, no, I can't. I'm not going to do any of that. And he started flooding the chat room that was originally...
I had one instance, it was a long time ago, like a really long time ago, where somebody tried to do the same thing with me. Like they tried to... They're initially hacking my phone, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna leak all your pictures, this, that, and a third. And I was just like, alright, that's what's up. We're going to show all your colleagues and your family and this, that, and third. Oh, okay. So I don't know why I'm thinking about it right now. I completely forgot about that, but I had one instance where that actually happened. That's funny. But I was like, all right, well, I mean, I'll leak it with you. when you just don't care, you just, all right, whatever. Especially if you didn't do any crimes, then it's just like, okay. I mean, it can be like pretty traumatic, obviously, having nudes or anything out there in the wind, but hey, I was like, for sure.
Just her and this random person, the doctor, but he started inviting hundreds of men, and they knew her address now. They knew her social security number, all these strangers on Telegram, and they were joining over and over, and they were shaming her nonstop, telling her that she's just a slave and she needs to be a good slave, or else they're going to come to her house if she doesn't do what the good doctor asks, and all 100 of them are going to R-word her. So she did what she was told. She sent a video to the doctor. He sent that video to a bigger, different chat room called the doctor's room, but she didn't have access to that room. Joker told reporters that it became his mission at that point to infiltrate the doctor's room to see what kind of videos he was posting and how many people were involved. He said, before you can even go to the doctor's room, there's a waiting room that you can enter. And that's where you figure out your taste. It's almost like a survey that you would fill out at the doctor's office. The doctor will post trailer clips in that room, teaser videos, and once you decide which room you want to get into, you get vetted. You pay the fee, and then you'd be in to see the doctor.
Hey.
Once you get into the actual chat rooms, the first thing that you see is just skin. The whole screen is filled with the color of skin, like pink flesh everywhere, that color. A lot of nude young girls, all the videos. Each photo or video is watermarked the doctor. And if it's not watermarked, the girls would have Dr. Slave written on them, typically in big, bold black letters or in red on the arms or thighs or the legs, anywhere. Eventually, he'll have some of the victims carve the words Dr. Slave into their bodies.
Ooh.
The victims would be forced on their knees to beg for forgiveness for not being good while they carved themselves. That was his trademark. The doctor had 3 distinct signatures for each video. First would be somewhere on the girl would be Dr. Slave, and the video or photo would be watermarked with the Dr. Slave, and along with the opening of every video, the slaves would lift up their pinky finger. That was his signature. And lastly, every single video depicted the victim smiling. They had to smile or else. In almost all the videos, their whole bodies would be shaking with fear and their eyes would be puffy from crying, and they would still be forcing a smile. Watchers would comment, "See, I told you, they all want this. They like it." There would be menu items. Most watchers don't seem to be just part of one chat room. It seems like they're part of multiple, because another thing that the doctor does is once you enter a chat room, you only get videos made by the same 3 or 4 slaves. If you get sick of them and you want fresh new people, you'd have to join another chat room where it's another 3 or 4 quote slaves. And like I just want to put a quick disclaimer. I thought of different ways of presenting this information that didn't include the heavy usage of the word slave, but it's so embedded in everything of this case. Like, I think that's also one of the main points of this case, that word and the overusage of that word and marking the victims on their bodies literally with that word is such a big part of the emotional and mental trauma, as well as the physical trauma that the victims faced. So I didn't want to soften the word, because that is what happened. Mm-hmm. I don't want to make it seem like it's not as bad as it was, because it's as bad as it gets, you guys.
Yeah.
It's suspected that the doctor had over 300, quote, slaves. Now, the doctor is known in the chat room world to be constantly innovating and updating his menu items to keep his watchers happy. So the menu reads, consuming urine, poop, backside, knife play, using scissors in private parts, public nudity, chest torture, and younger brother incest.
Oh no.
The doctor has about 70 to 80 chat rooms, all separated by taste and menu items, as well as the number of, quote, slaves. But even within a category, they would be categorized as hard, medium, and exclusive. So hard rooms start at about $187 to get in. Medium rooms start at closer to $450. Now you're going to get much more intense, graphic frequency of content gets shorter. Like you're getting a lot more stuff in the more you get it. It's a tiered system. The videos get more graphic, they get more violent. It's a lot. And exclusive rooms, being the VIP rooms, they start at about $1,200. What's in the VIP rooms? Caterpillars. Caterpillars? The victims are forced to buy live caterpillars, like, you know, the ones that you get at the pet store. And while they're still moving, the victim has to pick them up one by one, show them to the camera, and then insert them inside while they're still alive. They have to do like a whole cup of them. If you guys want, I can send you the link. And with the help of the Joker, the two journalists, the two reporters, were in the doctor's room. Eunji hit download on her phone.
Bro,
Eunji's the middle schooler, and all of her friends had recommended this new trending app where you could be paid to talk to people anonymously. Lonely rich people will join the app and they will pay you to chat with them. It sounds like easy money. People are saying it's good. And since Eunji is in middle school, it's not like she has any other like overflowing job offers just handed to her. She plops down in a bed and clicks create account. Like most apps, it's not that lucrative or as interesting as everyone made it sound. It's actually kind of dry. She downloads it, she creates an account, and nothing. She's about to give up and throw her phone down when ding, a message from an account called The Doctor. Do you want a job? Eunji sits up. Yes. The doctor said that he just wanted to talk and share photos with each other, and he would...
It depends on what a snack is. Because my snack consisted of sushi, more rice, and teriyaki cabbage that I have not touched yet. But, hey, that will be devoured later on this evening for sure.
Pay her $4,000 a month. Now, to give you perspective, the average salary for someone who is...
I normally advise people to get a snack or get food or whatever when I go live because these are long segments. So get comfy. I'm here for it.
Graduated college and is in the workforce in South Korea is...
So what I don't understand is why these people so casually see humans' depravity as a fetish. This has to be generational. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was gonna get beef sausage, but not anymore. Oxtails. Hey, I haven't had oxtail yet. I do want to try oxtail. Soon enough this year, I'm gonna try oxtail. But yeah. I think there's somewhat of a pull internally when you have exclusivity, but not even just exclusivity, but to fetishize something as such as that. I don't really know because I don't have that part of my brain that caters to having pleasure of that wild stuff. Like I don't know. Hey, at this point you might as well just get a bag of chips or something. You over here talking about hot links.
It's about $3,000 a month. She's in middle school. $4,000 just to talk? The doctor reassured her they would never meet up in person, but he did want some photos of her. Videos would be nice too, and of course, frequently he would ask for some video chats here and there, but that would be it. No in-person contact of any kind. He'd be willing to pay $4,000 a month for it. Eunji agreed, and the two would move over on Telegram to talk. Ding! The doctor would send a message. Send a picture of your body. Eunji hesitated. I can send you money right now if you do it. Besides, Telegram has this self-destruct feature, so after I see it, if you click that self-destruct, the photo will automatically be deleted. Okay. Eunji would send a photo with just her body without her face in it. The doctor responded, good. Send me your phone number and your address. I want to send you a new phone, a new iPhone, and AirPods as a gift for that picture. Nope. Besides, I want you to take better, high-quality pictures.
Look, if anybody decides to send you or give you free AirPods, free phone, whatever, I'd advise you not take it, because you can be tracked with those items. Any Bluetooth item, technological item, especially, I mean, it's easy to be able to do it with like earpods. You can track somebody with those. So highly advise not to do that. Just get your own. They're actually not expensive. So there's actually like little earpod things that you could get at Best Buy. They're only like $10 that are actually really, really good. I don't have them laying around right now, but I bought 2 of them. They cost $10 and they've lasted me like over a year. I've been using the mess out of them. They work way better than the commercialized earpods anyway. So
next time. Unji paused. She's like, I mean, technically, this is what the Sugar Baby website was for, right? Is to make money without actually meeting people and doing these things. I mean, this is how it's supposed to work. Like, why would anyone download the app if this is what it's doing? I mean, people love this app. It's trending. Unji slowly types in her address and her phone number and hits send.
Dummy.
From then on, the doctor would consider that victim his, quote, slave. He would ask...
If anything, she could have put in a random address or something. But she put in her actual address, bro. And then now, once he actually sends the iPod and phone, or the iPod, shows you how old I am, AirPods and phone, she'll be tracked everywhere she goes. Because who doesn't have their phone on them ever? Like, that's a necessity nowadays to have your phone on you.
Add them to what he called, in the chat rooms, the doctor's encyclopedia of actresses. Every slave's name, address, phone number, and personal identifying markers would be added. He would threaten them, blackmail them. He would force them to send more videos, more photos. From there, it would just snow.
Hey, that is pretty true, especially with with the Korean and Japanese war. With the dang, what is it called? The what were the? Oh my gosh. What they call it, the women that were in the encampments and they were getting repeatedly essayed, the names that they would call them, and they gave birth to a lot of children that came from that. So I would probably say a lot of that with the trauma and how people were born and raised, like that lineage of a depressive cycle can definitely trickle down into like something as crazy as this. So most definitely, unfortunately, I think I may be right from what I've seen and researched. Some Korean men have a very low view of women regardless of age. The comfort women. Oh, yeah. The comfort women. Yep. Yeah, but so many people were threatened, like, were treated like garbage. Yeah. Oh, man. But for you to be able to combat that, you'd have to be cognitive of that being an issue. You knowing that that's a problem. Not just knowing, but knowing that it's a problem that must change. And not just knowing that's a problem that must change, is a problem that must change, and then doing the initiative action to be able to make that change. And then to bring awareness that other people may have that same type of issue, and then to deal with that issue. That is like really the only way to go about it, to be able to combat something as such as that, because that is through the bloodline. Oh my gosh. Because look, everybody can tell, like, if they have like a generational curse on their family. based on like, I guarantee you have an uncle that either touched some little girl in your family. Everybody got that one uncle that did something crazy, or the family member or whoever that beat your mom or whatever the case, your grandpa, whoever, drugs, just crime. You can tell just based on the lineage that you have now, if you have a generational curse that goes down the line that hasn't been dealt with.
Snowball. If they don't respond or they try to tell him no, he would text them,
3.
Hey, are you still alive, huh? It seems like you don't fully understand. I clearly told you, if you don't listen to me, I will chase you to the end of the earth and I will ruin your life. Respond to me as soon as you see this message, or else, because I'm going to send this to your dad. I'm going to send the video of you reading out the slave contract while performing pleasure with objects, and I'm going to hack into your Twitter and spread all of your videos. I've made myself clear, so you better respond. With this method, the doctor bragged to his chat rooms that he was able to get a slave to film their very first explicit video in less than 3 hours of adding them on these apps. And then from there, he said he could make at least...
See, I think even with this guy, the doctor, and all of his compatriots, I think it's the pleasure of control rather than just the fact that it's, I mean, it's obviously a big portion of it being that it's women, of course, because it's only men that are allowed to be in these chat rooms. But it's heavy on control. And usually you can find like the root cause of why somebody wants control in their life. It's usually because the opposite, it was chaos in their life. The same way as if there's someone that has low self-esteem, or a narcissist, or like, there's all root causes as reasons why they do what they do, more than like the actual act of what they do. So, like, what is it? People that are, dang, what is that word? I am forgetting words right now.
2 new, quote, slaves every single day. A new video was released into the doctor's chat room. Another victim. The video starts with her holding up her pinky finger and smiling at the camera. And then she steps back, undresses slowly, places her underwear on top of her head like a hat, and then starts convulsing until she drops to the floor. Her eyes roll back in her head as if she's having a seizure. Her arms and legs are just wildly shaking. She was not having a seizure, though. The doctor just thought it was hilarious. So he would make these girls do these very humiliating things. But that's the thing with the doctor's rooms. The watchers in there, they get bored very, very quickly. The doctor could feel when his patients need more, when they're getting disinterested, when they're getting unengaged, and they stop praising him in the chat rooms. He could feel it. So originally, it starts with just humiliation. Victims would be forced to go to men's public restrooms at subway stations, malls, gyms, schools, anywhere. They would have to sneak into the men's public restrooms, get on all fours and start licking the urinals or the floor underneath the urinals, or sometimes they would even be forced to drink out of the men's public restroom toilet bowls. Other times they would be forced to get completely nude in a public restroom, not in a stall, lay out underneath the urinals and record themselves pleasuring themselves. Other times, victims would be forced to film themselves peeing into their own toilets at home and then getting up, bending down, and washing their face with their own urine and toilet bowl water. Then it would escalate. Victims were forced to defecate into their toilets and then drink the toilet bowl water with their feces inside like a dog. Or they would even be forced to consume their own poop, all with a smile on their face because, again, that's the doctor's signature. They would have Dr. Slave written in big, bold black letters on their arm. But that's becoming normal. All the chat rooms are doing this. All the tens of thousands of chat rooms on Telegram are showing these types of videos. So, of course, watchers are getting bored of it.
There's tens and thousands of rooms?
Yeah, it's speculated there's endless amounts of rooms because they keep just creating new rooms. If they feel like one room is about to get caught by the police or there's a cop already in there undercover, they just blow it up and create a new room. There's always new people coming in trying to make money, and they're like, hey, if it's working for the doctor, I'm going to make money. I'm going to create rooms. Worst. And this is not a South Korean problem. The viewers of the doctor's room, only about half of them are suspected to be South Korean. Yeah.
Most of them
a lot of foreigners as well. It's like a world problem. Now, this is not enough, though. The watchers are getting bored with just humiliation and torture. It's not enough. So the doctor ups the stakes. Humiliation and physical torture. Prior to this, one of the doctor's trademarks...
psychologically, when you are threatened, inferior, you see power as one who is seemingly above you. So you become the person who treats people inferior. Now they've made it. You could see that in the culture that we have today. Like, making money isn't enough, but it's the control aspect of everything. And that's really what everything has came down to, is control more than the money itself. Because there's plenty of people that actually, there's a pretty nice handful of well-off people that decided to become homeless because they were tired of just, living amongst the world, paying bills and everything like that. But it's a crazy world we live out there.
Like I said, was he wanted each video to have the doctor's slave written in Sharpie on their arms and legs. Now,
and if you guys are enjoying the stream, if you guys would be able to press that little heart button on the side, I'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Now he wants them to carve it into their bodies with knives and scissors and record the whole process. It would usually be carved on their legs, arms, or right above their private areas. Then he would move on to pens. So hold up your two hands and make C's with both of them. And then touch them together at the tips. It creates a giant O shape, correct? Mm-hmm. That is the amount of pens that the doctor wanted his victims to place in their privates. It's about 32 pens. One victim, as she was filming, she starts bleeding and she texted the doctor saying it hurt so much and that she couldn't do it anymore. And he responded, just do it anyway. Just force it. And if it fails, do it again until it doesn't, because you know what happens if you don't do what I say. The victim did this over and over until the doctor told her it was good enough and that she could stop. Outside in the living room, she said that she could hear her parents talking and laughing as they watched the news on the TV. But that, again, watchers grew accustomed to that too. This is their new normal now, so they keep upping their standard for exciting content, which is really terrifying when you think about it. These things, these nightmarish things, are becoming understimulating to them. It's not getting them off anymore. So the doctor had the victims move on from pens to...
That's why these rich people, they got these weird parties out in Hollywood. I had a buddy long time ago when I used to do like a little bit of commercial modeling and acting. I wasn't able to go all the way through with it because my little brother, he wasn't able to make it through the ranks of audition. So that means my brother and I weren't able to go. My parents told me. So, like, if your brother doesn't make it, you can't go. I was like, damn. But anyways, one of my buddies did make it. Started going on, like, big commercials like Adidas, Nike, things of that nature, TV shows. Then he went to a party, one of these masquerade parties. And I told him to be careful at them parties. I have not heard from him again. Not a peep.
Rulers to knives and sharp scissors. Sharp objects would have to be placed inside now. Then it was all about breaking all limits. If the doctor even found out that any of the victims had a brother, older or younger, he would force them to perform oral activities on their brothers or even force them to be essayed by their brothers. I don't know how the brothers are consenting to this.
Right?
It's crazy. I don't even know how someone could even try to unpack the level of trauma that he's inflicting on his victims with something like this. I mean, there's the level of trauma that these victims are already facing from being blackmailed and effectively held hostage by someone to do things that they absolutely do not consent to doing. Painful, humiliating, uncomfortable, disgusting things. Then the doctor adds another layer of trauma by ripping apart a family by making the victims commit incest. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but it would be a very, very, very cruel, long journey for both sister and brother to recover mentally and physically from something like this.
Oh my gosh.
And then to have someone in your house that knows what's going on and becomes part of the torture, to have that infiltrate your home, I mean, it's gonna feel like there is no escape. There's no way out. If these types of videos...
Man, stop giving up your information. She already messed up by giving address and all the things and then sending a video. Like, because without any of that, he has no leverage. The leverage is that. And at this point, it's just like you might as well cut it off at the hip, because he's just going to keep building up years worth of humiliation videos from you. And it's just going to get worse and worse.
Videos get out, a lot of the victims, they would no longer have friends, a family, they would have no futures to fall back on, because that's how society works. But even that wasn't good enough. Watchers would comment, "Doctor, we're willing to pay you more if you can do more for us. It's not a problem of money anymore. It's a problem of, what do you have for us?" Thus came about the creation of the doctor's VIP rooms. $1,200 to get accepted into a VIP room where the girls are forced to interact with the VIPs. It's not like they're bonding and entertaining them. The VIPs are throwing all sorts of horrible, degrading, psychologically jarring, soul-wrenching, distressing comments at the victims, and the victims would have to respond to it. VIPs would be able to pay additional funds to be able to video chat with the victims and even request for photos and videos. For example, if a VIP wanted a specific victim to brand their bodies, they could just pay a designated amount and it would happen.
Like another carving?
Yeah. The victims would be forced to smile on camera while they branded themselves with whatever the VIP wanted. Wow. Usually it was a degrading word, a variation of personal toilet, slave. And by branding, it typically meant that, again, they would have to take the knife and carve it into their bodies, usually right above their private part.
Wow.
Sometimes the VIPs would want their usernames to be carved into the victims. But even that wasn't enough. The watchers were never-ending, unsatiable sadists. They wanted more. They needed to constantly up the stakes to feel more. So the doctor starts releasing victims' addresses into the VIP chats.
Damn.
This was honestly diabolical. It adds another layer of fear to the victims. They're already terrified that their videos and pictures are going to get leaked by not just the doctor, but any one of these anonymous faces in the chat rooms. In South Korea, that's as good as a death sentence. I mean, I think it's getting better, but even in America, that's the way that societies work. As of right now, I mean, it's deplorable, but it could signal the end of your life as you know it. They're terrified for their pictures being leaked, but they're also terrified of their families finding out about what's happening to them. They don't want their parents to worry. They feel ashamed. Not to mention, these victims are terrified when they go outside because they have no idea who's in these chat rooms. Their faces are in all these videos. Yeah. They don't know if they're going to encounter a watcher or if they're passing one on the street, at the store, at the restaurant, or at school, or at work. They're overanalyzing, like, why did that guy look at me for 2 seconds too long? Does he recognize me from somewhere? Why is he staring at me? Is he staring at me? They have no idea who these watchers are. They have no idea what they look like. But they all know what the victims look like. And now their addresses are publicly leaked, doxed to the very people who want to watch them do horrific, unbearably painful things to their bodies. These are the people that get off on it. To simplify,
You say you probably can't get therapy? Yeah, there's Oh my gosh. There's different levels of weird. There's weird and then weirdo. Weirdos need to be in jail. Your art teacher. Hey, lock him up.
Child's address is doxed to a group of free, evil child offenders and R-worders who have nothing to fear. The victims would try and go about their day as normal to keep up with appearances. They would try to focus on their schoolwork, but they would realize an hour in, they did no homework. They didn't even solve a single problem. They had just been staring at their phone on the table, gripped by an overwhelming anxiety that the doctor is going to make them perform again. And then they would look out the window, and there'd just be a strange man staring at them through their window. And then ding. They would open up the messages in their chat room, and there was a picture of them sitting at their desk trying to study.
Yeah.
Ding. Nice. You should R-word her. The doctor would respond in the chat, I've got a lot of stuff on the slave, so she's not going to report if you R-word her. Do whatever you want. Ding. It's trench coat time. The VIPs would get an alert when the victims or the slaves were going to be in trench coats. Their addresses had already been leaked, and all the VIPs had to do was show up. The victims are forced to wear nothing but their trench coats and walk around their apartment building and their neighborhood. VIPs were allowed to go, identify them in the trench coat, pull them into their cars to R-word them, or even humiliate them by walking past them and ripping open their trench coat, exposing their completely nude bodies to the general public. Other times, the victims would be forced to stand outside their very front door in the hallways or in their balconies of their homes, completely naked during the middle of the day, regardless of if their families are coming home or if their neighbors are going to see or if cars are passing by. They would be forced to record themselves pleasuring and film the whole thing and upload it to the VIP chat rooms. The VIPs would get a heads up, so if they wanted, they could show up to the victim's house and either watch it live or they could do whatever they wanted with the victims. Once that became routine, the intensity heightened again. A live stream notification would pop up in the VIP chat rooms. It would be titled, Heart Emoji, Live Slave Show, Heart Emoji. Party emoji, this is going to be fun, party emoji. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji. A victim would have been called to show up at a motel. Once they opened the door, the designated motel room, there would be a camera that was already set up and filming. A man would throw her inside the room on the bed. This is a VIP client, and he would start R-wording her. Behind them, the door would be seen opening and closing as more VIPs walked in, and they would pretty much line up in order of their arrival, ready to take their turn to R-word the victim. We don't know how many depraved watchers there were in the VIP rooms, but we can assume it was a lot. It said that there were 260,000 people that wired money to the doctor to join his rooms.
What?
And this is how he became the god. That's what they called him. The god of...
Just think, this is only scratching the surface of the people that are willing to watch. And just the people that are willing to watch and can watch and afford to watch, that know of this specific chat room. And there's many, 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 many other chat rooms like this. I guarantee you pass more weirdos in a day than you would ever possibly be able to fathom. And it'd be like the most unexpected people ever. So I used to work at a bank, and you couldn't tell who had money and who didn't. You'd think you would, but you really don't. And within understanding that, I was just like, dang, you really can't tell either. Like, who does probably some of the most heinous crimes is probably the most peachy clean, meek looking type of person ever. It happens. It's crazy, man. Like this world. Super sickos. They need a cape. Double S. presence. Yep. Now the doctor's telling the parents. That's why my internet presence is rare. YouTube is enough for me. Yeah. YouTube used to be bad. It used to be bad back in the day. So did Facebook. Facebook used to be really bad.
Of online chat rooms. And a lot of this god-like image for Doctor was the fact that he just seemed to know everything. He knew it all. They said, like a god, the Doctor was omnipresent. He was somehow mysteriously always able to find out the victims' family registrations, who their parents are, their phone numbers, their addresses, their occupations, everything. It's like the Doctor always knew everything. I mean, I'll explain how he did it, but have you ever done anything consistently for 8 to 9 years of your life?
What?
Have you ever had a job that long? Have you ever had a hobby that long?
9 years, bro. This dude, I guarantee you, he wound up and made over $1 million for sure. That what?
Jay had something that he had been consistent with since middle school. He had been trying to kill his middle school teacher. It started off as like a tiny little crush. He was in class.
What?
They
How
locked
do you have
eyes.
a crush and then all of a sudden you want to kill your middle school teacher? What we doing?
He thought it was love. The only obstacle being that his middle school teacher was getting married and going to start her own family. But he's determined. He was determined that she would look at him in class one day and realize, whoa, my marriage is going to fall apart and my whole life is this little boy right here in front of me. And she just needed to be with Jay. That was the plan. But that didn't happen. She went on her honeymoon and Jay was fuming. He vowed that if she ever betrayed him again, she would have to be punished. Then a year later, she went on maternity leave. And Jay came to the realization, maternity leave? That means you had a baby, which means you were pregnant, which means she had done the deed with her husband and had cheated on him. He was so enraged that he started stalking her to find out extremely private information. He started reaching out to her on a daily basis through this little boy right here in front of me. And she just needed to be with Jay. That was the plan. But that didn't happen. She went on her honeymoon and Jay was fuming. He vowed that if she ever betrayed him again, she would have to be punished. Then a year later, she went on maternity leave.
You mean this little boy fantasizing about a teacher that has no recollection of him having these emotional situations that's going on, and he's mad that she has a husband and she got pregnant with their baby, and he's mad that it's not his, or because just the fact that he said doing the deed tells me how young this dude is. They did the deed? Who says that?
And Jay came to the realization, maternity leave, that means you had a baby, which means you were pregnant, which means she had done the deed with her husband and had cheated on him. He was so enraged that he started stalking her to find out extremely private information. He started reaching out to her on a daily basis through Kakao Talk, which is like their messenger app in Korea, escalating to the point where he told her straight up, verbatim, I will kill your baby. He was reported, pulled out of school, placed in a juvenile detention center, and the second he got out, he texted a friend. All my friends have moved on. Since I was thrown in this jail, in this juvie, I had to miss both of my grandparents' funerals, and that bitch is throwing her daughter a first birthday party.
How can you be mad at somebody that you threatened to kill their child? And then you got put in juvenile detention because of you wanting to kill their child? And now you're mad because your consequences that you did, that you didn't have to do? That makes absolutely no sense.
I already looked into her address and everything. The same day he was released, His former middle school teacher would open the door to her apartment unit to leave with her baby for a stroll, and she would see the big red letters spray painted in the hallways. I will kill you. In 2018, Jay was hired by the government. He would have access to all civilian records and personal and private information of civilians. He would have access to the government database.
What's his job?
Just like a data clerk.
Also, he's a government official.
Not an official, just a government employee. Like if you work at, I don't know, the DMV or, the registration office.
So he has very private information.
Yes, with his prior criminal record of stalking his middle school teacher for like 8 years. He gets a job. Then in 2019, he was hired by the doctor to steal phone numbers, registration numbers, addresses of not just victims, but random celebrities that the doctor liked as well. He would steal the addresses of at least 4 famous active girl group members, 2 of the members' dads, all their registration information, a famous actress, and a famous broadcaster, like a news announcer. Personal and residential details were taken. It's alleged that the doctor doxed these celebrities in the chat room and stated, girl group member, redacted. Personal information, resident number, redacted. Famous broadcaster B lives in redacted apartment in redacted city. Redacted is Idol C's newest location. If you wait, you could probably catch her. The doctor stated in his chat rooms that he would be working with staff members on these celebrities' inner circles to get hidden secret camera footage of these idols so that he can make these idols and celebrities his slaves as well. This solidified his reputation of the god of the chat rooms. His reputation was untouchable. The doctor's rooms were becoming so popular that the doctor could no longer handle all the demand. He's overbooked, so he starts hiring employees. They were like receptionists. They would vet and take payments from the watchers. They would interview the potential watchers and admit them into the appropriate doctor's rooms.
Like, if you guys didn't really catch in the beginning how you have to get into this group, you guys saying your pee-pee. That's weird. And I believe the word that was used was incel. And incels are weird. Super weird. So if you guys don't know what an incel is, I'm going to show y'all. See. Says a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile toward women and men who are sexually active. Self-identified incels have used the internet to find anonymous support. Yeah, so ultimately just weirdos. Like this is the women haters group. Like it's funny because this should be a highlight of like what I wouldn't even say this is toxic masculinity. This is just the toxic goobers. Like, these guys are weenies, bro. Hide behind a computer all day. Pick on victimizing people, man.
A lot of trust that the watchers would have to put into these hired employees because they're the ones collecting their IDs, their payments. So to make the watchers more comfortable, the doctor reassured everyone in all the chat rooms, for each employee, I have access to their ID and social security number. So don't worry. The doctor would eventually have dozens of employees working underneath him. He would place their pictures and identities in what he called the doctor's encyclopedia of actors. He was running a full-scale illegal movie CP torture film operation, and the doctor is untouchable. And nobody knows who he is. They don't even have a clue. That's why they say games are only fun when you have someone challenging to play against. If you're a chess master and you play against a novice, you're bound to get bored. You can predict their next 10 moves. You can predict what they'll do, and you'll do the exact opposite. The novice thinks that they know what you're going to do, but you could just play them. It's not challenging. It's not fun. Reporter Kim from Hangyeore, the one that met up with the Joker, he published his article, and at first it's crickets. The general public didn't even care. Within a week or so, the article starts slowly taking off and gaining traction. The people who were interested in the article, though, were only interested in the article because they were interested in the doctor's room. Essentially, oh wow, I didn't know something so horrendous existed. I want to join. One of the chat rooms originally had 1,000 paying watchers. After the article went up, they had 5,000 paying watchers.
Wow.
Some users even came in saying specifically,
so he wound up and accidentally blew it up. See, that's the other thing is like, hey, surprisingly enough, you don't know who you're entertaining, and it could inspire somebody to do weird stuff rather than help.
I never even heard of Telegram. I didn't even know what it was. But I came looking for the doctor's room after reading about it on Hangyeore. So, the chat rooms thought it was so hilarious they would comment, Kim Won, that reporter, needs to publish a follow-up article ASAP because he's blowing us up. His piece is more like a review than an expose, if I'm being honest. LOL. We're famous now, guys. Let's all celebrate. If there are any journalists in this chat room, hi, hello. Mr. Journalist, make us all famous. With supply and demand, the doctor, being the astute businessman, would raise his prices. He raised the price of his VIP room from $1,200 to about $1,500. The new people coming in, they're not even trying to go to the smaller rooms. They want all the torture. They want the top shelf videos. They're becoming VIPs. But if you don't have the money, don't worry. The doctor is a kind, understanding person. He made an announcement in his waiting room where anyone can join, the general public, and the taste room, if you will. He writes, if anyone can dox more reporters from Hangyeore, the newspaper with journalist Kim, who wrote about...
Awesome. That's like super duper cool. So I applied to... Everybody knows who Mr. Beast is. Right. So I applied to Mr. Beast's upcoming game show that he's going to be having. So we're excited. Move forward with the next step, the process as a potential contestant to Beast Games. The following, the link, part 1 document, DocuSign. So yeah, I got sent a link for me to enter Mr. Beast Games. I had gotten an interview earlier today, so now they're sending me documentation, so I have to sign off on them as soon as possible, so I could be entered into the games. But the cool thing about it is it's gonna be all live. Like, it's gonna be a live stream game. It's not gonna be like a pre-recorded. So this one's gonna be live. And the winning is $5 million. Yo. How cool would that be to win $5 million? I'm excited for that. Anywho.
about us, then you can get free admission. If you can get me information about any of the other reporters, get me their full name, family members' names, phone numbers, and addresses, if you can fully dox them, free admission into any of the non-VIP rooms. Journalist Kim felt completely defeated. He even received a few emails from other competing chat room creators, wannabe doctors, and they're emailing him, begging him to write about their rooms, expose their rooms, please.
A lot of people tell us, you finally explained trading to me in a way I could understand. Then they start seeing
Please, so that we can up our business and traffic.
This is crazy.
Kim said it destroyed him to know that he inadvertently promoted sexual exploitation chat rooms. His entire family had been doxxed. He lived in fear for his life every single day, and nothing good came out of it. The villains won. He felt like he's frantically taking out scoops of water from a bathtub with a teaspoon, and the doctor would just walk over and turn on the faucet again and overflow the tub. All his hard work, it's nothing. It's not even a drop in the bucket. Kim said, for the first time in my life, I felt like I was fighting the thin air. It's like I was fighting this illusionary world the doctor was in. I didn't even feel like I was fighting something concrete. The doctor even changed his banner of the chat room to read, the one and only Hangyori promoted chat room. And another one too, the one and only chat room in media spotlight. Ding! New messages had entered the chat room. Hello, this is SBS News Network. Please contact us if you have any information about the doctor. Ding!
Thank you.
Hello, please contact JTBC's Spotlight team if you have any information on the doctor or the doctor's rooms. SBS.
So SBS.
I guarantee you, type in Mr. Beast, you'll definitely find out who he is. You probably either saw him from a glimpse or something. But he's the biggest YouTuber out, honestly.
This is also in the chat room now.
They just entered the chat room along with JTBC. Now this is the game worth playing for the doctor. SBS is one of the 3 biggest broadcasters in the country. 47% of South Korean population watches SBS every single week. They reach half the nation's population. JTBC is one of the top 5 biggest broadcasters of the entire country. They capture 45% of the entire South Korean population every single week. One of the main reasons why SBS and JTBC were involved in making these documentaries and episodes on the doctor's room was because it was blowing up on Twitter. So on mainstream media, nobody's talking about it except for reporter Kim and maybe a few small other journalists. But these mainstream media journalists, they're not even touching it. They're not even looking at it. To them, it's boring. They don't care. Who's blowing it up? Twitter's blowing it up. Yeah. One of the producers of JTBC said that her boss was originally not wanting her to cover this case at all. He's like, don't waste your time. This is old news. We don't care about spy cam videos anymore. We're moving on. She had to show the higher ups at JTBC the outrage on Twitter to show them, like, there's going to be an audience. Please, you need to let me do this. That is how they finally agreed. Because of Twitter. So because of Twitter, SBS and JTBC are now in the game. And the doctor is about to become one of the most famous doctors in the entire nation. The producers are huddled in their conference rooms waiting for any tips and leads. Ding! They all sit up straight. They check their phones. It's a message from the doctor himself. Are you looking for me? The producers start responding. There's a sense of urgency. They don't want him to get bored. They don't want him to change his mind. They need to extract as much information from him as possible. They need to be smart. Every message they send needs to accomplish something. We spoke with many of your victims. They live in pain every single day. Do you not feel any guilt? I'm not a psychopath. Of course I feel guilty. But let me ask you something. How much money would it take in order for you to shoot someone? I would shoot someone if there's profit to be made. He's basically saying, money. Money is the end. Money is the end all be all, and these people are just getting in the way. What do you do for work? I run a private investigation agency, but I also sell drugs on the dark web. Can we come talk to you? I'm in China. Come and meet me if you can. Done. We'll be right there. What part of China? That was a test. I'm actually in Cambodia. If you're a journalist, you should actually know that. This was fun, but I have to get going. I have to pick up a package. The producers want to stall. They want to keep him on the chat. Is there a similar delivery system in Cambodia like there is in Korea? Don't look down on Cambodia. The doctor is playing games with them. Is he in China? Is he in Korea? Is he in Cambodia? Is he a PI? Does he sell drugs? How old is he? Some parts of his text message, the cadence talks like a young college-age student. And then other parts of his text message, he uses older traditional Korean words that only someone in their 50s would know. Like a scholarly man in his 50s, not even an average 50-year-old man. They had so little leads, the producers were lost. They don't even know where to start. He's playing chess. They're not even playing checkers. They're sitting there with their coloring books. It's not even the same sphere. So in order to level the playing field, the doctor decides to give them an upper hand. He shows them a cryptocurrency account that he owns. It's the way I get paid for my rooms. Have you ever heard of the trolley dilemma?
Yeah, of
So
course.
you're in a trolley, a train, if you will, and the trolley is headed straight for 5 people who are on the train tracks, unable to move. The train's brakes are broken, they will not work, and 5 people will absolutely be hit and killed by the trolley. There is no way to outsmart this. These people are not dead already. There's no terms and conditions. 5 people are about to die. The only option is, at the very last moment, you see that the railroad tracks split into 2, and you can pull a lever to divert the trolley to the other set of tracks, where there is only 1 person tied up on the tracks. The dilemma is, do you do it? You either let the train go the original route, the route where you do nothing and let 5 people die, or you pull a lever and the train changes tracks and only 1 person dies. What do you do? The people who choose to let the train keep going on its original path argue that 5 people dying is fate, and if they intervene, they're intentionally causing harm. So even for a greater good, they're causing harm to someone. It goes against their moral rules. They argue that intentionally harming even 1 person, even if it's for the heroic excuse of saving other people, it violates the moral principle. The people who choose to pull the lever and divert the train, letting it kill just 1 person instead of 5 would argue, minimizing overall harm is the end goal. Pulling the lever is justified because it leads to a lesser total number of casualties in the end. It is for the ultimate greater good. Sacrificing 1 person to save 5 is the greater good for the greatest number of people. They would argue that the other opposing group, that inaction is action. Knowing that there's a lever that you can pull to kill 4 less people and not pulling it is not fate. It's still action, so you've still decided what to do. What would you do in the trolley dilemma, and why? Because the doctor was about to give the producers a trolley dilemma that would result in death. When a broadcast is aired about me, a woman will go to the SBS building and set herself on fire until she dies. Blood will be on your hands. The producers are now in this inescapable dilemma. If they air the episode, the doctor will create a new victim, one that might even lose their life, and blood will be on their hands. If they don't air the episode, the doctor will have endless victims, and someone might still lose their life, and blood may or may not be in the producer's hands. There is no winning. There's no right choice. People are gonna get hurt in the end, regardless. He messaged them, "You're gonna make a slave of your own. Catch me if you can." It was a game to show them that there is no difference between him and them. The producers will create new victims, just like the doctor himself. Ding! A new photo had been uploaded to the doctor's room. The watermark, which typically reads doctor or doctor's slave, now read reporter Kim's first victim. It was a photo of a victim standing, hips bent, and leaning forward to depict all of her private areas. So the watermark actually read Hangyare's first victim, which is the newspaper that reporter Kim works for, but he's calling out reporter Kim. Ding! Another photo of a completely different victim in the same exact pose, and the watermark
so
read...
after this video, I actually have to go. I have to respond to this email, and I got some other things to do. I was going to have it this go on for about like 3 or 4 more hours, but... got some
Hangyare, reporter Kim's second victim.
I will be back on live tomorrow, though.
Reporter Kim tried to look through all the other photos to try and see if these 2 girls were already victims, but they weren't. They were brand new girls. The brand new victims that the doctor had created because of him. He had blood on his hands, is how he felt. SBS News received a video from...
Inflation sucks, so why not do something about it?
Doctor that a victim was going to light herself on fire in front of the HQ if they aired their episode. They ended up airing the episode. The police tracked down the girl in the video. They rushed over to her house and they were able to protect her before the doctor ordered her to go to the SBS building. But the police had to tell her parents everything that their daughter had been through. It was not an easy conversation, and the police found the red threads still scattered around her room and little sticky notes everywhere that read, "I love you, the doctor. I'm a slave. I'm the doctor's slave. The doctor's chat rooms, please love me." The sticky notes that she was forced to write in videos.
Yeah, so this was the girl from the very beginning of the video.
Yes, they found her and they were able to protect her. Now, JTBC, the other producers that were involved, the other news network, had an impossible choice to make. and they decided to go live with their episode. The doctor was pissed. He posted a video of a victim in all of his chat rooms, not just the VIP rooms, to tens of thousands of vile watchers. And the watermark this time was the victim's full name, her phone number, her job title, the address of her workplace, and her home address. And the message read, JTBC victim number 1. The producers working on this case were in the chat rooms watching the photos and videos that were being posted. And they said, I started feeling like both my brain and my heart were contaminated. It was such a lonely fight, like I did not have energy to continue anymore. Side note, the JTBC producers reached out to the victim because they had all of her information because the doctor doxed her, and they apologized profusely for airing their episode. And it probably would have made it so much easier for the producers if the victim screamed at them, yelled at them, threatened to sue them, took her anger out on them, because at least that way the producers can feel like they're being punished in a way. But instead, the victim just responded, it's okay. He would have done it anyway for whatever other stupid reason he could find. The producer said, was it my fault? I didn't even know what to say to that. I made her a victim. I felt so guilty. Another producer said, what was agonizing was watching people get victimized at every moment, and you keep working and you keep writing articles and you keep investigating, and yet nothing is being done. There are still victims being hurt and new victims coming in every single day. It got to the point where I wanted to just leave the country, because why would I live in a country that can't even shut something like this down? But then I realized it's everywhere. So they stayed, and they had to watch, and they had to keep reporting. Some managed to channel that feeling into anger. One of the producers said, I felt the urge to kill them. I was so angry that I had thoughts of murdering every single one of them and going to prison for it. She said she had fantasies of jumping into the screen and grabbing people's necks, the creator, the managers of the chat rooms, the watchers, all of them. She wanted to murder all of them. It was very clear that they needed to find more victims because it was the only way to try and protect them. One victim actually reached out to the producers, and she met up with them, and she said she'd been recognized. And the more she talked, the more panic was in her voice. And she said, now random people come up to me on the street and ask me if I'm really that girl in the video. And I feel like everybody who passes me on the street just knows. They just know who I am. They know what I did. The producers tried to comfort her. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
That's crazy because those people are pedophiles.
Yeah.
And they're just publicly announcing
Yeah.
who they are. And they feel like
They feel like they're good. What is the victim going to do? She's so scared. And the police can't catch them. Where's the proof that they're in these chat rooms?
Mm-hmm.
The producers told her nobody knows. But they were lying. Because when they first saw her walk in, they recognized her from one of the videos. Because the producers are all watching the videos as well. They knew who she was. And that's just one victim from one room.
Where are the police?
The reporters knew this, trying to study this complicated web of trafficking. Every day there were at least a dozen new chat rooms that would appear, completely new rooms, copycat rooms with new victims, where they're just trying to copy the winning formula. There were reseller rooms, creators selling old content from older rooms. There's spin-off rooms, themed rooms. One room was called the Desire for Acquaintance Room. It had over 28,000 members in one chat room, and it was filled with people who wanted to, quote, dominate someone that they knew in their real lives. The chat was filled with people posting videos and photos and doxing their own coworkers, friends, family members, and classmates that they wanted to see get turned into a slave. And if they couldn't install some sort of hidden camera to get explicit photos or videos of them, they would collectively help Photoshop their heads over naked videos of torture videos that were from other chat rooms. And their motto was, all the girls in our lives are candidates for our sexual desires. Then you had the dance room, which would include typically girls, young girls, photos, names, ages, and which dance studios they dance at. Like, because, you know, they learn ballet, they go to these dance studios when you're younger. And a lot of these dance studios, because they have parents that want to come and watch, they have glass walls. And you can watch from a second room. They will dox all of that and encourage strangers to go watch these children during their dance lessons and almost encourage either stalking behavior or even violence if they so please, as long as they record it. There were rooms for everyone. So the producers kept the episodes up. And the episodes had aired, and there was one statement made by the doctor to the producers that made it to the final cut. The doctor was talking about another competitor, and he used their username. He called them out directly in the broadcast. He said, "Oh, God of Nth Room? He produces low-quality shit." Watchers had always said about Doctor, in the world of Telegram chat rooms, the Doctor is a godlike figure. He was their God. But what's better and what's higher than God? The only person that could take down or rival the Doctor was God. God had disappeared for 11 months. He handed off his Nth Room chat rooms and 60 victims to be managed by the Watchman. He had been MIA, and his watchers were left to mourn his absence. And a message pops up in the Nth Rooms. Ding! Tell SBS to contact me if you see them. LOL. The chat rooms went crazy. Is this seriously God? God, are you back? God is back. He's back. They went from chat room to chat room announcing God, the legend is back. Some chat rooms felt like he was even too much for them. They wrote, "But he's so sick in the head. Why are you guys celebrating? He's back." The Watcher said, "If the Doctor does all this for the sake of making money, God..."
Just to think that the same people that watch these things, when dude enter the room, they're just like, he's sick. What?
God does this for the sake of having fun. God will often give out free videos and photos to all of us because he's just in it for his passion. He's in it to hurt the slaves. That's it. The Doctor is here to make money. He's a capitalist. But God is our sadist king. God was the creator of the Nth Rooms, and he was back. Ding! God would message the Doctor. "Hi, Doctor." God, why haven't you been caught yet? "No matter what happens, they're not going to find me." "Well, how about if they track your money, God? "Oh, I only gave gift cards to the slaves. Even if they track the money, they can't find me. If I throw my phone away, then there's no proof at all. They can't send me to jail even if I turn myself in." "Yeah, well, I'm abroad, so it doesn't even matter. Besides, your videos lack actual quality and you're way too obsessed with being sadistic." "Listen, Doctor, this is all just a game for me. If a slave leaves after a whole year, I'll just let them go. And then I'll start spreading their videos everywhere." "Look, Doctor, I'm reaching out because I want you to promise me something. Promise me that you're going to reset your settings." "What are you talking about?" "Your Telegram settings. Make it so that if you don't log on for 10 days, all the explicit videos you posted on all platforms get posted for free. Every victim's video gets mass spread on the internet."
What?
"And why would I do that?" "In case we get caught." "And why would we get caught?" "We don't get caught, but just in case, we got to make all the videos public. We got to go out with a bang." The conclusion of the conversation between God and the Doctor being, if we go down, we're taking all the victims down with us. But why? They hate each other. They're competitors. Why on earth would they work together? Because you know what they say, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that is where I leave you with part 1. Part 2 will be up on Wednesday, so stay tuned. Please be safe, and I will see you guys then.
Yikes. That one was tough. Yeah, they're out here praising a monster. Man, this is... Yeah, that one was tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I ain't really got much to say. I ain't gonna lie to you. That one was a little, This is the guy. A little fat, little chubby chunker. This dude. There's him. He looks very punchable. Very punchable. Very, very punchable. Yeah, man. Hey, like I said, I'm gonna be up here on. I told you it was sick. Yeah, it was definitely sick. I couldn't have. I couldn't have figured that one, honestly. Yeah, that one was wild. But appreciate y'all. Love y'all very much. Per usual, make sure you guys tune in to videos coming up tomorrow. They should be premiered, so you can see them all coming up for the following days. Yeah, watch something amusing to replace the garbage. Facts. Part 2. Possibly. We'll see where my mental state is at. Yeah. I don't know what time I'm gonna live stream tomorrow. I'd like to stream early. Probably a little bit earlier than I did today. Probably like, I'm not even gonna say a number, but I would like it to be in the afternoon or the noontime. So keep a lookout for that. If anything else changes, you'll definitely know, because I won't be on until probably super late. Looking forward to my request. You have to re-request it. What was the request? Because that was probably a little over 2 hours ago when you requested something. And there's been a lot that went on within those 2 hours or so. See you tomorrow, Crystal. Yep. Appreciate y'all. Mind Spasm. Kenya. Stray Kids Speaking English language chaotically. Word, I got you locked in. Come on. But yeah. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all very much. See you soon. Deuces.